Chapter 69. With a sweep of his gaze, Klein saw the person who was inquiring about the cowtooth peony. The man was less than a meter away from him. He was dressed in a black formal suit and a matching half-top hat. He held a silver-inlaid cane in his hand and wore gold-rimmed spectacles on his face. He had a rather refined bearing. "Yes, do you need it? This small jar costs 3 soli." The stall owner was draped in a deep black robe that was very characteristic of mysticism. The bespectacled man, with pale yellow sideburns, thought for a moment. "Can it be cheaper? I still need to buy other ingredients, such as this bottle of white-rimmed sunflower petals." The stall owner thought for a few seconds and reluctantly replied, 2 soli and 6 pence. 2 soli and 6 pence. I don't think you can find a better price than this. Seeing that the man in the gold-rimmed spectacles had not only bought the cowtooth peony, but also the white-rimmed sunflower and other ingredients, Klein immediately felt that he was overthinking things. However, he still cautiously tapped his glabella twice and scanned the man with his spirit vision. "No problem. He's very healthy and in a good mood. Sir, you have to maintain it." Klein retracted his gaze, turned around, and looked at the stall selling the self-made amulets again. In his eyes, the amulets appeared clearly. Some were made of pure silver, some are made of iron, and some are made of gold. However, among these amulets, only 2 or 3 had a weak aura. They were either crimson, pale white, or golden. This meant that they possessed a certain level of spirituality, which meant that these amulets had a certain effect. During the previous exchange, Klein had observed very carefully and confirmed that the stall owner who made the self-made amulets had a certain level of mysticism knowledge. The different energy sources he chose for the different incantations weren't wrong at all. The materials he chose for the different energy sources were also very accurate. Of course, a pure mysticism enthusiast would definitely make mistakes. Klein realized that the stall owner didn't really understand the incantation itself. It wasn't as if the incantation could be considered an incantation just by translating the contents of the prayer using Hermes's grammar. The incantation had to conform to a certain format and had a unique pattern within it. Another problem was that when the stall owner chose suitable symbols for the incantation and the source of power, there were also different degrees of mistakes. As a result, only 2 or 3 amulets were completely correct and emitted a faint glow. As for the effects of these 2 or 3 items, Klein could only say that it was better than nothing. An amulet with an obvious effect required the maker to let its own spirituality gush out from the tip of the knife during the process of carving the incantations and symbols. If he wanted a better effect, he would have to use ritualistic magic. And these 2 things were almost impossible to do if one wasn't a beyonder. Klein tapped his glabella in thought and tapped the upper left corner of the stall twice with his black cane. "How much are these 2? He wasn't asking about the amulets with the color of the aura field, but about the semi-finished amulets that only had the outer appearance and hadn't been carved with runes and symbols. To Klein, there was no need to buy the ones with weak effects. His goal was to make the semi-finished amulets into real amulets. I'll make a protective amulet for Banson and Melissa. I can freeload the materials provided by the Nighthawks for my own. Man, have I been led astray by old Neil? I don't feel any guilt thinking about such things anymore." Klein's thoughts wandered as he watched the stall owner pick up the 2 semi-finished silver amulets. One of the 2 silver amulets was long and hollow in the middle. It was surrounded by angel-like feathers that were intricately carved and very beautiful. The other one was simple and plain, with almost no additional decorations or patterns. It was a vertical that symbolized the night sky with a circle that represented crimson embedded on it. As a cosmetic type, Klein took a fancy to them at a glance. The stall owner was a taciturn, middle-aged man. He pointed at the more exquisite amulet and said, "This one is 6 soli." After a pause, he caressed the plain amulet. "This one is 5 soli, 3 pence. That's too expensive. In fact, they're still a long way from being an amulet." Klein was used to haggling after being influenced by Banson and Melissa on a daily basis. After a battle of words, he bought the 2 silver accessories for 5 soli 6 pence and 4 soli 9 pence respectively. They can only be considered silver accessories for now. Klein thought, and the 10 solely 3 pence was deducted from the Divination Club's expenses, £5, that he had finally received. Just as Klein took the 2 silver accessories and put them in his pocket, he suddenly heard a gentle and youthful voice. "Sir, why didn't you buy a finished amulet?" Klein turned his head and saw that the person asking the question was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She was wearing a light yellow dress with a lot of lace, and she was holding a gauze hat with ribbons in her hand. "Because I plan on making my own amulet. As you know, this is the wish of every mysticism enthusiast," Klein replied tactfully. He didn't want the stall owner to think that he was trying to steal his business, although he did consider whether he should rely on this skill to earn some extra money in the future. The girl had naturally curly brown hair, and the baby fat on her face was quite cute. She looked at Klein with her light blue eyes and asked sincerely, "May I ask you how to choose an amulet?" "Yes, I was brought here by a friend. I've been here a few times, and I'm very interested in mysticism, but I don't understand it well enough." "Yes, sir. That friend of mine will be 16 soon, and I want to choose an amulet for her. Because I want it to be a surprise, I didn't ask her to come with me. I've asked her in advance, but I can't recall many key points." Klein gave a gentlemanly smile. "What kind of amulet do you want? Avoid disaster? Far away from diseases? Who could have fortune?" Different requirements correspond to different sources of power, which means different deities. And different deities correspond to different stars, and different stars correspond to different materials. For example, the incantation to avoid disaster definitely belongs to the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, which is also the Evernight goddess. And as mysticism enthusiasts, we all know that the symbol of the Evernight goddess is the moon, and the corresponding metal for the moon is pure silver. Therefore, if we wish to avoid disaster, it's best to choose an amulet made of silver and with the corresponding incantation. Furthermore, the language and format of the incantation have to be correct. The corresponding symbol of the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the number that represents the spirit number, the spell's label, and so on must be correct. The relationship between each other must be correct as well. But that's too complicated. There's no need to explain it to you, Klein added inwardly. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked in puzzlement, "As a believer of the goddess, can I wear the amulets of other deities?" "No problem. The deities wouldn't care about such trivial matters." Klein comforted her. What he meant by "no problem" referred to the wearer, but the maker had to be careful. If a believer of the Lord of Storms were to make an eternal blazing sun amulet, they would most likely receive intense malice. Of course, this referred to the type that required the assistance of ritualistic magic. The rest did not matter. The girl heaved a sigh of relief. "I hope it's an amulet that blesses her health. Which deity should I choose? Eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, or the god of knowledge and wisdom?" There's no problem with the eternal blazing sun and Mother Earth. The former corresponds to the sun, while the latter's symbol is the brown star. Klein smiled and said, "Sun is made of gold, and brown star is made of lead. I suggest sun, but I don't know if you brought enough money." The reason why he made this suggestion was that one of the 3 amulets with a preliminary aura was the health amulet from the sun domain. "Isn't this?" The girl suddenly paused and looked warily at the stall owner, who was waiting silently. She thought for a moment and asked, after confirming the materials, "How do I identify the incantations and symbols? Do you know Hermes?" Klein returned with a question. "I just came into contact with it for a while," the girl replied, a little embarrassed. "Then I'll help you choose." Klein pointed at the health amulet made of gold with his cane. "Be it the incantations or symbols, there's nothing wrong with it." The girl lifted the hem of her dress, squatted down, and picked up the health amulet with the lines of sunlight on its edge. She felt warm to the touch, and her body seemed to relax. Thank you." She stood up again and bowed gratefully. Klein laughed and said, "Next will be the communication between the 2 of you. Next is the communication between you 2. I still have other things to do." As he spoke, he glanced at the stall owner and realized that he had a strange look in his eyes, as though he was hesitating if he should give him a commission. Chuckling inwardly, Klein ignored the matter and unhurriedly circled the entire underground market, but he didn't find any true Beyonder ingredients. At this moment, old Neil had already paid his bill and came out with a dark-colored wooden box in his hand. Upon seeing Klein's puzzled look, he pointed to another room at the end of the street. If you wish to buy or sell Beyonder ingredients, go there. After all, no one wishes to let others know what Beyonder items they bought. Got it. Klein nodded as though he was in thought. He didn't have any need to go there for the time being, so he walked out of the underground market with old Neil. How much did these elves cost? Suddenly, a questioning voice entered Klein's ears. Elf flower. This is also an ingredient for the spectator potion. Klein's heart stirred as he turned to the side and saw the gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses again. What's wrong? Old Neil asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. Klein retracted his gaze. Although he was a prospective member of the Nighthawks, he didn't think that all Beyonders had to be recruited and imprisoned. He believed that it depended on the situation. Among them, a spectator was definitely someone who wasn't dangerous to society, the kingdom, or the world. Furthermore, the possibility of a Sequence 9 losing control was very low. After leaving Evil Dragon Bar, Klein and old Neil took a public carriage and left the dock area. Then, they parted ways in Northborough and returned to their respective homes. The public carriage drove into Daffodil Street and stopped by the side of the road. Just as Klein was about to alight, he suddenly saw a young lady in a grayish-white dress preparing to alight. The lady had smooth black hair, a round face, and slender eyes. Her facial features weren't outstanding individually, but when combined, they gave off a gentle and sweet feeling. Klein didn't pay attention to her because of her beauty, but because he noticed that her body was trembling slightly, abnormally. Miss, are you not feeling well? Klein asked with the intention of doing a good deed. The young lady shook her head violently. No, I'm just too tired. At that moment, the people behind him began to urge him to leave. Klein had no choice but to leave first. When he found his footing, he thought about what had just happened again. He pinched his glabella twice with his fingers, intending to confirm that the lady was fine. If she really had a serious illness that was about to act up, he would send her to the hospital. Chapter 70. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The horse galloped off as the wheels rolled. Activating his spirit vision and turning around, Klein didn't manage to see the gentle and sweet young lady as he wished. His eyes were filled with the scene of the brown carriage moving forward. At that moment, all the passengers who were about to board the public carriage had boarded it. The carriage doors were tightly shut as it gradually moved away. And inside the carriage, the 20 to 30 humans were too close to each other. Their auras overlapped and masked each other. In Klein's eyes, it was a riot of colors. It was truly difficult to distinguish them. He silently shook his head, raised his hand to tap his glabella, and deactivated his spirit vision. To him, it was a simple act of helping if he could. But if he had already missed the opportunity and the situation wasn't particularly clear, there was no need to keep thinking about it and delay his own matters. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, Klein strolled home along the rather lively Daffodil Street. He saw Melissa sitting at the dining table, under the bright gas lamp. She was engrossed in the exercises arranged by the school. She nibbled on the fountain pen's shaft and frowned, deep in thought. Where's Banson? Klein asked casually. Ah. Melissa looked up and fell into a daze for a few seconds before saying, he said that he went around several districts today and was covered in sweat from exhaustion. He wanted to take a bath to relax. All right. Klein chuckled and suddenly realized that Melissa was wearing a dress he had never seen before. It was entirely beige in color and had fashionable goat-leg sleeves. The collar and edges of the dress were embedded with chiffon ruffles. Apart from that, it didn't have any overly complicated designs. It was a light, everyday style that perfectly accentuated the youthfulness of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. A new dress? Klein asked with a smile. This was a purchase that he and Banson had strongly requested for. Melissa tersely acknowledged. I just got it from Mrs. Rocher. I figured that I'd have to wash it later, so I might as well try it on first. Klein was rather puzzled when he heard that. Mrs. Rocher? Isn't she my former neighbor? Melissa nodded and explained in a serious tone. That's right. Mrs. Rochelle is actually a tailor, but she's not very lucky. She has no choice but to sew clothes for people at home. Her life is, a little difficult. I know that she's good at her craft, and the price is cheaper than going to a ladies' clothing store. Furthermore, it fits me well, so I ordered a new dress from her. It only costs 9 solely and 5 pence, and it only takes a few days. The same dress would cost £1.50 at Harrods. What a thrifty housekeeping. Sis, I know that at least half of the reason is because you sympathize with Mrs. Rochelle. Klein didn't reprimand Melissa for acting on her own. When did you go to Harold's? It was on Howe Street, near the Divination Club. It was a place that only the middle class could afford. Melissa was at a loss for words. After a long while, she said, "It's Selina and Elizabeth. They insisted that I go with them. Actually, I actually prefer gears. I prefer places with steam and machinery. It's good for a girl to shop at a department store occasionally." Klein comforted his sister with a smile. After chatting for a while, he quickly went up to the second floor in a hurry to wash off the stink of the bar. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom to get a change of clothes, he suddenly heard a commotion in the bathroom near the balcony. In just a few seconds, Banson opened the door and walked out while wiping his receding hair. "How was it? Did you praise Melissa's new dress?" he asked with a smile when he saw Klein. "I think I forgot. I only asked where it was made," Klein said after some thought. Banson immediately chuckled and shook his head. One incompetent brother. Melissa couldn't bear to put down the dress the moment she received it. After she finished cooking and washed the dishes, she couldn't wait to put it on. She hasn't taken it off yet. Didn't she want to change after she showered? She could also wash and dry it. Klein subconsciously retorted with Melissa's explanation. "TSK." Banson sighed. "It's been quite hot these few days, and she's been busy in the kitchen for so long. I think it would be much more comfortable to do her homework after showering." "That's right." Klein came to a realization as he exchanged looks with his brother, Banson, and smiled. "So that's how you are, Melissa? What's wrong with a girl wanting to be beautiful? There's no need to find an excuse to dress up." The corners of his mouth curled up as he shook his head gently and walked into his bedroom. Later, when he was showering, he vaguely heard knocking on the door downstairs. He immediately mumbled to himself, "Doesn't the worker who collects coins from the gas meter only come once every 2 weeks? Could it be Mrs. Shoud from next door? That's not right. This lady is said to strictly abide by the etiquette of the middle class. She wouldn't visit at an inappropriate time." In his puzzlement, Klein wiped his body clean, put on an old but comfortable shirt and trousers, and ran downstairs. He looked around and didn't find any strangers, so he asked aloud, "Who are you?" He asked, "Did someone knock on the door just now?" Banson, who was leisurely reading the newspaper, smiled. "It's Beach Mountbatten, one of the policemen in charge of Iron Cross Street. He asked us if we had met an 18 or 19-year-old boy with a chubby face today. Oh, he even gave us a portrait to identify. Unfortunately, Melissa and I haven't seen him. Otherwise, we would have gotten the reward. What about you, Klein?" "No." Klein roughly understood what was going on. Instigator Triss had successfully escaped from the area around the Evil Dragon Bar in the dock area and had escaped to the vicinity of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. As a result, the police came to question him. At this stage, it also meant that the operation to capture the instigator was close to failure. Klein didn't think too much about it, because he hadn't started combat training yet. His shooting skills could only be said to be at the beginner level. To think about dealing with a natural assassin at this time was simply a joke with his life. That night, he didn't sleep well. He kept worrying that the instigator would sneak into his house to hide and cause another murder. Fortunately, Daffodil Street was peaceful the entire night. The morning sun dispelled all the gloom. The relaxed Klein changed into his formal attire, put on his top hat, and carried his cane. He went all the way to Zutland Street and greeted Roshan at the reception hall. "Good morning, Klein," Roshan replied cheerfully. She lowered her voice and said, "I heard that the big operation last night failed." "The operation to capture Instigator Triss?" Klein asked curiously. Yes. Roshan nodded heavily and glanced at the partition. "It seems that the informants of the mandated punishers discovered the instigator at the dock area. Their original plan was to wait for the other Beyonders and a special operations team from the police department to arrive before launching the operation. They wanted to resolve it in one go without disturbing the ordinary people. But unfortunately, the instigator was very sharp. He discovered the problem in time and broke out of the encirclement ahead of time, successfully escaping. At such a time, they need a Beyonder with tracking abilities, such as me, Klein joked. There was no lack of trackers back then. Suddenly, Dunn Smith's voice sounded. Roshan turned her head abruptly and saw the captain in a black trench coat leaning against the partition's door frame. He was staring at her with his deep gray eyes. She hurriedly raised her hands and covered her mouth. Then, she shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she hadn't said anything. Dunn shifted his gaze to Klein and pondered for a moment before saying, after a moment of thought, he said, "The mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind, and us Nighthawks, a total of more than 6 Beyonders, tracked the injured Triss to Iron Cross Street's Lower Street and discovered his temporary residence. However, the clues ended there. Be it Beyonder means or normal investigations, they were all useless. It was as if he had suddenly evaporated, completely disappearing. Do you need my help with divination?" Klein probed. Dunn shook his head slightly. "The machinery hive mind has a mystery prior. He's a senior Beyonder who isn't much weaker than old Neil. I even suspect that he's already at Sequence 8. I just don't know what the corresponding potion is called. There must be something special about the Theosophy Order for them to be able to survive to this day," Klein casually consoled the captain. For the rest of the morning, he continued with his mysticism lessons, continued reading historical materials and documents, and continued practicing certain techniques. Seeing that lunchtime was approaching, Klein gradually became distracted. After a few minutes, he packed up his documents and listened to his stomach summons. At that moment, Dunn Smith came to the clerk's office and said in a deep and mellow voice, "Klein, come with me to Cheney's Gate." "Klein, come with me to Cheney's Gate. Sealed artifact 2-049 has been escorted there. The subsequent operations might require your ability to sense the notebook." "All right," Klein replied as he stood up. His thoughts began to run wild. He wondered what the sealed artifact looked like, and if this operation would be dangerous. In such a tense silence, he followed Dunn down the stairs and into the passageway. After passing through the intersection, Dunn suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said solemnly, "Follow me and do this action. Follow me and do this. Keep doing this. Don't stop. Remember, don't stop. This is related to your safety." As he spoke, Dunn bent his arm and stretched it out. He stretched it out and bent it again. He repeated this cycle without stopping. Klein watched the captain's demonstration in a daze. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. And said, "Because of the uniqueness of the sealed artifact?" "Yes." Dunn nodded with abnormal solemnity. "This action will allow us to immediately discover that something is wrong with you, and if we rescue you in time, your life won't be in danger." "Okay." Klein didn't hesitate any further and followed suit by bending and stretching his arm. "If this arm gets tired, switch to the other one," Dunn exhorted again. "Sealed artifact 2-049 is really strange. What's the meaning of such an action? It looks very dangerous." A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he looked at the captain cautiously. All right, he had too many questions, but with Cheney's Gate in sight, he could only suppress them. Chapter 71. Bending and stretching his arms, Klein kept repeating this process. He watched as Dunn turned his body sideways and pushed open the door to the guardroom. The captain's cautiousness, high vigilance, and ridiculous protective actions made his mind abnormally tense. It was exactly the same feeling he had when he walked past graves at night when he was a child. A Grade 2 sealed artifact is dangerous. It has to be used carefully and in moderation. Even official Nighthawks don't know the details. I wonder how dangerous it is. Amidst his anxiety, Klein couldn't help but think about many things. At this moment, his brain suddenly went numb, as if his processor had suddenly lost power. In Klein's vision, everything had slowed down. Even the act of bending his arm was the same. He saw Captain Dunn stop in his tracks and approach him frame by frame, in slow motion. He saw Captain Dunn slowly extend his palm and push him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Klein's thoughts and vision returned to normal at the same time, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. "What happened?" he asked in a low voice, confused and a little frightened. Dunn shook his head at him and said in a deep voice, "Observe carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the guardroom. Klein followed closely behind and saw 4 people either sitting or standing inside. One of them was the midnight poet Leonard. Klein had never seen the other 3 before, but they had something in common. They were all doing arm flexion and stretching exercises without relaxing at all. Klein Moretti. He has a miraculous connection with the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn gave a brief introduction. Then he pointed at the 3 strangers. "These ladies and gentlemen are from the Bakelin Diocese. They are escorting sealed artifact 2-049 here. This is Ma Emlarata, a Sequence 8 gravedigger. She's also a sharpshooter." At this moment, the black-haired lady in her 30s nodded kindly at Klein. She was quite good-looking. She was not wearing a hat, and was wearing clothes that looked like men's clothing. She wore a black coat, a white shirt, black tight trousers, and leather boots of the same color. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. After Klein greeted him, Dunn pointed at the man sitting behind the desk. "Iyer Harson, an old guy like me." Before he finished speaking, Klein saw Mr. Iyer Harson, who was wearing a gray trench coat, bend and stretch his arms, became jerky, as if there was a lack of lubrication between the gears, or the joints were covered in rust. "What's going on?" In his daze, Klein saw Larata nudge Iyer Harson. Following that, the gentleman's actions returned to normal. Did I look like that just now? Klein was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. This was a sign that sealed artifact 2-049 was in danger. What would have happened if he hadn't been woken up in time? Would he become a living dead? With one question after another, Klein greeted Iyer Harson, who had the charisma of a middle-aged man. "Borgia." Dunn pointed at the last Nighthawk. It was a cold-looking man with a knife scar on the side of his face. His brownish-yellow eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he constantly sized up everyone present. "Let's set off. Everyone, let's end this quickly and seal 2-049 as soon as possible," said the handsome middle-aged gentleman, Iyer Harson, who had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. What about 2-049? Klein looked around curiously, but he didn't find any traces of the sealed artifact. Of course, he couldn't see the places that were blocked by the table without activating his spirit vision. "All right." Dunn turned his head and said to Leonard Mitchell, "You're in charge of driving. It's best not to let Cesar participate in such matters." The Cesar he was talking about was a civilian member of the Tingen Nighthawks who was in charge of obtaining and purchasing supplies. At the same time, he was also a coachman. He was the one who drove the carriage when Klein went to Welch's residence to meet Spirit Medium daily. "No problem." Leonard put away his frivolity and nodded solemnly. At that moment, Klein saw Iyer Harson bend down and pick up an iron black box that was hidden by the table. The box was engraved with resplendent stars and a crimson full moon. It was surrounded by an invisible seal. The sealed artifact is inside, right? I wonder what 2-049 looks like. Klein sized up the box curiously. Thump, thump, thump. The iron black box suddenly emitted a violent knocking sound, causing its surface to bulge again and again. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if something terrifying had awoken inside the box. It was violently pounding on the door, and every blow struck the hearts of everyone in the guardroom. Alive? Just as Klein's mind whirred, he saw Captain Dunn's bending and stretching movements turn sluggish. His joints were stiff as if they were filled with glue. The Nighthawk from Bakelin, Borgia, pushed Dunn's shoulder, allowing his movements to return to normal. After being influenced by 2-049, it's like I'm doing a robot dance. If I'm all influenced, wouldn't it be an awkward dance troupe? Thankfully, 2-049 seems to only be able to influence one person at a time. Klein lampooned to ease the tension in his heart. He didn't dare slack off in the bending and stretching of his arms. He learned from Dunn and left his cane behind. He followed the 5 Nighthawks through the tunnel and up the stairs to the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. As Leonard had sped up and informed them in advance, Roshan and the rest temporarily hid on the third floor. To civilian staff like them, such things weren't common, but they weren't foreign to them either. The other Nighthawk, Kinley, had temporarily replaced Dunn to guard Cheney's gate. Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he got on the carriage. He looked out the window in puzzlement. Won't 2-049 affect the ordinary people on the streets? Sealed artifact 2-049 had caused 6 instances of sluggishness from the underground to the vicinity of the horse carriage. He had received 2 of them, awakened by Captain Dunn and Leonard Mitchell respectively. This frequency was rather astonishing. Don't worry about it. 2-049 will prioritize humanoid creatures within a 5-meter radius. The closer you are, the easier it is for you to be chosen. As long as at least 3 of us surround it, the people passing by outside the carriage won't be affected, the black-haired lady, Lorata, explained in a languid tone. Strange sealed artifact. Klein, who was bending his arm, let out a similar sigh. On the way to Ray Bieber's house, Dunn and company didn't speak. They kept a close eye on each other. Only Lorata looked nonchalant. She would occasionally admire the dirty roads of Tingen City and compliment Bakelin's sewage system. Before long, the familiar building appeared before Klein's eyes. The group of 6 monitored each other as they walked to the 3rd floor. Ray Bieber's house had the Tingen police station's logo pasted on the door, indicating that unrelated people were not allowed entry. As Dunn bent his arm and stretched, he took out his key and opened a new lock. Then, he turned his body and allowed Ayerharson, who was carrying the black chest, to enter first. Thump, 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 thump. The sealed artifact in the black chest began smashing again, even more violently than before. This made Ayerharson's arm sway uncontrollably. It made Klein suspect that the chest would be pierced through. Thump, thump, thump. Klein acutely noticed that Captain Dunn's arm movements had become sluggish. Just as he was about to wake him up, his head buzzed and turned numb. The scene in front of him instantly turned into slow motion. Wasn't it said to only affect one person at a time? Klein's thoughts quickly turned sluggish. At that moment, Lorata and Borja, who were already prepared, pushed the 2 of them separately. His ability to think and his vision returned to normal. Klein looked around in fear and nearly blurted out a question. Wasn't it said that 2-049 can only affect one person at a time? Thankfully, I didn't stop stretching my arm. Sealed artifact 2-049 has entered a berserk state. The number of people affected increases to 2 at a time. It can be confirmed that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family, Ayerharson described in a mechanical manner. Lorata chuckled and looked at Klein. As long as it encounters a descendant of the Antigonus family, even if there's only a remnant aura, 2-049 will become extremely agitated. Its powers will also increase significantly. I believe you should be able to understand its feelings. Don't understand? Klein asked out of curiosity. So it's a creature? Lorata smiled but didn't answer him directly. You'll know in a while. As long as Ray Bieber hasn't escaped Tingen City, 2-049 will lead us to him. Klein could only put aside his other questions and follow the Nighthawks around the room. Amidst the violent pounding, they locked the door, walked down the stairs, and returned to the carriage. Ayerharson looked out the window and confirmed that there were no pedestrians within 5 meters of them. Then, he placed the black chest on the floor and twisted the mechanical switch to release the spirituality shackles. The violent pounding came to a sudden stop. The entire carriage was silent, to the point where no one's breathing could be heard. Klein held his breath as he watched the black chest slowly open, producing a creaking sound that made one's ears ache. Clang! The chest toppled over as a thin brown arm reached out. It was about the length of a child's finger. The 2 arms took turns pressing forward as a brown object the size of a normal person's palm appeared in front of Klein and company. It had obvious elbow joints, knuckles, and knee joints. Its body was wrapped in brown, oily cloth, and its face was smeared with red and yellow clown paint. It was a strange-looking puppet. 2-049 raised its head and looked at Klein with its black, pupil-less eyes. Chapter 72. The puppet's face was painted with red and yellow paint, making it look like a clown. The corners of its mouth were raised high, giving off a comical smile. As it opened its mouth, revealing its dark and deep oral cavity, Klein, who was looking at it, had goosebumps all over his body, and an intense fear suddenly emerged in his heart for no reason. Everything in front of him darkened, as if he was observing the world through a thick brown glass. Klein's thoughts slowed down. He instinctively wanted to ask for help, but his neck seemed to be tied tightly by a rope. He couldn't make a sound, and the word could only stay in his mind. At this moment, Dunn noticed that his arm movement suddenly became sluggish and pushed him hard. The brown glass in front of Klein immediately shattered. He spat out the word help in his throat. It echoed in the carriage with a slightly sharp panic. "It's stronger," Klein stated with certainty. Being together with a strange sealed artifact like 2-049 really made one fall into a terrifying crisis if they were careless. No, it was impossible to guard against it. They could only rely on other means to avoid it. "That's normal." Iyer Harson nodded calmly. Lorada chuckled. "It seems to like you? Don't worry, it's one of the less dangerous Grade 2 sealed artifacts." In a naturally lazy voice, the puppet, whose joints were so clear that they seemed to be corresponding to a human, stood up and staggered to its left. Its movements were full of difficulty, like a steam machine that had rusted for a long time and had forgotten to add lubricant. "Robot dance." The few Chinese words flashed through Klein's mind as he had a new guess about the danger 2-049 posed. Will it assimilate the creatures it controls? If I hadn't been awakened in time, I would have become a human-sized puppet, a real-life Barbie doll. While Klein was lost in his thoughts, Iyer Harson was nudged awake by Dunn. He stretched out his arms and pointed in the direction the puppet was moving slowly. He said to Leonard, who was driving the car, "Go there." Leonard was unable to get the carriage to pass through the building, so he could only make a half circle. During this process, 2-049 constantly adjusted the direction of its advance, tenaciously acting as the needle that pointed at the Antigonus family. When he saw this, Klein, who had been exercising his arms, actually wanted to laugh amidst the tension. "I heard that 2-049 was created by the Antigonus family. Then, is it a sign of loyalty or a classic example of cheating?" Then, with Iyer Harson's voice sounding from time to time, Leonard drove the carriage through the streets and headed in a certain direction. And every time the strange puppet, 2-049, was about to reach the edge of the carriage, it would be pulled back by Iyer Harson and start all over again. Every time this happened, its mouth would open even wider, and two people would be controlled at the same time. The nervousness in Klein's heart gradually eased. He actually felt that sealed artifact 2-049 wasn't that scary after all. As long as there were more than 3 people present, and as long as they knew how to keep moving, and as long as they grasped the technique to wake up their companions in time, 2-049 was just a slightly special puppet. The carriage sped forward and soon arrived at the harbor, where the warehouses were gathered. After circling the area a few times and confirming that 2-049 was heading to the innermost grayish-white warehouse, Iyer Harson's expression turned solemn as he carefully grabbed it and stuffed the strange puppet back into the iron black box. Dong, dong, dong. Amidst the incessant hammering, Iyer Harson woke up again and again with the help of Borja and Lorada. With great difficulty, he turned on the mechanical switch and injected his spirituality, activating the star and crimson moon symbols on the metal box. The invisible seal reappeared as Iyer Harson heaved a long sigh of relief. "Get down." Dunsmith's deep and mellow voice sounded. "Leonard, just tie the horse here." Half a dozen gentlemen and ladies in trench coats or suits or shirts left the carriage and walked towards the innermost storehouse, bending and stretching their arms almost in unison as they went. This made the slightly tense atmosphere even more comical and absurd. The Nighthawks' awkward dance troupe. Klein could only lampoon to ease his feelings. However, he had no choice. According to his observations, 2-049's influence was first reflected on the upper body. To discover it in time and prevent it from slipping into a more dangerous situation, the only options were to extend his arms, turn his neck, or shake his body. The latter two would make him look like a hooligan. As for actions like blinking and tapping his eyebrows, they were either too easily ignored or too large of a movement. Similarly, they weren't good choices. The awkward dance troupe is better than the Causeway Bay gangsters. Klein sighed and resigned himself to his fate as he followed Captain Dunn and company. The closer they got to the warehouse's door, the more nervous and worried he felt, because no one knew what changes the notebook would bring to Ray Bieber. If anything went wrong, Klein didn't dare to hope that he could transmigrate again. Furthermore, he realized that he would still get injured and bleed when he was cooking. His wounds healed at a normal rate. He wasn't a monster who wasn't afraid of death or beatings. As they walked, Dunn suddenly pressed down with his free hand, making everyone stop about 10 meters in front of the warehouse's door. Klein, divine if there's any danger inside. It'll be even better if you can figure out the level of danger, Dunn said to Klein. His gray eyes were still deep and serene, without the slightest hint of fear. Klein nodded indiscernibly and stopped his stretching. He reached his right hand into his left sleeve and removed the silver chain with the topaz pendant. As his arm was in motion, he appeared sluggish. Dunn noticed it in time and woke him up. Klein held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz fall naturally. At the same time, he controlled his right hand and only did a small stretch. When the topaz stabilized, he half closed his eyes and outlined a ball of light. He entered a state of cogitation and silently chanted, "There's danger inside the warehouse. There's danger inside the warehouse." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz slowly spinning in a clockwise motion. It spun faster and faster until it felt like it was pulling on Klein's left hand. "There's danger, a lot of danger," Klein said truthfully. Clockwise was an affirmation of the words recited in his mind, while counterclockwise was a denial. To other Beyonders, even mystery priors, using spirit dowsing would only be able to determine if there was any danger, but they wouldn't be able to obtain further information on the level of danger. However, Klein realized that when he used spirit dowsing, the pendant would spin at different speeds, indicating the different levels of the answer. Although it wasn't accurate enough and was very vague, it allowed him to roughly determine the exact situation. As expected of the seer potion, Klein was rather pleased with this. Just as he was about to put away the topaz pendant, the silent Leonard Mitchell suddenly said, "Divine if there's any danger around us. Divine if there's any danger around us. Yes, I'm worried that the secret order won't give up and has been keeping an eye on Ray Bieber's house. Then, they'll follow us here and cause trouble at the critical moment." Dunn nodded in agreement. Klein immediately took a deep breath and once again entered an ethereal and calm state. When the silver chain stabilized again, he chanted in his heart, "There's danger around us. There's danger around us." After repeating it over and over again, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the silver chain. In his dark brown eyes, the topaz pendant first moved counterclockwise with great difficulty before suddenly stopping and spinning clockwise. "There's danger around us," Klein said cautiously as his heart tightened. Furthermore, there were people who tried to interfere with the divination, but they lost to him in this invisible battle. Just as he finished his sentence, an orange fireball the size of a fist suddenly flew over from afar. It smashed towards the center of the group at an extremely fast speed. Dunn Smith, who had already drawn his long-barreled revolver before Klein did the divination, immediately raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Amidst the gunshot, the fireball didn't waver at all. It continued moving forward according to its predetermined trajectory, as though it was forcing the group to scatter and dodge. Originally, Klein wasn't too concerned about tailing the troublemaker, because there were 6 Beyonders here, and there was no lack of Sequence 8 or 7 Beyonders. In a small place like Tingen, they were a force to be reckoned with. But when a fireball smashed towards him, he suddenly realized a fact. The truth was that to them, the most dangerous enemy was not the stalker, nor was it the troublemaker. It was not even Ray Bieber, who was in an unknown situation in the warehouse, but sealed artifact 2-049. Once they were separated and engaged in battle, they wouldn't be able to wake each other up in time. They would become real puppets one by one. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein was pulled by Leonard, and he rolled out with him to avoid the fireball. He didn't have time to feel sorry for his clothes. He saw the Nighthawks split into two groups to dodge in an orderly fashion. Poof! The orange fireball smashed onto the ground, but it didn't stir up any dust, as though nothing had happened. An illusion? Just as this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, he saw Iyer Harson lift up the black chest and throw it to the side at least 10 meters away. Stay away from it. Guard it. Iyer shouted. Before he finished shouting, Leonard and Borja moved closer and guarded the chest from a distance of at least 7 meters, preventing anyone from approaching. As for Dunn and Larada, they each held their guns and stood together with Iyer Harson, who had drawn his silver sword. They formed a semicircle and charged towards the spot where the fireball had shot out. They also took care of the area to the side. Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who didn't bring his cane because he had to do stretching exercises, heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had overlooked an important problem. 2-049's influence had a limited range. As long as they kept a sufficient distance from it, there was no need to worry about danger. Chapter 73. Under the bright afternoon sun, Klein, whose clothes were stained with dust, quickly adjusted the firing position of his revolver and turned on the corresponding device, allowing himself to enter a state where he could shoot at the enemy at any time. The brass body of the gun reflected a flowing brilliance. He held the gun with one hand and held it horizontally in front of him, alert to any possible changes in his surroundings. At the same time, he was a little worried about Captain Dunn and Mr. Iyer Harson, who was wearing a gray trench coat. They were both nightmares, and they were better at influencing their enemies in the dark. He wasn't sure if a head-on confrontation would work. Just as Klein was thinking, Iyer Harson slowed down his charging pace, his expression turning calm and sorrowful. He opened his mouth and began to recite a calming poem that made one feel as though they were in the middle of the night. When the sun sets in the west, dewdrops adorn the lapels of the evening. She is as pale as the moon without makeup, or like the stars that accompany the moon, the evening primrose, moistened by the night, blooming an elegant and delicate flower, shunning the sunlight like a hermit. Note 1. As the recitation echoed, Klein almost lost his tense feeling and completely relaxed. Fortunately, he had similar experiences, and he wasn't facing Iyer Harson. Therefore, he quickly calmed himself down and used a half-custom state to resist the influence of the poem. Phew! He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts about Dunn and Iyer's direct combat strength. As he had advanced not long ago, he didn't have a deep understanding of sequence potions. He had forgotten that Sequence 7 Nightmare was advanced from Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. It could completely retain its previous abilities, and there was even a slight improvement. As for Klein's impression of the Midnight Poet, it all came from Leonard Mitchell. He knew that this job had also inherited the uniqueness of Sleepless. It was good at fighting, shooting, climbing, and sensing. It was also good at using different styles of poetry to affect the surrounding creatures. Simply put, it was a violent poet. Amidst Iyer Harson's chanting, a ripple suddenly appeared beside the stacked wooden boxes. A man wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat emerged from the ripple. However, the man's face was painted with red, yellow, and white paint, making him look like a clown. It was a ridiculous contrast with his formal dress for a dinner party. Thud, thud, thud. The black-haired Larada, who was introduced as a sharpshooter, sprinted forward. With a gun in one hand and a fist in the other, she closed in on the suited clown in a few steps. The tuxedo clown seemed to be affected by Iyer Harson's poem. His body shook slightly, but his eyes were calm and peaceful, without any desire to resist. "Ha!" The black-haired lady, Larada, took a diagonal step with a boxing stance, raised her arm, and threw a punch at the suited clown's face. Bang! The air exploded, and the tuxedo clown suddenly shattered like a mirror. Piece by piece, They quickly evaporated and disappeared. At this moment, the figure of the clown in the swallow-tailed suit quickly appeared in a dark corner of the pile of wooden boxes a few steps away. The guy who was affected just now was just an illusion. It was just a performance. The tuxedo clown's mouth widened into a comical smile, as usual. He pressed down on his half-top hat with one hand and raised the other before snapping his fingers. Bang! His snapping produced the sound of a gun being fired. Lorata leaped to the left and rolled to the side in a bid to dodge. However, nothing happened apart from the virtual gunshot. Bang! 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 Dunn and Iyer raised their guns and fired steadily. The tuxedo clown moved left and right, retreating and rolling. His movements were agile, as though he was performing acrobatics. Suddenly, the black-haired lady, Lorata, charged over from an unknown location. Despite being called a sharpshooter, she continued twisting her waist and swinging her arms as she punched at her enemy. Bang! The tuxedo clown failed to dodge in time. He raised his left arm to block the fist. Seeing him stop, Dunn and Iyer did not hesitate to aim and pull the trigger. At that moment, the arm that the tuxedo clown used to block Lorata's fist suddenly ignited with an orange flame. However, the flame engulfed the tuxedo clown as it spread towards Lorata. Bang! Bang! Dunn and Iyer fired their revolvers separately and hit the flame. The flame burned rapidly, and soon, only black dust was left. However, the tuxedo clown's figure appeared not far away, hiding behind a few stacked wooden crates. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers again. Bang! Amidst the virtual gunshot, Lorata suddenly came to a halt. She did not lunge forward. Mud splattered in front of her as bullet holes appeared. The tuxedo clown's attack was no longer an illusion. True and false, true and false. It was truly difficult to distinguish. Bang! 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 The tuxedo clown snapped his fingers repeatedly as he dodged and reappeared to shoot at Dunn and Iyer. Upon seeing this scene, Lorata narrowed her eyes. She raised the dark golden, long-barreled revolver in her left hand. Bang! The tuxedo clown suddenly crouched down and dodged the fatal blow. His half-top hat flew backwards and fell into the dust. There were obvious burn marks and bullet holes on it. After a few rolls, he climbed up the stacked wooden crates agilely like a curly-haired baboon. He snapped his fingers from above and shot out an air bullet. Iyer Harson took a few steps back and lowered his revolver. He began chanting once again. Her beauty is only open to the night, but the night turns a blind eye to beauty. Its love for her is completely blind. Note 1. The tuxedo clown constantly jumped between the wooden crates. Suddenly, he raised his hand to pick his ear and looked at Iyer with a comical smile. Could he have plugged his ear beforehand? The sequence potion that the secret order possesses is rather strange. Klein watched from afar as he made a guess. Just as this thought flashed past his mind, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the top of the warehouse to the side. The figure was running towards the innermost room where Ray Bieber was hiding. The figure was wearing a grayish-white dock worker's uniform. His face seemed to be smeared with red, yellow, and white paint. The tuxedo clown was in charge of luring the captain and the others away, while someone else took the notebook. Klein's mind wandered as he subconsciously raised his right hand and fired at the figure on the roof. Just as he took aim and measured the distance, the figure suddenly crouched down and flipped. Bang! Klein didn't hold back as he pulled the trigger. The figure suddenly froze as blood bloomed from its body. The figure looked over in shock. Enduring the pain, he continued charging towards the innermost warehouse. Random marksmanship. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he pulled the trigger again. This time, the bullet hit the wooden roof beside the figure. Bang! 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 Leonard and Borja fired separately, but they failed to hit the figure. Klein wanted to complain that their marksmanship was inferior to his, but his finger that was pulling the trigger suddenly stopped. That's right. Why did I stop him? Didn't I divine that it was extremely dangerous inside the warehouse? Wouldn't it be good to let this fellow scout and step on a landmine? Leonard and Mr. Borja likely had the same goal. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein raised the barrel and aimed at the bird. Bang! 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 Amidst a few gunshots, the figure arrived at the innermost warehouse's roof without any obstruction. He suddenly lunged down, and with a strike of his elbow, he fell in along with the shattered roof. Accompanied by this sound, the black-haired lady, Larada's eyes suddenly turned black. Her left hand made a strange, pulling motion. The tuxedo clown's tumbling and leaping motion immediately came to a halt. His ankle seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand. As for Dunn, he didn't immediately shoot. Instead, he lowered his revolver. He opened his mouth, and without his Adam's apple moving, he used his spirituality to resonate with the surrounding air. An ethereal, and strange voice sounded. Her flower blooms all night till dawn. But when the day opens its eyes, her gaze leaves her with nowhere to hide. She wilts in her dizziness. Note 1. The tuxedo clown's struggling immediately turned powerless, as though he had lost his desire to live. Ire Harson raised his revolver and aimed at the enemy, his finger about to pull the trigger. In that split second, an abnormally shrill scream came from the innermost warehouse. The scream contained extreme horror, as though he had encountered something unimaginably terrifying. Just as Klein felt his hair stand on end, the scream came to a halt. The innermost warehouse returned to silence, a silence that left one's scalp tingling. Bang! Ire was affected to a certain extent, and the bullet only hit the tuxedo clown's stomach. Ho ho! Ho! The silence in the innermost warehouse was broken once again. A series of what should have been light panting suddenly sounded. It went from soft to loud, tugging at everyone's nerves. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Inside the iron-black chest, 2-049 suddenly went berserk, going crazy to the extreme. Chapter 74. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Thump, thump, thump. The loud panting and the violent pounding alternated before stacking on top of each other. It made Klein and company tense up to the extreme, as though they had heard an evil whisper. While Ire, Dunn, and Larada were distracted, the suited clown took out a long piece of paper from his pocket. Pa! He hurriedly swung his right hand, shaking the paper into a long whip burning with pitch-black flames. He then lashed the whip to the side of his ankle. A fleeting but sharp scream echoed as the suited clown escaped the invisible shackles and somersaulted backwards. Bang! 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 Dunn, Ire, and Larada's bullets missed simultaneously, drilling into the wooden crate. The suited clown did not stay any longer. He pressed his right hand to his wound and ran away from the warehouse. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, all that was left was his back. And before he disappeared, his right hand that was pressing down on his abdomen suddenly moved to his left arm. The wound on his abdomen vanished, returning to its original state. The spot where his left arm had been struck was a bloody mess, with a silver bullet faintly visible. Dunn and company did not give chase because the panting in the innermost warehouse was so loud that it made their eyebrows twitch and made them feel uneasy. Bang! The innermost warehouse's door suddenly cracked and splattered in every direction. Following that, an item wrapped in a tattered cloth flew out and landed not far from Klein. Klein focused his gaze and realized that it was an arm. The blood-colored flesh had been bitten to pieces, and the white bones were broken in an irregular manner as they protruded outwards. Pa! 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 One item after another flew out. First, there was blood spilling out, followed by a dilated eyeball, followed by an earlobe that seemed to have been torn off. Finally, there was a beating heart and an intestine filled with yellowish-brown matter. If not for the fact that he had seen an even more disgusting giant view at Ray Bieber's place, Klein would probably have vomited again. His emotions were on the verge of snapping. It took him great effort to suppress the urge to fire into the pitch-black door. Then, he removed the empty cartridges from before and reloaded them with new demon-hunting bullets. Bang! Dunn returned and calmly fired into the warehouse. However, it was as if his bullet had entered the sea. There was no echo. Whoosh! 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 The loud panting became more and more rapid, and the grayish-white color filled the open door. With two bangs, Harson and Borgia's bullets pierced through the grayish-white, but they still couldn't stop the color from surging outwards. They also didn't leave any wounds or spill any liquid. Klein held his breath and didn't shoot blindly. He saw the grayish-white gradually reveal a complete outline. This was a humanoid creature that was over 2 meters tall. The joints of its limbs were twisted in an unnatural way, as if they had been forcibly broken by someone. White broken bones protruded from its skin one after another. Its entire grayish-white surface was filled with ravines, like a human brain that had been stripped of its shell. The monster's entire body was flowing with grayish-white, rotting, viscous liquid. Its head was relatively normal, with deep magic lines and pale skin. As its mouth opened and closed, Klein could see a porcelain false tooth that was about to fall off, a few strands of blood-colored saliva, and shredded flesh and bones. Ray Bieber, is this still F*** King Human? Klein drew a silent breath as he felt his heart palpitate. Bang! Leonard's demon-hunting bullet hit Ray Bieber's forehead and penetrated it, leaving behind a deep hole. Grayish-white liquid flowed out and fell to the ground. It sizzled and turned into fat, milky white maggots. However, the monster wasn't affected at all. It pounced at Borgia, who was closest to it, at a moderate speed. Its true target seemed to be the black chest, sealed artifact 2-049. Losing control of beyond her powers, Dunn shouted in a deep voice. Lorada, it looks like a dead spirit. Quickly find its weakness. Oi! Lorada didn't speak further as she raised her hand to cover her eyes. Her pupils turned grayish-white before turning colorless. It was as though she had entered the kingdom of the dead and the spiritual world. She looked down at the enemy from a higher level and searched for the most important node. Seeing that normal gunshots were ineffective, Klein didn't waste his bullets. He raised his hand and tapped his glabella, activating his spirit vision. He planned on assisting Gravedigger Ma, Lorada. In his vision, Monster Bieber's spiritual light was only left with one color. It was a pure grayish-white, a grayish-white that was filled with madness. Apart from that, Klein couldn't see anything else. At that moment, Harson and Leonard Mitchell began chanting at the same time. Ah, the danger of fear, the hope of crimson. At least one thing is true, this life flies. One thing is true, the rest are lies. After the flower blooms once, it will leave the world forever. A power that could put people to sleep emanated as the twisted grayish-white monster rapidly slowed down, as though it couldn't resist the charm of the poem. At that moment, it opened its mouth and let out a scream inaudible to the average person. Ah, bang! Klein felt a pain in his head as he automatically exited his spirit vision state. He felt a warm, liquid flow out of his nose. He subconsciously reached out to wipe it and realized that the back of his palm was covered in blood. Ire and Leonard fell to the ground at the same time. The corners of their mouths, noses, and eyes were covered in blood. Borgia, Dunn, and Lorada each took 1 to 2 steps back as their faces turned pale. The monster had only let out a scream, but the 6 Beyonders seemed unable to withstand it and became extremely weak. Thud! It approached Borgia and suddenly swung its twisted joints. Bang! 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 Borgia and Dunn each fired twice, but they failed to deal any damage to Monster Bieber. Bang! Borgia was sent flying as his extended revolver fell to the ground. He tried a few times to stand up, but he was unable to do so in a short period of time. Sticky liquid flowed out of the corner of Monster Bieber's mouth as it pounced at the iron-black chest. Bang! At the critical moment, Harson's shot struck the chest, sending it flying quite a distance away. Monster Bieber failed to grab it as it charged forward for more than 10 meters. Cracks appeared on the iron-black chest, and as the sounds of the crashing continued, the cracks became more obvious. Found it! The black-haired lady, Lorada, finally spoke. I need you to restrain it for at least 3 seconds. All right. Dunn did not waste his breath as he pressed his glabella and closed his eyes. He seemed to have fallen asleep just like that. Invisible ripples spread out one after another. In an instant, Monster Bieber came to a halt as the madness in its eyes rapidly dissipated. Its thin layer of transparent eyelids also began to droop uncontrollably. Dunn's body began to tremble as something beneath his clothes began to bulge and squirm on the spot. It was as though there were slippery, scaleless, venomous snakes hidden within. Larada ran out frantically, and with a roll, she arrived beneath Monster Bieber. She pressed one hand to the ground and clenched her fist upwards, sending it into Monster Bieber's crotch like a cannonball. Pwah! She ignored the corrosive pain as she pressed her hand against the ground once again. Her entire body rose up as her fist drilled deeper. Rip! Larada pulled back her arm and dragged out a yellowish-brown and blood-stained intestine. Inside the intestines, there was an ancient notebook. Monster Bieber let out a blood-curdling scream as its body suddenly lit up as though it was melting. Get down! Just as Iyer Harson's hurried voice faded, Klein saw Monster Bieber swell up. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the distant Klein was sent flying by the shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up in disgust and dizziness. He saw Monster Bieber turn into pieces of disgusting, rotting flesh. He saw Dunn and Larada landing more than 10 meters away, seemingly unconscious. Iyer Harson, Borja, and Leonard Mitchell had also fallen to the ground. They were either groaning in pain or struggling in vain to stand up. Just as Klein was about to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that there was something familiar about 2 to 3 meters away from him. The iron-black chest had stopped tumbling as its cracked side faced the sky. A thin, tan-colored arm stretched out. Sealed artifact, 2-049, F*CK. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately leaped a few meters away, distancing himself from sealed artifact 2-049's effective range. The explosion just now had thrown the black iron box near him. Chapter 75. Oh no, I've been controlled by a puppet. Captain and the rest are either unconscious or have yet to recover. They can't even get up. There's no time to wake me up, no. I have to save myself. Everything that Klein saw in front of him turned into a slow-motion scene from his previous life. His joints and his thinking brain seemed to have more and more glue injected into them. He had no interest in becoming a puppet. He seized the opportunity to find a way to save himself before he was completely controlled. I definitely can't hit myself. I need an external force. I'll give it a try. There's no time to delay or think. Klein used 2 to 3 seconds to grab an inspiration. He drove his rusty knee joint and took a counterclockwise step. At the same time, he didn't attempt to break free from the invisible rope that was tied around his throat. He only chanted in his heart. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the mysterious world above the gray fog to awaken himself and escape the assimilation of sealed artifact 2-049. Creak, creak, creak. Klein's knees and ankles emitted an ear-piercing sound at the same time. With a slow and twisted posture, he took another counterclockwise step. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy of heaven and earth. His thoughts became more and more sluggish. Klein was like a computer that contained all the family buckets and security guards. He clicked as he lifted his left foot and walked towards his predetermined position. Blessings arise from celestial supremacy. The thoughts in Klein's mind became more and more rigid and sluggish. He only took the final step based on his instincts. At this stage, he knew that he was almost completely controlled. Even if Iyer Harson got up in time and ran over to save him, he probably wouldn't be able to complete the awakening. But his strong desire to survive made him recite the final incantation. Blessings arise from celestial supremacy. Just as he finished reciting the incantation, the extremely chaotic and crazy shouts and murmurs suddenly sounded. They scattered Klein's frozen thoughts, causing them to shatter and turn into uncontrollable thoughts. Klein's mind became a pot of boiling porridge. In a daze, he felt his body lighten and his spirituality float away. The boundless grayish-white fog and the crimson stars of different distances appeared in front of him again. They were vast, mysterious, blurry, and hazy. Klein's chaotic thoughts quickly settled down, and he finally regained his ability to think. He saw the majestic temple. Phew! Fortunately, it worked, he muttered in fear. According to his previous observations, he knew that once he fell into the control of sealed artifact 2-049, it was basically equivalent to death. Typically speaking, there was no way to save him without medicine. Fortunately, his luck enhancement ritual and the mysterious world above the gray fog were not within the realm of normal. After pacing back and forth, Klein began to think about his current situation. I can't stay here forever, can I? When Captain and the others wake up or come over, I won't be able to explain this. Right now, I should only be left with my physical body. I'm even more like a living dead than a living dead. But if I were to take the risk and return, there's no way to ensure my safety. What if 2-049 controls me again? Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly smacked himself in the forehead and laughed softly. It looks like I haven't really gotten used to my identity as a seer. Before he finished his sentence, his figure had already appeared at the head of the long bronze table. He was sitting on the high-backed chair with the strange symbol on it. Klein stretched out his hand and picked up a fountain pen that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. He wrote a sentence on the illusory white paper. It's safe to return to the real world. Following that, Klein took out the spirit pendulum's projection from his pocket. After a few gatherings, he realized that any item he had on him could be projected above the gray fog, but it would be a lot more illusory. Holding the silver chain in his left hand, Klein allowed the topaz pendant to touch the paper and the incident. The pendulum's swaying came to a stop. He half closed his eyes and calmly recited the words on the white paper. It's safe to return to the real world. It's safe to return to the real world. Over and over again, Klein used the complete spirit pendulum method to perform a divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw the pure topaz pendant slowly swaying, causing the silver chain to spin clockwise. Clockwise is a yes, and counterclockwise is a no. It's safe to return to the real world. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and habitually put away the silver chain. Then he spread out his spirituality and enveloped his body, simulating a rapid descent. The hazy gray fog and crimson stars quickly turned illusory as they charged upwards. Klein quickly saw himself in a daze. He saw the brown puppet's body hanging outside the metal box, and he realized that the sealed artifact seemed to have stopped all movements. His body's senses surged into his mind. Just as he was about to move his arm to confirm his body's condition, he suddenly heard a voice hidden in the wind. Do you want to be awakened? As long as you promise me one thing, you can be saved. This is to help me pick up the Antigonus family's notebook. Not if you agree. I know you can still do it. Who? 2-049 doesn't seem to be trying to control me. That's right. It won't continuously affect the same person. There will be intervals. Klein jumped in fright, but he didn't show it on his face. At this moment, the voice quickly added a few more sentences. If you can complete this task, you will receive additional rewards. I know you are a seer, and I also know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't have a sequence 8 after that. We, the Secret Order, can give it to you. To be honest, I was a seer in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to return. To let you see my sincerity, I'll tell you now that the corresponding sequence 8 for seer is clown. Clown? Secret Order. Klein nearly failed to maintain his puppet-like state. He never expected that the seer and the clown would be connected. Are they going to form a circus duo? All right, make your decision. Believe me, you don't have much time to waste. The voice came with the wind once again. In the distance, Dunn and Lorado were still unconscious. Borja seemed to be severely injured as he moaned motionlessly. Iyer Harson and Leonard Mitchell were in relatively better condition as they attempted to sit up. Why me? Secret Order. It's that suited clown, right? After he escaped, he secretly returned in an attempt to take advantage of the situation. But why me for help? He can deal with everyone here now. Upon hearing the voice's words, Questions flashed in Klein's mind. Since the other party said that he was a seer, Klein began to analyze the situation with the thinking style of a seer. He must have divined that Monster Bieber would be destroyed and that we would suffer heavy losses if he dared to return. He didn't take the notebook himself and didn't deal with us directly because he likely divined that this matter was extremely risky. Therefore, he suspected that Captain and Mom Larada were pretending to be unconscious and that this was a trap set up for him. He didn't continue divining to confirm my present state. Firstly, there's a possibility that there's not enough time. If he waited any longer, Mr. Iyer Harson and company would have recovered a certain amount of their combat strength. Secondly, he's belittling me and believes that it's unnecessary. He knows a seer very well and definitely believes that I won't be able to escape the puppet's control. He's using me as cannon fodder to probe the trap. From another angle, this means that the luck enhancement ritual doesn't show any abnormalities on the surface. Klein, whose mind wasn't sluggish, felt his thoughts flow smoothly. He had a general grasp of the suited clown's thoughts and goals. As for the other party's promise, he didn't believe it at all. Cannon fodder had no human rights. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein controlled his neck and nodded with great difficulty. At the same time he did this action, he confirmed that he had escaped the control of sealed artifact 2-049. As soon as he nodded, a transparent curtain moved 2 to 3 meters away from his side, outlining the silhouette of a man in a tuxedo with clown paint on his face. It was the secret order member who had escaped earlier. At that moment, as Klein had turned in the opposite direction in an attempt to escape the range of 2-049's influence, his back was facing the black chest and the puppet. The suited clown was in front of him. Firstly, it was to distance himself from the sealed artifact, and secondly, it was to avoid the muzzle of his gun. He appeared rather cautious. The suited clown took out a long piece of paper from his pocket and shook it violently. He shook it until it was as straight as a wooden stick. He held the wooden stick, and from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, he jabbed it at Klein's shoulder in an attempt to wake him up. This guy seems to know 2-049 very well. He knows that wherever the aura of the Antigonus family's descendant lingers, the puppet will go berserk and control 2 people at the same time. He also knows that smashing it with rocks doesn't seem to have any effect. At least, I haven't seen Captain and the others make similar attempts. Although Klein didn't understand why 2-049 didn't attempt to assimilate him, he didn't dare to stay within a 5-meter radius for too long. Hence, he held his breath and waited for an opportunity. Just as the paper stick was about to touch his shoulder, Klein suddenly raised his left hand, grabbed the top of the stick, and pulled it back. The suited clown was caught off guard. His body was pulled, and he staggered forward. The distance between him and Klein shortened once again to less than 2 meters. At the same time, Klein pressed down on the revolver's trigger with his right hand, which he had long prepared. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 shots consecutively, but he didn't aim at the suited clown. Instead, he aimed behind him at the side that was far away from sealed artifact 2-049. Before the gunshot rang out, the suited clown had taken the initiative to roll from his stagger, instinctively dodging in advance. Klein released his grip on the paper stick. He took a few steps forward and dashed out of the danger zone. The suited clown had just rolled twice and was about to turn around and pounce when his head suddenly buzzed. His thoughts quickly turned sluggish. Not good. He's deliberately forcing me to dodge in the direction of the Antigonus puppet. I'm within 5 meters. How can he not be controlled by Antigonus? Puppet. The suited clown's rolling came to a halt. His joints seemed to be rusty as he tried to crawl out. At that moment, Klein had already turned around. He held his revolver with both hands and aimed at the slow-moving target. In his eyes, this was equivalent to shooting at a fixed target. As he had previously witnessed the battle between the suited clown and Dunn, Iyer, and Larada, Klein knew that the suited clown was agile and good at rolling. Therefore, even though the distance between them was only 1 or 2 meters, he cautiously gave up on shooting directly. Instead, he forced the suited clown to dodge to the home ground that he had anticipated, the vicinity of sealed artifact 2-049. And if the puppet was ineffective, the suited clown would also confirm that he had fallen into a trap. His counterattack would only be to escape, and he wouldn't pose any real threat. Bang! Chapter 76. Bang! The silver bullet traversed the distance of a few meters and accurately penetrated the suited clown's neck. Large amounts of blood flowed out, staining his skin and his bow tie red. The suited clown couldn't scream. His throat made a gurgling sound. He wanted to raise his hand and remove the fatal wound, but his shoulder and elbow joints seemed to be filled with glue. His movements were jerky and slow. Bang! Klein, who was in a half-cogitation state, wasn't frightened by the blood. He pulled the trigger once again, as calm as if he was doing his daily practice. A hideous hole suddenly appeared in the suited clown's forehead. Blood gushed out and dimmed the light in his eyes. The power of the exquisite revolver was much stronger than Klein had expected. With his knees bent and his arms hanging down, the suited clown slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were frozen in a daze. His body twitched a few times before slowly relaxing. There was no other movement. With the shot dead, Klein coolly turned around and shook the revolver, letting the empty shells fall to the ground one by one. Then, he walked towards Iyer Harson in a black formal suit and a half-top hat. He took out the last silver demon hunting bullet from his pocket and stuffed it into the magazine. The reason why he didn't turn back to look at the suited clown's tragic state was because he was not comfortable killing for the first time. However, he had no choice but to kill him. He didn't know what would happen if the clown was completely controlled by the puppet. Besides, he didn't want to take the risk of entering sealed artifact 2-049's range of influence again. After all, no one knew if there would be any strange changes this time, causing the luck enhancement ritual to fail. As for the items on the suited clown's body, Klein was only concerned if there was the so-called clown potion formula or the corresponding clues. However, this wasn't something that needed to be done in a hurry. He could do it with Dunn, Iyer, and the others later. Obtaining it was equivalent to obtaining it for the Nighthawks. It was impossible for them to be unwilling to part with the Sequence 8 potion formula. At most, they would spend more time accumulating credit. After all, they had only become a seer not long ago, and there was still a long way to go before they digested. As his thoughts churned, Klein quickly walked to Iyer Harson's side. This gentleman in a gray trench coat struggled to sit up several times, but failed every time. He fell down and was covered in mud and dust. "Mr. Harson, what do you need me to do?" He crouched down and asked. The revolver in his hand was pointed at the ground at an angle to prevent accidental firing. I took a deep breath and sighed. That monster is too strong. If it wasn't for its weakness. At this point, he pointed to a sky blue metal bottle beside him and laughed at himself. I wanted to take the potion, but my hand trembled. The sky blue metal bottle was about as thick as Klein's thumb and no more than 5 centimeters tall. The lid with the hidden spiral pattern had fallen to one side and was completely soaked in liquid. Klein reached out to pick up the small bottle, narrowed his eyes, and looked at it. "Mr. Harson, there are only a few drops left on the wall of the bottle. Go look for it on Borja's body. Inside the pocket." El panted as he spoke. "Okay." Klein stood up and asked casually, "Is this a healing potion? An item from mystical side?" "No, it only has a certain healing effect. It mainly stimulates our spirit and squeezes out our body's potential. It allows us to maintain a good condition for a short period of time. It allows us to hold on until we receive treatment." El attempted to sit up, but failed again. "Its name is Goddess's Gaze. Remember to let Borja drink half of the potion." Klein didn't delay any further. He turned around and quickly walked to the groaning Borja's side. He found the standard sky blue metal bottle from the semi-conscious Nighthawk's chest. After unscrewing the lid, he carefully placed the mouth of the bottle to Borja's mouth. Borja sensed it and tried his best to open his lips. The bottle tilted as the dark red liquid flowed into Borja's mouth. After estimating the amount, Klein retracted his hand in time and screwed the cap back on. The effects of the potion seemed pretty good. A few seconds after Borja swallowed it, his eyes regained their luster. He said in a low voice, "Thank you." With that said, he propped himself up with his hand and slowly sat up. He first treated his injuries before walking towards the unconscious Lorata and Dunn. He found Goddess's gaze from the latter's inner pocket. Klein returned to Ale's side and fed him the remaining half of the potion. Ale panted a few times as his movements suddenly became agile. He stood up as though he had never been injured. "I'll help Borgia. You take care of your companion." The charming middle-aged man pointed at Leonard Mitchell. Klein didn't have any objections. He turned around and jogged to Poet Leonard's side. "There's no need. I could drink it myself." Leonard, whose hair was disheveled, smiled as he raised the sky-blue metal bottle in his hand. Seeing him stand up agilely with a push of his hand, Klein, who was about to criticize him, was suddenly taken aback. "Leonard's injuries are lighter than I expected. He has the ability to consume the potion right from the beginning. That is to say, he might have seen me take 4 steps counterclockwise during the luck enhancement ritual. No, this matter is still fine. My chanting was all in my heart, and the luck enhancement ritual didn't show any outward abnormalities. If not, the suited clown wouldn't have fallen for it. But even so, Leonard, who had long recovered but chose to watch from the sidelines, must have seen quite a number of things. For example, I wasn't affected by 2-049 and had schemed against the suited clown. Just as Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, Leonard, who was walking towards him, stopped beside him and chuckled while looking straight ahead. He looked straight ahead and said with a chuckle, "I wanted to save you, but I realized that you didn't need it. Don't mind me. There are many special people in this world. They can always do things that others can't, such as you, such as me." The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he walked past Klein and walked towards the awakened Dunn and Lorata. "Narcissist," Klein lampooned inwardly as he felt a lot more relaxed. From the looks of it, Leonard Mitchell is also hiding quite a number of secrets, he thought as he met up with the rest. He watched as Captain Dunn put on his gloves and picked up the Antigonus family's notebook that was stained with yellowish-brown and blood. The notebook's cover was made of dark black paper. It emitted an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or rotting. It was nearly identical to what Klein had seen in his dream. It made him begin to suspect that he would see the fool wearing a gorgeous headdress after opening it. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. This was because Dunn had carefully flipped open the notebook to make a final confirmation. Klein could not see the words clearly due to his poor angle, but he was certain that there was no the fool wearing gorgeous clothes or a gorgeous headdress. Ahem, no problem. Dunn closed the notebook and held it tightly. Then he looked at Iyer and company and said, "Store it in sealed artifact 2-049 behind Tingen City's Chinese gate for the next few days. Once you recover, or Bakelin send someone over." Upon hearing that, Klein was a little disappointed, but he also felt lucky. He really wanted to read the Antigonus family's notebook again to figure out the cause of the deaths of the original owner, Welch, and Naya. However, he felt that this ancient item was filled with misfortune and always brought disaster. Therefore, he did not dare touch it. Handing it over to the church's headquarters and sealing it tightly is the best choice. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "All right." Iyer Harson, Borgia, and Lorata nodded and turned around at the same time. They came to the side of sealed artifact 2-049. They woke each other up and stuffed the puppet, which had regained its ability to move at some point in time, back into the cracked black metal box and monitored it closely. "Everything is normal." Iyer's tone sounded a little more relaxed. Inside the black metal box that only emitted a faint glow, the puppet that was wrapped in grease-stained cloth creaked as it flipped its body, aiming its clown-painted face at the light. On this strange face, under the pure black, pupil-less eyes, there were 2 tiny dark red cracks that were difficult to see. At the same time, Dunn, Leonard, and Klein, who had mustered his courage, searched the suited clown's corpse. They found paper flowers, handkerchiefs, poker cards, and glass shards, as well as all sorts of strange items. However, other than that, the clown did not bring anything of value or that could provide any clues. Well, apart from a wallet that's worth more than a dozen soli. Klein sighed silently. At the thought of money, He immediately lowered his head and examined himself. His face nearly collapsed. His formal suit, which cost several pounds, had 5 to 6 spots that needed to be mended due to the tumbling. It was also covered in dirt and dust. Dunn glanced at him and curled the corners of his mouth. The losses incurred during the mission can be reimbursed. Reimbursed. When he heard the word invented by Roselle the Great, Klein's mood instantly brightened. Yes, this suit can still be worn after some cleaning and mending. It's also decent enough when the expenses are reimbursed. I can buy another set and form a rotation. Yes, I'm not the kind of person who uses the reimbursement for other purposes. However, I'll have to consider combat attire in the future, such as Captain's black trench coat. If the material is a little inferior, it'll be much cheaper than a tuxedo. Man, Leonard doesn't like wearing formal attire for a long time. Could it be because of this consideration? Let Fry deal with the corpse. Let's see if we can recognize his original appearance and find any relevant clues. Dunn used his glove to touch the paint on the suited clown's face. Then, they searched the innermost warehouse and saw several lumps of flesh and blood that looked like they had been flattened by boulders. They also saw broken bones strewn everywhere. Ray Bieber should be using an ancient ritual to absorb the power contained in the notebook, just like how we consume higher-grade sequence potions. It's filled with danger and requires an undisturbed environment. He also needs to sleep for a certain period of time. This should be the reason why he hasn't left Tingen yet. Dunn examined the area and guessed the possibilities. Upon hearing such a description, the black-haired lady, Larada, laughed with a pale face. What a pity that we woke him up early. That anger when he woke up sure left a deep impression on me. This is a form of losing control. Dunn looked at Klein, half explaining and half teaching. Then why didn't he just leave Tingen and try absorbing it elsewhere? Klein asked, puzzled. Iyer Harson laughed and pointed at his head. Fellows who are affected by ancient powers or evil powers are usually not of much use here. At this moment, Dunn took a deep breath and said with a pained tone, That's right. Chapter 77. All right. Leonard replied with a relaxed expression when he heard Dunn's suggestion. Next, he, Klein, and the others walked out of the warehouse and approached the spot where Monster Bieber had self-destructed. With that as the center, they searched the area. Captain, what exactly are we looking for? Klein looked at the scattered rotten flesh and resisted the urge to vomit. He looked at Dunsmith, puzzled. Dunn didn't look up. He continued scanning the ground with his deep gray eyes. Waking up prematurely, losing control, and turning into a monster means that Ray Bieber didn't completely absorb the Beyonder powers provided by the notebook. At the same time, it also means that a certain part of his body was filled with Beyonders and became a higher quality material. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, don't overlook it. It might be a rather important item. I see. Klein nodded in understanding. In the blink of an eye, he thought of something else. If Monster Bieber's Beyonder powers were in some indescribable place, wouldn't that be awkward? Wouldn't it be disgusting to use it to concoct potions in the future? Just as Klein's thoughts wandered, Borja, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, suddenly spoke. Found it. Cough. Dunn, Iyer, and the others immediately turned around and gathered around. Driven by curiosity, Klein also walked quickly towards Borja. Soon, he saw the item in front of Borja. It was a grayish-white object the size of a fist. Its surface was covered in grooves, and it was soft and viscous, as though it was a brain that had been extracted from a living creature. Although Klein couldn't tell how extraordinary the grayish-white object was, he was certain that Borja had found the right item based on the fact that it had survived the violent explosion unscathed. Dunn sized it up carefully and squatted down. As he stretched out his right arm, he used his black-gloved left hand to carefully pick up the grayish-white object. The moment he touched it, the grayish-white object immediately spread out and turned into a viscous liquid. At that moment, Iyer Harson took out a tin-colored box from his pocket. He took out the cigarettes from inside and put them in his pocket. Then he passed the square metal box to Dunn and said with a smile, I know, you only love pipes. Dunn scoffed and took the square iron box. He poured the gray, sticky liquid into it and stored it temporarily. After putting away the item, he and Larada did a rough search of the scene. After confirming that they had not missed anything, they left the place and went outside. They saw the horses anxiously digging the ground, almost breaking free from their ropes. "I know how to drive." Borja covered his mouth with his hand and coughed softly. "I know. You're good at comforting animals." Air nodded with a smile. After boarding the carriage, Dunn, Larada, Ayer Harson, and Klein, who were maintaining their flexion and extension movements, fell into a momentary silence. When the horses' hooves clattered and the wheels rolled, Dunn looked at Klein and said after some deliberation, "I know that you must be very curious about the Antigonus family's notebook and want to understand what happened in the past." "No, not at all." Klein subconsciously denied it in his heart. That was an ancient object full of misfortune. Without giving him time to reply, Dunn continued, "However, I must first report this matter to the Holy Cathedral. Only after they have confirmed the confidentiality level of the notebook can they consider whether or not to let you have a look." "No problem," Klein answered briefly. Dunn flexed his arm and thought for a moment. "I once promised that once we confirm that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family, I would make you an official member of the Nighthawks. Now, not only have we confirmed Ray Bieber's identity, we have also eliminated this monster and foiled the Secret Order's plot. In this process, your performance was very outstanding. You personally killed a member of the evil organization, so I will fulfill my promise and immediately apply to the sanctuary." Waiting for their reply. "By the way, I forgot something important. I haven't asked if you're willing. Mr. Klein Moretti, are you willing to officially join the Tinjan Nighthawks and become one of us? Your salary will immediately be doubled to £6 a week, and there will be an increase every year. Your salary will be split equally between the church and the Alwa County Police Department. At the same time, you will obtain the status of a probationary inspector, which will be very useful at certain times. As a support-type Beyonder, you don't have to face enemies all the time, but you will need to be on duty at Cheney's Gate once a week. Without the team's approval, you are not to leave Tinjan under any excuse, and try your best to keep this a secret from your family." After Dunn finished explaining the restrictions and benefits, Klein thought for more than 10 seconds. "I hope to become an official Nighthawk. Only then would he be able to come into contact with more secrets, such as the situation of the Secret Order." After reading Roselle's diary that he had previously gathered, Klein had made some improvements to some of his thoughts. Being proficient in mysticism and finding a way to return home were his constant pursuits. As for further increasing his strength so that he could safely pry open the mysterious space above the gray fog and use it to return to his homeworld, that was a new goal. Just as Roselle the Great had said, it was very dangerous to rely solely on external forces. Furthermore, after becoming a seer and obtaining Beyonder powers, Klein also felt that he had a better grasp of the mysterious space. For example, he could pull another member into the gathering. This made him wonder if the mysterious space above the gray fog would undergo a more beneficial change when he became a Sequence 8, Sequence 7, or even a higher Sequence Beyonder. Of course, Klein knew very well that all of this was under the premise that he had to completely resolve the hidden dangers of the Seer Potion. He couldn't be anxious or rash. "Very good. When the Holy Cathedral approves of it, you'll be one of us." Dunn's gray eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. At this moment, Ayer Harson, who had been listening by the side, interrupted. "Klein, I'll call you Klein. Your performance today was really outstanding. You actually managed to kill a Beyonder from the Secret Order, and I suspect that he has reached Sequence 7. How did you do it? I can't believe it." As expected, here comes the question. Klein was already prepared to organize his words. He knew that killing a Beyonder who could deal with Dunn, Ayer, and Larada at the same time was indeed inconceivable and filled with mysteries. As long as Ayer and the others weren't blind or stupid, they would sooner or later ask about it. However, he never expected that they would hold back until now. That's right, the captain and Mr. Harson were previously injured, and their conditions could worsen at any time. At such a time, anything that could aggravate the conflict had to be suppressed. It was to prevent me from taking risks when my secret was exposed. Only when I expressed my stance and was willing to officially join the Nighthawks did they put down their worries and ask. They're all veterans. There is clearly no communication between them, but they tacitly made the same decision. Klein said thoughtfully, "This was a very fortunate matter. This is a very lucky thing." The clown in the tuxedo made a fatal error in judgment. Back then, sealed artifact 2-049 was thrown near me by the aftermath of the explosion. It was about 5 to 6 meters away from me, and from a cursory observation, it was easy to conclude that I was within the range of the sealed artifact's influence. And back then, I was affected by the explosion. My head was dizzy and my movements were sluggish. It looked like I was being controlled. At some point in time, that suited clown had invisibly appeared near me. He used the words of saving me and giving me the corresponding Sequence 8 clown for the seer potion to lure me in. He wanted me to help him retrieve the Antigonus family's notebook. Yes, he said that the secret order has the corresponding sequence pathway to the seer potion, and he said that he was once a seer. Klein recounted the situation in detail. He even described the reasoning in his mind in an orderly manner, including how he believed that the suited clown had divined that taking the notebook would be extremely risky, thus changing his strategy. Of course, all the truth was to cover up the first lie. It was to hide the fact that he had been controlled by sealed artifact 2-049. He divined that taking the notebook would be extremely risky. Yes, there's indeed a huge risk, but the risk is actually with you. The black-haired lady, Lorada, covered her mouth and chuckled. His divination wasn't wrong, but it ended up putting him in fatal danger. That's truly an interesting matter. Klein was taken aback as he nodded solemnly. Indeed, divination is never too clear, and a blur means that the interpretation might be wrong. Yes, I have to take note of that. How did you deal with him after that? Dunn stretched out his arm and leaned back slightly. Klein smiled. I pretended to agree to him and got him to wake me up. He didn't dare enter the range of the sealed artifact's influence, so he used a strange piece of paper to push me from 2 to 3 meters away. Seizing this opportunity, I pulled the piece of paper and pulled him into the range of 2-049's influence. Then, with a series of shots, I completed my goal. That's something I'm ashamed of. Back then, I didn't even have the confidence to hit him at a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Iron nodded slightly. With his dodging abilities, a distance of 2 to 3 meters isn't an absolute guarantee. You might be able to hit him, but you might not be able to hit his vital spots. That would be troublesome. Your choice back then wasn't wrong. In fact, it could even be considered outstanding. If it were me, I might not have done better than you. He didn't ask about what happened after that. This was because the suited clown who had fallen into the range of sealed artifact 2-049's control was destined to be a live target. The successor to Seer is Clown. How strange. Dunn suddenly sighed. Chapter 78. Ire Harson echoed. Indeed. It's hard to imagine that Seer's successor would be Clown. According to normal logic, no one would link them together. Is that strange? I remember that many pathways sequence potions lack the necessary connection. The black-haired lady, Lorada, covered her mouth as she yawned. It was obvious that her injuries were rather serious. Even the goddess's gaze was unable to maintain her exuberant energy. No, Lorada, this is completely different. Even if the other sequence potions lack a connection, we can still find similarities in other aspects. However, Seer and Clown can't. I can't understand it at all. Ire Harson shook his head and sighed. When Klein heard their discussion, he laughed and said, "No, there's still similarities. No, they still have something in common." "What is it?" Ire asked out of curiosity. Dunn's stretching of his arm clearly slowed down. Klein answered in all seriousness. Be it Seer or Clown, they could be found in a circus. Ire, Dunn, and Lorada were momentarily stunned. Puffed. Not a bad answer. I like young people like you. The black-haired lady, Lorada, was the first to snap out of her daze as she laughed. Puffed. Not a bad answer. I like young people like you. The black-haired lady, Lorada, was the first to snap out of her daze as she laughed. Ire revealed a smile as well and shook his head. In this day and age, there are fewer and fewer gentlemen with the spirit of self-deprecating. Fortunately, we met one today. Do you think I like to self-deprecate? It's because I didn't think of any other similarities. Klein lampooned silently before replying with a slightly bitter smile. I only wish that this sequence pathways potion would not have names like beast tamer, acrobat, or magicians. That would really form a circus. Furthermore, it would be a one-man circus, ha. Dunn and company were immediately amused by his words. The carriage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The carriage advanced all the way to Zutland Street. The uninjured Klein was the first to enter the Blackthorn Security Company. Goddess, what happened to you? What did you end up like this? Roshan took a casual glance and exclaimed. Klein looked down at his dirty and damaged suit and replied with a pained expression, That's right. There are always accidents like this and that emissions. Fortunately, with the blessing of the goddess, the ending was beautiful. Praise the goddess. Roshan devoutly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she took the initiative to ask, Do we need to hide on the third floor again? Is that sealed artifact really that dangerous? Trust me, it's more dangerous than you think, Klein replied with lingering fear. If not for his even more mysterious luck enhancement ritual, he would have perished at 2-049's hands. Goddess! Roshan's lips quivered, as though she had a lot more to say and many questions to ask. But considering that the captain was waiting downstairs, she finally resisted the urge. She called for Mrs. Oriana and company to head to the third floor, the 2 floors next to the Blackthorn Security Company. The floors above and below were either properties of the church or were occupied by devout priests who were vaguely aware of the situation. After all the civilian staff had left, Klein didn't rush to the recreation room to inform the other Nighthawks. He immediately returned and helped the captain and company escort sealed artifact 2-049, Monster Bieber's remnant, and the Antigonus family's notebook to the second floor. Passing through the partition, Dunn pushed open the recreation room's door and said to the 2 Nighthawks who were playing Gwent, Fry, Royale, immediately head to the dock area's Tyrell warehouse and assist Leonard in the aftermath. All right, the raven-haired, cold-looking Royale was the first to stand up. The black-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned corpse collector Fry stood up as well. They put down their Gwent cards and walked out of the recreation room. When they passed through the partition, they paused for a moment. Wait, Dunn didn't let everyone down as he shouted. Is there anything else? Sleepless Royale turned her head and asked without a change in expression. Remember to inform the police and get them to seal off the road. Before you deal with the scene and move the corpses back, don't let anyone approach, Dunn said as he smacked his forehead. All right, Royale turned around, took 2 steps forward, and then stopped. She turned around, blinked her eyes, and coldly confirmed. She confirmed coldly, Captain, is there nothing else? No, Dunn answered firmly. Royale nodded indiscernibly and walked towards the door. As for corpse collector Fry, he maintained his unhurried pace with his cold and gloomy aura. At that moment, Dunn spoke again. Remember to tell Roshan and Mrs. Oriana that they can come down now. No problem, Fry replied in a calm, almost emotionless manner. After watching the 2 Nighthawks walk out the door and climb up to the 3rd floor, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He followed the captain, Eyre, and the rest into the basement. They walked straight and arrived at Cheney's gate. Go to the armory and get old Neil here. We need his ritualistic magic to treat us. Dunn instructed Klein as he gestured for sleepless Kenley to open Cheney's gate. As the effects of the potion faded, his mind gradually became sluggish. All right, Klein didn't wait for the captain's reply as he continued. I will watch the armory in place of old Neil. I will also request for at least 20 demon-hunting bullets and wait for the Holy Cathedral's approval. I will hold back my curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn was momentarily at a loss for words. Captain, there's nothing else, right? Klein asked with a smile after he finished answering. Dunn shook his head, still unable to speak. Taking out his cane, Klein turned around and walked towards the armory. He told old Neil, who was drinking water, what had happened. You became a monster that lost control. You even killed a Beyonder? Old Neil quickly cleared the table. It's like I'm listening to the script of a play. He walked around the table and headed straight for the corridor without waiting for Klein's reply. Klein asked out of curiosity, "What's the matter?" "Mr. Neal, doesn't the church have any true healing potions?" He actually needed the help of ritualistic magic. Potions concocted with ordinary ingredients cannot solidify the healing effect of the ritual for a long time. Extraordinary ingredients are rare, and most of them are not suitable for such things. Old Neil casually explained, "You should know about the goddess's gaze. When this potion is first made through the ritual, it's a standard, real healing potion. But every minute after that, the effect will evaporate until there's only a little left." "I see." Klein nodded in disappointment. As a former keyboard adventurer, he was also a game enthusiast. It was a matter of habit for him to yearn for healing potions. After watching old Neil leave, he sat down and felt the peace that he hadn't felt for a long time. In this peace, he recalled the tragic state of the suited clown before his death. He recalled his cold-blooded shooting, and he recalled the hideous wound and the blood that gushed out. Klein's body gradually trembled, and his heart was filled with discomfort. He first stood up, then sat down, and then slowly repeated the process. He even paced back and forth. Phew! He exhaled, intending to find something to do so that he wouldn't keep thinking of those unpleasant images. Klein took off his top hat and suit, took out a handkerchief and brush, and carefully cleaned the dirt and dust from his clothes. After an unknown period of time, he heard the familiar footsteps of old Neil. It was a special sound created by the heel landing on the ground first. "How tiring," old Neil grumbled as he walked into the room. "Tell the others not to come here for an hour. I need some rest." He glanced at Klein and casually instructed, "Why don't you rest upstairs while I keep watch here?" Klein kindly suggested. Old Neil shook his head. "It's too noisy upstairs. Little Roshan is a girl who can't stop talking." "All right." Klein didn't insist. He put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and returned to the corridor. He then pulled the door of the armory half closed. Thud, thud, thud. He slowly walked down the empty hallway and suddenly saw a room that he had never seen before. "There's a secret door here." Klein stopped near the corner and looked into the room. He discovered that corpse collector Fry had already returned and was carefully examining a corpse that had been completely stripped naked. A corpse? Something stirred in Klein's heart. He summoned his courage and approached the room. He knocked on the open door 3 times. Knock, knock. Fry stopped, turned around, and looked at him with his cold blue eyes. "Sorry to disturb you. I just want to know if this is the corpse of that beyonder?" Klein asked in a measured tone. "Yes." Fry's thin lips opened and closed, but he only spat out a single word. Klein looked past him and at the corpse. Indeed, he saw the familiar, hideous wound on the forehead. "It's that suited clown?" Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Did you find anything?" "No," Fry answered in an unusually concise manner. The atmosphere turned awkward. Klein was about to bid farewell when Fry took the initiative to speak. "If you feel unwell, you can come in and take a look. You'll find that it's just a corpse. Are you afraid that I might have a psychological disorder?" Klein nodded thoughtfully. "All right." He entered the room and came to the long table covered with a white cloth. He looked at the corpse. The red, yellow, and white paint on the suited clown's face had all been removed, revealing an unfamiliar face with nothing special. He had black hair, a high-nosed bridge, and looked to be in his 30s. At that moment, Fry walked to the square table in the corner and picked up a pencil and a piece of white paper. He returned to the corpse and placed the piece of white paper down. He picked up the pencil and began drawing. Klein glanced curiously and realized that Fry was sketching the suited clown's head. Before long, Fry stopped drawing. There was a lifelike portrait on the white paper. Compared to the corpse, the only difference was that it didn't have any wounds. It only had blue eyes. "What a talent!" Klein exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect your sketch to be so good. Before I became a nighthawk, my dream was to be an artist." Fry's tone was flat. "Then why don't you fulfill your dream?" Klein asked, puzzled. Fry put down the pencil and held the suited clown's portrait. "My father was a priest of the goddess. He hoped that I would become a priest too. It's a respectable profession. You were a priest before?" Klein asked again in surprise. He found it hard to imagine a person with Fry's personality and temperament as a priest. Yes, it wasn't bad. Fry's expression was cold. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he replied, "Later, I encountered and experienced some things before I became a Nighthawk." Klein didn't pry into Fry's privacy in detail. Instead, he asked, "You were once a priest of the goddess, so why didn't you choose Sleepless?" "A personal reason," Fry answered frankly. "Besides, Mayim Daly is a good role model." Klein nodded. Just as he was about to change the topic, he heard Fry say, "Help me look after this place. I have to hand the portrait to the captain immediately. It's very troublesome to close the secret door." "All right." Although Klein was a little afraid of facing the corpse alone, he forced himself to agree. After Fry left, the room became quiet. The corpse lying there weighed heavily on Klein's heart. He took a deep breath and approached the long table, as if he was trying to defeat himself. The suited clown lay there quietly. His face was pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. He had lost all signs of life. Apart from his hideous wounds, he exuded a coldness unique to the dead. Klein stared at him for a while. His emotions gradually settled down, and he seemed to have calmed down. He swept his gaze and noticed a strange brand on the suited clown's wrist. He mustered his courage and reached out to touch it. He wanted to flip it over to get a better look. Just as the cold sensation traveled from Klein's fingertips to his brain, the pale, lifeless palm suddenly shot up and grabbed his wrist. It grabbed his wrist tightly. Chapter 79. The cold and painful grip of the 5 white-knuckled fingers made Klein's hair stand on end. He subconsciously retracted his hand and frantically tried to retreat. A heavy feeling came over as Klein used all his strength to pull at his forearm. Thump! The pale, naked corpse was pulled askew as it fell from the long table to the ground. However, the cold, pale fingers continued to grip Klein's wrist. Klein momentarily lost his ability to think. His mind was filled with thoughts of pulling out his gun and firing. However, as he couldn't retract his dominant hand, he threw away his black cane. He tried several times, but he failed to successfully retrieve his revolver from his holster. At that moment, the corpse's eyelids suddenly opened, revealing a pair of unfocused blue eyes. His mouth quivered as he muttered, "Hornasis! Hornasis! Hornasis!" After 3 murmurs, the flustered Klein felt the fingers that were gripping his wrist loosen. Following that, they drooped limply. The suited clown's eyes were tightly shut once again, as though nothing had happened. If not for the pale corpse lying on the stone floor, Klein might have believed that he had been hit by an illusion. He staggered a few steps back, feeling that many parts of his body were convulsing from the shock and anxiety. "Phew! Phew!" Klein panted heavily as he slowly regained his ability to think. He looked warily and fearfully at the corpse on the ground. He removed his revolver and cautiously retreated out of the room. After confirming that the corpse was motionless, he glanced at the wrist where he was holding his gun. There were 5 deep, dark red fingerprints there, and they were silently narrating the previous encounter. Klein calmed down significantly as he constantly cursed in his heart. F***K, you scare me to death. After panting for about 10 seconds, he began to visualize the items in his mind, allowing himself to quickly regain his composure. Carefully recalling, Klein replayed his encounter frame by frame. Although he still did not understand the reason for the suited clown's zombification, he acutely grasped the crux of the matter. It was the man's repeated muttering of Hornasis. "It's Hornasis again." Klein frowned. The Antigonus family's notebook records the nation of the Evernight in the Hornasis mountain range. When I was in cogitation and spirit vision, I heard something I shouldn't have heard. I also heard the term Hornasis. And now, this dead man is using a strange method to emphasize Hornasis in my ears. Could it be that the answers to many questions lie in the Hornasis mountain range? Perhaps there's a huge danger hidden there. For example, an evil god is sealed in the mountain range and is seeking to escape through such temptation. While his thoughts were running wild, Klein carefully entered the room and touched the corpse a few times to confirm that it was completely dead. He didn't want corpse collector Fry to see the mess he had made. Hence, he mustered his courage and carried the corpse back to the long table. Throughout the entire process, not only was Klein on tenterhooks, but he also felt that his nerves might snap at any moment due to the slightest movement. Furthermore, he was abnormally disgusted by the ice-cold contact between the corpse and his skin. After completing the mission with great difficulty, he recalled why he had approached the corpse. Hence, he focused his attention on the suited clown's wrist and the strange brand. It was unknown when the brand had fallen off, but it had condensed into a ball of blood with a tinge of blue. The ball of blood was only the size of a thumb. It floated silently in midair in a manner that defied the laws of physics. "What is this?" Klein muttered, not daring to touch it rashly. He had no intention of concealing the strange ball of blood. Firstly, he didn't know if it was good or bad. Secondly, he believed that Fry, who had carefully examined the corpse, would have long discovered the brand on the wrist. He might even know what the strange ball of blood was. And even if Fry doesn't know, it would be better to hand it over to the captain and let the entire Nighthawks investigate it. It would be much better than me making random attempts. Klein thought. As a member of an organization, an individual had to know how to make the best use of the organization's power. Klein tensed up and waited for a few minutes before he saw the black-haired, blue-eyed, thin-lipped Fry return to the room. His gaze was instantly attracted by the strange ball of blood. He asked the question Klein had previously asked himself. "What is this?" "I don't know." Klein shook his head honestly. He didn't hide anything as he recounted everything that had happened. The brand fell off into a ball of blood. Fry nodded as though he was thinking. Beyonder corpses always have some strange changes. He raised his head and looked at Klein. "Get the captain here and tell him the contents of the corpse's murmurs." "All right." Klein had long wanted to leave this place. "You don't have to come with the captain," Fry added. "I believe you definitely won't like what happens next." As he spoke, he picked up the silver scalpel beside him. Klein nodded with lingering fear. "That's exactly what I was hoping for." He picked up his cane, wore his hat, and turned to Cheney's gate. In the keeper's room, he saw Captain Dunn, who was no longer dispirited. Dunn calmly listened to his recount and nodded indiscernibly. "I will report this matter to the Holy Cathedral and let them handle it. Perhaps they will send someone to the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range to take a look." Klein tersely acknowledged. Seeing that only the captain and sleepless Kenley were in the keeper's room, he casually asked, "I will report this matter to the Holy Cathedral. Have Mr. Iyer and the rest gone to rest?" Dunn nodded. "Iyer and Borgia are at St. Selena Cathedral. Lorata should be looking for a coffee shop." "Coffee shop? Madame Lorata's injuries aren't healed yet, right?" Klein asked in surprise. Dunn rubbed his eyebrows and smiled. "Lorata has 3 hobbies: coffee, desserts, and maids. She says that she needs these 3 things to speed up her recovery." "Maids?" Klein asked blankly. "Does Madame Lorata have some sort of fetish?" Dunn shook his head helplessly. "She likes maids." "Yes, that's right. Furthermore, she likes them with big breasts. She's really a strange person." Klein didn't know how to react. Dunn didn't delay any further as he walked out of the keeper's room. Klein looked at his back as he waited silently for him to turn around. At the same time, he saw sleepless Kenley take out his pocket watch from the corner of his eye and press it. 3, 2, 1. Just as Klein finished counting, Dunn stopped. He turned around and said, "I forgot something again, Klein. You have experienced too much today. You will definitely feel exhausted after relaxing. You don't have to stay here in the afternoon. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, submit the application and list the losses in detail. Yes, don't pay too much attention to the matter of killing a Beyonder. Killing him is equivalent to saving more people. Actually, I'm already a lot better." Klein exhaled silently. Dunn nodded slightly. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly smacked his forehead. "Also, I have already handed the Beyonder's portrait to Leonard. He and the police department will be in charge of the follow-up investigation. I believe that the Beyonder will definitely be riding a carriage in Tingen City, enjoying food, and will definitely have a place to stay. Anyone who walks by will leave a mark." Emperor Rosel's words are indeed very reasonable. "Yes," Klein answered blankly. After the captain left, He left the guard room and walked slowly to the second floor. Along the way, he suddenly thought of something and felt an inexplicable sense of fear. The suited clown claimed that the secret order has the corresponding sequence pathway for seers. Even if it's an exaggeration and they don't actually have the formulas for high-sequence beyonders, they definitely have plenty of low-sequence beyonders. That means that they have quite a number of seers. Would he have divined that I was the one who killed the suited clown and secretly took revenge? If they can't deal with the Nighthawks, how can they deal with a seer like me who doesn't have any direct means to counter their enemies? Klein stopped on the stairs and thought about the problem seriously. Soon, he realized that he was worrying for nothing. First, the secret order doesn't even know who the Nighthawks are. Second, even if they know one or two, it definitely doesn't include a civilian like me. Third, under such circumstances, unless it's a seer, it's impossible to divine who the murderer is. He heaved a sigh of relief and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Although he hadn't eaten anything in the afternoon, he still lacked an appetite. Klein entered his bedroom and took off his damaged suit and his half-top hat. Then, he lay on the bed and tried to sleep. His mind was still active, and he couldn't seem to relax. However, his mind wasn't repeating the scene of him shooting the suited clown, but the scene of him moving the corpse. It was that hair-raising sensation. He didn't feel as uncomfortable as when he had killed someone for the first time, but he felt more nauseous just thinking about it. This might be Fry's goal. He hoped that I could overcome my trauma by looking at the corpse. However, even though the trauma from before is gone, a new one has appeared. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he relaxed. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, his stomach was growling. "I think I can eat an entire cow," Klein muttered. He saw the sun setting in the west outside the window, and the sky was burning. After changing into old but comfortable clothes, he quickly walked to the first floor. Before he could consider what to make for dinner, he heard the door open. "Melissa?" The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. Ever since she started taking the public carriage, his sister didn't return home late. With a turn of the key, the door opened. Melissa walked in with a bag filled with books and stationery. She looked at the kitchen door. "Klein, there's a letter for you. It's a letter from your mentor." "Mentor's letter?" "Right. I wrote to him asking about the history of the Hornacis main peak." Klein was taken aback at first before he recalled. Chapter 80. After dinner, a satiated Klein leisurely sat on the sofa in the living room. He used a knife to cut open the letter his tutor had sent. At that moment, Melissa was sitting at the dining table. Under the light of the gas lamp, she was working hard on the exercises in her book. Banson was curled up on the sofa, reading elementary accounting course. After opening the 3-page letter, Klein read it with anticipation and fear. "I'm very happy to receive your letter. It makes me miss my life over the past few years. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya have left us forever. I attended their funerals and felt their parents' immense sorrow. These were two young people who should have had a glorious future. Fate is always unpredictable. No one knows what will befall us the next moment. The older I get, the more things I've seen, and the more I feel the fragility and helplessness of being human. As for the historical information on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range that you mentioned, I remember that the archaeologist, Mr. John Joseph, once published a monograph detailing his experiences on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He discovered a few ancient buildings that were more than 1,000 years old. What makes every historian and archaeologist feel ashamed is that we lack the means to accurately determine the age. We can only make a rough judgment based on the architectural style, the characteristics of the murals, and a small number of recognizable words. It's hard to believe that there would be a human settlement on such a high mountain. Mr. Joseph has sufficient evidence to prove that those humans developed a civilization of their own, a unique civilization. It's difficult to describe the details in the letter. I suggest that you try to borrow that monograph from the Deweyville Library. Believe me, the library donated by Sir Deweyville has more books than the one set up by the city government. The monograph is called Research on the Ancient Ruins of the Hornacis Mountain Range. It was published by the Rouen Publishing House. In addition, there are some papers that mention the relevant situation. They were published in journals such as New Archaeology and Archaeology Review. The specific title and issue number are. Klein read it word by word, repeating the names of the monograph and the thesis that his mentor had mentioned several times in his mind. Then he took out a piece of paper, found a pen, and expressed his gratitude in writing. Melissa, help me mail this letter tomorrow. Here's the postage. Klein placed the sealed letter and the extra postage beside his sister's book. Melissa glanced at it, pursed her lips, and said, "Yes." Klein, the postage doesn't need that much. Yes, the postage doesn't need that much, but girls need a certain amount of pocket money, Klein replied with a smile. I think Selena should have told you this. Seeing that Melissa was still a little resistant, he quickly added, it can help you buy the materials you want and the tools you want. Tools, Melissa repeated in a low voice. She looked at the book and nodded slightly. Okay. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he walked briskly back to the sofa. Excellent persuasion. You accurately found Melissa's weakness. Banson gave a thumbs up and laughed with a suppressed voice. Klein cleared his throat and replied in all seriousness, That's right. Then, how should I persuade you? The focus of your self-study should be on grammar and classical literature. Of course, basic mathematics and logic are equally important. According to the curriculum of public schools and grammar schools, as well as the content of the university entrance exam, Klein could almost grasp the general direction of the yet-to-be-born civil servant exam. Banson touched his hairline and laughed self-deprecatingly. In front of those books, I feel like a curly-haired baboon. But they are indeed useful, Klein said with a firm smile. At this moment, Melissa put down her pen, stood up, and walked over to the sofa. She walked to the sofa and said, Banson, Klein, this Sunday is Selena's birthday. She and her parents want to invite us to a banquet. Are you free? I shouldn't have a problem, Klein said after some thought. He could also get to know his sister's friends. Otherwise, if anything happened to Melissa in the future, he would have no one to ask. Me too. Banson combed his hair with his fingers and said, It looks like we have to consider Miss Selena's birthday present. Klein smiled and said, Let's leave this matter to Melissa. Let's leave this to Melissa. She knows Miss Selena better than we do. What we need to do is what a gentleman should do, pay. This is the first time I've heard someone describe slacking in such a pleasant way. Banson shook his head and chuckled. Klein replied with a smile. This is the use of grammar and classical literature. Banson didn't expect the topic to circle back to him. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The next day, Klein wore his cheap formal attire and held his black silver inlaid cane. He climbed up the stairs and came to the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. His tuxedo had been sent to the hatch shop to be mended. Klein was just about to greet Roshan when he saw Captain Dunn walk out from behind the partition. Good morning, Klein. Did you sleep well last night? Dunn asked with concern. Klein answered truthfully, better than I imagined. I didn't have any nightmares. It's just that I still feel a little heavy and nauseous when I recall it. Very good. I can rest assured now. Dunn smiled and nodded. After chatting about the weather, he took the initiative to mention, The Holy Cathedral has already replied to my telegram. The Holy Cathedral has already replied to my telegram. They're getting Ayer and Larada to immediately send sealed artifact 2-049 and the Antigonus family's notebook to Backlund. They've also sent another Nighthawk to take the steam locomotive yesterday afternoon to help. I believe they've already set off. They've already set off? Does that mean that I've completely escaped the shadow of the Antigonus family's notebook? Klein was taken aback. He felt surreal, as though he was dreaming. This is much easier than I imagined. There shouldn't be any follow-up, right? May the goddess bless them. May their journey be smooth. After a few seconds, Klein drew a crimson moon symbol on his chest. Dunn wore his hat and pointed outside the door. I have to patrol Raphael's cemetery. I forgot something. Leonard and the police have some results in their investigation of the members of the secret order. They found the carriage driver who drove them and confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen City. However, they were rather cautious and didn't leave behind any valuable clues. As expected of an ancient secret organization, Klein echoed wistfully. Dunn nodded and turned to walk to the door. 3 seconds later, he stopped and turned his head back. Also, the Holy Cathedral might need another 2 to 3 days to reply to your application to become an official member. This is under the jurisdiction of a different department compared to the Antigonus family's notebook. The efficiency won't be the same. I understand, Klein replied sincerely. At the same time, he silently added one more thing for the captain. Remember to submit the reimbursement application today. As he watched Dunn leave, Klein heard the brown-haired girl, Roshan's surprised voice. Goddess, Klein, are you going to become an official member? I remember that you joined us less than a month ago. Klein smiled. After I consumed the seer potion, this was something that was bound to happen. That makes sense. Roshan was stunned for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed. I was still praying that you would finish your mysticism lessons as soon as possible and join the roster of the armory. In the end, Goddess, I have to be on duty every 2 days. I'm out of sleepless. My skin, my condition. Goddess, save me. Shouldn't you be used to this kind of life? Before I joined, it was always you, Bright, and O'Neill taking turns, right? Klein asked, puzzled. Roshan shook her head with a sorrowful expression. No, there were 4 in the past, and even earlier, there were 5. Unfortunately, Kinley chose to become a sleepless. Viola didn't renew her contract last month and joined the Hoynall Machinery Company. She's a girl with great talent in manufacturing, but she lacks opportunities and money. 5 years of being a civilian worker has given her enough experience. Upon saying that, Roshan suddenly glanced at Klein and covered her mouth as she laughed. I thought a good idea. Klein, get married as soon as possible. Then, you can accidentally expose the secret of being a Beyonder to her. This is a very minor leak, and there won't be any severe punishment. After all, no one can hide it from someone who sleeps in the same bed for long. When the time comes, you can introduce her to us and make her a civilian worker. A perfect plan. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Miss Roshan, you can also find a husband as soon as possible. That should be easier. I believe you have the means to leak the secret to him. When Roshan heard that, her eyes widened and her mouth gaped. How can I do that? Marriage is a very serious matter. It requires careful observation, careful selection, and a certain period of time to verify it. That's not what you said just now. Klein didn't reason with Miss Roshan. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her, he bade farewell and went underground. When he arrived at the armory, he saw old Neil fiddling with the hand-ground coffee. Hence, he sat down and waited patiently. You should be an official member soon, right? Old Neil asked casually as he filtered the information. Captain said that it will take another 2 to 3 days, and I'm not sure if the Holy Cathedral will approve it, Klein answered frankly. Old Neil laughed. The Holy Cathedral will not object to such matters, especially when you have already become a Beyonder. Upon saying that, he turned his head and looked at Klein with a chuckle. You have to be mentally prepared. Every official member of the Nighthawks has to go through a ritual, and that is to independently complete mission. Of course, Dunn will definitely choose the easiest and simplest mission for a rookie. Furthermore, you are a support-type seer. Chapter 81. I have to complete a mission independently to become an official member? Klein was taken aback. But we might not even have 1 mission a week, and it might not be easy. Doesn't this mean that I'll need about a month or 2 to officially become a Nighthawk before I can get a promotion and a raise? Old Neil took a whiff of the coffee and glanced at him. This is just a ritual between Nighthawks. After all, we stand at the forefront of fighting against Beyonder dangers. We definitely don't want our teammates to be children that need to be taken care of at all times. And this doesn't affect you from receiving the salary of an official member, obtaining the corresponding rights, and fulfilling the necessary obligations. So it's a ritual to obtain the recognition of other Nighthawks. But, Mr. Neal, why did you emphasize that it doesn't affect my salary as an official member? Did I make it that obvious? Klein touched his face and smiled awkwardly. He then asked, does it have to be a mission of Beyonder nature? That should be the case, but your performance yesterday was rather outstanding. You cleverly killed a Beyonder that's at least a sequence 8. I believe Fry and Royale have already acknowledged you. Therefore, Dunn might just assign you an ordinary mission. Old Neil suddenly sighed. Doubling my salary? I'll never encounter something like that again in my life. Klein laughed and took the initiative to mention his sequence pathway. Mr. Neil, do you believe that the corresponding sequence 8 of Seer is the real clown? In fact, recalling the description on the confidential information, it was quite consistent. A job that's good at skill-based combat. I can't guarantee you, but I think it's very likely. First of all, it matches the information. It's characterized by agile movements and skill-based combat. Second, other sequence pathways have similar situations. Do you know what the corresponding sequence 8 for Mystery Prior is? Old Neil asked with a chuckle. I don't know. It's not on the church's information. Klein shook his head frankly. Old Neil chuckled. I'm acquainted with the two old guys from the machinery hive mind. They jokingly mentioned that the corresponding sequence 8 potion for Mystery Prior is Combat Scholar. Did you hear that? Combat Scholar? Goddess, I don't like combat at all. It doesn't match the image of a Mystery Prior at all. It's understandable. Mystery Priors seek the secrets behind things, and combat is one of them, Klein said after some thought. All right, don't waste time. Continue with the mysticism course. You still have a lot of ritualistic magic to master. You still need to learn how to make charms and amulets. Old Neil finished making the coffee. All right, Klein sat down and arranged the time for today in his mind. In the morning, he would study mysticism, read through all kinds of historical materials, and submit a reimbursement application. After lunch, he would go to the shooting club to practice. Then, he would head to the Deweyville Library in the Golden Indus Borough to see if he could borrow academic monographs and corresponding journals related to the Hornacis main peak. After doing all this, if he had time, he would go to the divination club. He couldn't slack off in the slightest when acting. When the application was approved and he received the fees, he would buy a formal suit on the way home. Yes, I'll apply for the materials tomorrow morning and attempt to make an amulet for Melissa and Banson that can avert disaster. In an elegantly decorated dining room with a chandelier hanging from a ceiling, a few friends were congratulating Joyce Mayer on his escape from disaster and his return to Tingen. We've all seen the newspapers. Just the description is frightening. A man with a short beard said wistfully. A man with a short beard said emotionally. Joyce, it's hard to believe that you've experienced such things and suffered such hardships. Cheers, the bad luck is gone. The sun shines on us and the steam above. Joyce and his fiancée, Anna, raised their glasses in unison and clinked them with their friends. Then, they downed the remaining champagne in one gulp. Anna has been extremely worried these past few days. I suspect that she's been crying every night. When I invited her for afternoon tea, her mind would wander off. Thankfully, you have finally returned. Otherwise, I suspect she would have died just like that. A young lady with brown hair coiled up glanced at Anna and said to Joyce. She had a petite and adorable nose. If Anna had encountered something similar, I would have done the same, or even lost my composure. Joyce, who had a hooked nose, looked at his fiancée with a gentle gaze. Anna wasn't used to showing her emotions in front of others. She glanced at the other end of the long table and said, Bogda, why do you keep your head lowered? Bogda, why do you keep your head down? I can sense that you're in a bad mood. The young lady with a petite nose answered on his behalf. Bogda is sick. The physician told him that there's a huge problem with his liver. Medicine can only reduce the pain, but it can't really be treated. He needs to undergo surgery. Lord, when did this happen? Anna and Joyce asked in surprise and concern. Bogda was a young man with light, short hair. His face was sallow, and his usually shrewd red eyes were tainted with dullness. It happened last week. As Joyce hasn't returned yet, I told Aaron and the rest not to tell you. Bogda explained with a bitter smile. Joyce asked in a staid manner, Have you decided when you want to undergo the surgery? Bogda's expression fluctuated a few times. No, I haven't made up my mind. As you know, those surgeons are practically butchers. The person performing the surgery is like a piece of meat on a chopping board, to be casually slaughtered by them. I've seen many reports. They even use axes to perform amputations. Lord, I suspect I will die on the operating table. But if this drags on, perhaps the surgery won't be able to save you, the man with a short beard persuaded. At this moment, Anna suddenly interrupted. Bogda, perhaps you can consider doing a divination. If the divination shows that everything is going well, then hurry up with the surgery. If the divination doesn't turn out well, find another way and follow the divination master's instructions. I know a real, magical divination master. No, I should call him a seer. I believe he will definitely be able to help you. Really? Bogda asked with obvious suspicion. Their other friends shared a similar attitude. Really? Anna nodded without hesitation. I got him to do a divination on Joyce's situation. Then, he told me to return home. Your fiancé is waiting for you at home. Back then, I was just like all of you, filled with doubts. But when I returned home, I really saw Joyce. He really came back. I can attest to that, agreed Joyce. He didn't mention that he had gone to ask for a dream interpretation because the police had told him that Triss hadn't been caught yet. Therefore, he had to keep the secret to prevent any retaliation. Lord, this is unbelievable. Is divination really that magical? Amidst the exclamations, Bogda pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps I really should do a divination. Maybe I really should get a divination. Anna, Joyce, can you tell me the seer's address and name? Anna heaved a sigh of relief. You have made a wise choice. That seer is at the Divination Club on Howe Street. His name is Klein Moretti. Golden Indus Borough, Deweyville Library. Klein used the introductory letter his mentor had given him to successfully apply for a library card. As he flipped through the tiny card in his hand, he asked the librarians, do you have research on the Hornacis main peak? It's published by the Rouen Publishing House. One of the librarians immediately replied, do you have research on the Hornacis main peak? One of the librarians immediately replied, please wait a moment. Please wait a moment. I'll look for it. He turned around and faced the drawers. He pulled out the one that corresponded to the first letter of Hornacis. Following that, he flipped through a few cards filled with words in a certain pattern. After looking through them carefully, he shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have this book in our collection. What a pity, Klein replied in disappointment. From the looks of it, I can only write to Rouen Publishing House or return to Koei University. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He lamented that the world's libraries were still managed in ancient ways. You need a computer. Unfortunately, I don't have a car. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark. He then asked, do you have journals like New Archaeology or Archaeology Review? Yes, the librarian answered with certainty. A gentleman just returned it. He flipped through the corresponding cards again and pointed out the bookshelves to Klein. Klein came over and scanned through the serial numbers. He then pulled out the few books his mentor had mentioned. Then, he randomly found a seat by the window and sat down. Under the bright afternoon sun, he began reading the materials in the quiet library. Ancient ruins not only exist on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, but they also exist in the forests, valleys, and slopes around the main peak. These ruins are formed by towering domes and gigantic stone pillars. They can be directly described as magnificent. What's puzzling is how did the natives mine and grind these stones? First, let's assume that they mined on the spot and didn't need to transport them up the mountain. There's a strange pattern. The closer one is to the mountain peak, the grander the ruins. But what's surprising is that there are no ruins on the mountain peak. According to our inference, there should be a palace that doesn't look like it was built by humans. It should be a temple used for sacrifices, a palace that doesn't look like it was built by humans. A temple used for sacrifices. Could it be the one I saw in my dream? Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly heard a few footsteps approaching from afar. He looked up and saw a familiar face, a face that often appeared in the newspapers. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, a sharp nose, short dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and tightly pursed lips. All of these belonged to a famous person in Tianjin. He was a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and the owner of a library, Sir Deweyville. Beside Deweyville was the middle-aged butler that Klein had seen before. Chapter 82. Various colors appeared as his aura reflected in his eyes. Klein casually observed Sir Deweyville's condition. His body is very healthy, and there are almost no hidden problems. His mood is terrible, and there's a hint of weakness amidst the gloom. Mental weakness? Poor sleep? But the problem is that there's nothing wrong with the purple on his head. As Klein muttered to himself, Sir Deweyville and company walked further and further away from the library. Retracting his gaze, Klein pinched his forehead and sighed to himself. It's not easy being a tycoon. He didn't pay much attention to the matter as he cast his gaze back onto the magazines in front of him. After reading one article after another, Klein didn't find any useful clues. He only confirmed a few things. First, there was indeed an ancient kingdom around the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Second, the history of this ancient kingdom could be traced back to at least 1,500 years ago. Third, their architectural style was majestic, and they left behind all sorts of murals. From the murals, it could be seen that they believed that after death, people would protect their loved ones in the night. Lastly, there were symbols that symbolized the night in the ruins, but they were clearly different from the Evernight's sacred emblem. If there's a chance, no. Even if there's a chance, I won't go there. Klein gritted his teeth and muttered. He decided to stay away from courting death. He packed up the magazines and placed them back in their original positions. Then, he wore his top hat, picked up his cane, and left Deweyville's library. Divination Club. Bogda looked at the beautiful lady in charge of reception. I would like to have a divination. Angelica smiled politely. Do you have a designated fortune teller? Or you can flip through our introductions and choose the one most suitable for you. Bogda pressed the right side of his abdomen and took a silent breath. I wish to seek Mr. Klein Moretti's help in divination. But Mr. Moretti isn't around today, Angelica answered without needing confirmation. Bogda fell silent as he paced back and forth. When will Mr. Moretti be here? No one knows. He has his own matters to attend to. According to my observations, he comes most often on Monday afternoons, Angelica said as she thought. All right. Bogda's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Sir, you can also choose other fortune tellers, such as the famous Mr. Honas Vincent in Tingen City. Angelica tried her best to salvage the business. Bogda stopped in his tracks and hesitated for a moment. No, I only trust Mr. Moretti. Can I wait here for a while? Maybe he'll come over after he's done with his business. No problem. Angelica smiled warmly. Bogda came to the sofa and sat down. He stroked his cane from time to time and looked out the window from time to time, appearing rather anxious. Time ticked by. Just as Bogda's mind was in a mess, unsure if he should leave or continue waiting, he heard the beautiful lady shout in surprise. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. When Klein saw the familiar Angelica, he wanted to ask why she was here again. Don't you need a rest? Don't you have holidays? However, he immediately realized that as a seer, he shouldn't ask such a question. Instead, he should use the tone of a charlatan and say, Fate is truly wonderful, Madame Angelica. We meet again. Does this sound like a flirtation? Klein's thoughts changed rapidly. In the end, he only answered with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. A customer wishes to have his fortune told. Angelica pointed at Bogda, who had hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Someone actually chose me? Klein took off his half-top hat in surprise and pinched the space between his eyebrows. Good afternoon, mister. He looked over and suddenly stopped. In his spirit vision, the color of the divination seeker's liver was dim, almost turning black. Even the other parts of the body lost their balance as their auras became thinner. Klein deliberated for a moment and said with a serious expression, Sir, you should see a doctor, not a fortune teller. Bogda stood there in a daze. Soon after, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise and muttered to himself, How magical! Anna didn't lie to me. He suddenly raised his head and looked earnestly at Klein. Mr. Moretti, I've actually seen a doctor. There might be a surgery coming up, but I'm afraid of it. I wish to divine the outcome. Surgeries in this era are really dangerous. Although there's Roselle the Great pushing for it, it's still lacking in the necessary technology. Klein didn't reject him as he nodded slightly. The price for my divination is 8 pence. Is there a problem? 8 pence. Bogda exclaimed in surprise. You're only charging 8 pence? According to Anna's description and Mr. Moretti's performance, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small profits? but quick turnover? Klein felt awkward. After thinking for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth curled up. He calmly replied, "Obtaining a revelation from a deity and peeking into a corner of fate is a fortunate thing. Therefore, we have to remain humble and restrain our greed. Only then can we continue receiving blessings. You are a true seer." Bogda pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. His tone was very sincere. Upon receiving such praise and trust, Klein's spirituality seemed to relax, and the principles he had just described seemed to have touched upon something. "Miss Angelica, can the topaz ruby be used?" He turned to look at the beautiful lady beside him. Angelica secretly heaved a sigh of relief for Bogda as she smiled sweetly. "Yes." After entering the divination room, Klein got Bogda to lock the door from the inside. He sat behind the table and pinched his forehead. "How about we use tarot cards for divination?" he asked with a smile. Spirit dowsing was only suitable for things that were related to oneself. Drawing an astrolabe was too time-consuming. "You decide." Bogda had no objections. Therefore, Klein got him to shuffle the cards, cut the cards, and set up an intis array. Relying on the uniqueness of a seer, Klein didn't flip the other cards. He directly flipped the card that represented the final outcome. A reversed wheel of fortune. "Things will develop in a bad direction," he said solemnly after taking a glance. Bogda's face instantly turned pale. His lips quivered a few times. "Is there no hope?" With the thought of trying his best, Klein said, "Then I'll change the divination method. Then I'll change the method of divination. Please leave your ring and write your date of birth on this piece of paper. Then go outside and wait quietly." Influenced by his gentle and soothing voice, Bogda calmed down. He wrote the information according to his instructions and left the ring behind. Watching him leave, Klein wrote a line of words on the piece of paper. "Results of Bogda Jones liver surgery." He picked up the ring and paper, leaned back in his chair, and attempted dream divination once again. In the blurry and distorted world, he gradually found himself. He saw the gentleman collapse with a gloomy expression. He saw him covered in a white cloth as he was pushed out of the shaky operating theater. This time, Klein didn't encounter anything strange, nor did he feel like he was being watched. He quickly woke up and frowned as he considered how to inform Bogda of the outcome. "The surgery has a high chance of leading to death. I could try using ritualistic magic that I just learned today, but it will expose the matter of me being a beyonder. Furthermore, I have to first request it from the captain. It might not be able to treat such a serious illness." Klein thought hard and suddenly thought of something. Mr. Glassy's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the other party's medicine was very miraculous. What was it called? Yes, Lawson Darkweed, 18, Vlad Street, East Borough, Lawson's folk herb store. As he had carefully memorized this matter, he quickly recalled the details. He tapped the edge of the table and quickly made a decision. Using spirit dowsing to quickly determine whether the idea was good or bad, Klein opened the door and looked at Bogda, who was standing up in a panic. As he returned the ring, he smiled warmly. "I see hope in you." "Really?" Bogda asked in pleasant surprise. Klein didn't reply as he continued. "Your hope is in East Borough, on Vlad Street. Your hope lies in the East End, in Vlad Street, and in connection with the word Lawson. If you don't find it, come find me here after 4 in the afternoon on Monday." All right. Bogda nodded immediately as he took out his wallet in excitement. He counted out 5 pence and 3 pennies. He had followed Klein's instructions completely and didn't use the tip to corrupt the real seer. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he received it. He smiled warmly and said, "I hope you find hope as soon as possible." After Bogda left, he did the same thing as the previous time. He handed over the commission and tipped Angelica, pretending that he only received one solely. East Borough, Vlad Street. Bogda walked from one end of the street to the other. He walked a total of 3 times until his liver started hurting again. Finally, he confirmed that there was only one thing on this street that had anything to do with Lawson. It was Lawson's folk herb store located at number 18. He mustered his courage and walked in. He caught a whiff of all sorts of herbs and saw the shop owner. He was a man in his 30s or 40s with short black hair and a round face. The boss was dressed in attire that resembled a village witch doctor. His robe was deep black and embroidered with all sorts of strange symbols. "Hello, do you have medicine that can treat my illness?" Bogda asked politely. The boss raised his head and swept a glance at Bogda with his deep blue eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As he said, "Your liver illness is very serious, but everything depends on whether you have the money to pay for the medicine." "He can tell." Bogda suddenly felt a little more confident as he hurriedly nodded. "How much is your medicine worth?" £10. "That's very fair." The boss took out a bag of herbs from under the counter and said, "Add water. Add enough water to boil it into medicine. After it's done, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood and drink it immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. After 3 times, there shouldn't be any problems." As he spoke, he tore open the yellowish-brown paper and threw a few strange herbs inside. "That doesn't sound very believable." Bogda swallowed his saliva and said, "That's it?" The boss stared at him and suddenly revealed a smile. "Do you want anything else? How about this bag? When your liver illness recovers, I guarantee that you and your wife will be satisfied." He chuckled as he took out another bag of black paper herbs. He suppressed his voice and said, "There's mummy powder added inside. Believe me, many nobles consume such things. They put it in tea or boil it into soup." Bogda's confidence in the boss was completely shaken. He even felt disgusted. Chapter 83. Holding the herbs wrapped in yellowish-brown paper, Bogda left Lawson's folk herb store in a daze. While waiting for the track public carriage, he suddenly came to a realization. "I spent £10 just to buy a bag of things? That's close to a month's salary." If not for his trust in Anna and Joyce, he wouldn't have brought so much cash to the divination club. Could it be that Mr. Moretti is working with the black-hearted boss of Lawson's herb store to earn more profits by only charging 8 pence for a divination? This sounds like a classic scam case in the newspapers. Bogda connected the dots and began to suspect Klein. He even suspected Joyce and Anna. The track public carriage stopped. He looked at the herbs in his hand, but he couldn't shamelessly return. All he could do was enter the carriage with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's folk herb store, the boss watched as Bogda's figure disappeared into the distance. He suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the back door where the herbs were stacked. "Sherman, stop buying herbs from today onwards." "Why?" "Teacher, why?" A delicate-looking youth with unkempt hair walked out. The boss smiled. "This is the 16th customer who came because of my fame. If this continues, I believe the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind will all notice me. It's time to consider moving to another city." "Then, does this shop need to be transferred?" Sherman nodded in enlightenment and asked with concern. The boss chuckled. "If you wish to stay, you could be the boss of this shop. In terms of identifying herbs and concocting medicine, you are already capable enough. Of course, remember to deposit 50% of your monthly profits into my anonymous account at the Backlund Bank. But I haven't learned what you are truly good at." Sherman was tired of living in a city for less than a year, but he was also reluctant to part with the magical formula his teacher was good at. The boss sat on a recliner and leisurely rocked back and forth. "That's not something you can learn just because you want a cup of boiling dark green liquid appeared in front of Bogda. The smell of smelly socks and the color that made him want to vomit made him deeply doubt his every move today. The rooster's blood that had just flowed out was dripped with medicine. Bogda's father looked at his son worriedly. "I think surgery is the best choice." The small amount of rooster blood tumbled in the boiling liquid a few times before disappearing. Bogda took a deep breath and said, "If this medicine doesn't work, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will protect you." Bogda's father drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. When the boiling liquid cooled down, Bogda raised his right hand, closed his eyes, and tilted his head, gulping down the entire potion with the thought of not wasting 10 pounds. The stench of blood lingered in his mouth, almost making him vomit everything he had just drunk. That night, Bogda realized that he had eaten something bad. He went to the bathroom 6 times and only fell asleep when the crimson moon was about to disappear. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up because he dreamed of being reprimanded by his boss. Thankfully, I applied for 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to the office. Bogda heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that he was in high spirits. This was in stark contrast to the gloomy state he had been in for the past few weeks. Bogda subconsciously reached out his hand and pressed on the right side of his abdomen. He felt that the region, which would sting him to the point of unbearable exertion, had become normal. There was only ordinary pain from pressing on it. It can't really be effective, right? That apothecary is clearly fooling me. Bogda was surprised, delighted, and puzzled as he got out of bed. He stretched his body and felt his long-lost sense of health return. He pondered for a long time and muttered to himself, "According to that apothecary's instructions, I still need to drink the medicine twice. After I'm done, I'll head to the hospital to find a physician to take a look. That apothecary didn't mention how many times I need to drink the medicine a day. I still feel that he's a little like a cheat." In the office of the Blackthorn Security Company's clerical staff, Klein had requested ahead of time to obtain an undisturbed environment. He held a carving knife and expressed his spirituality as he seriously carved incantations and symbols on 2 pieces of silver accessories. They were Hermes, which prayed to avoid calamity. They were 2 mysticism symbols that represented the Evernight goddess and the Empress of calamity and horror. Apart from that, Klein had also added the goddess's corresponding spirit number, 7, as well as the relevant magical labels. In addition, both sides of the charm and amulet had to be carved. As for the symbols, incantations, and labels on each side, their respective positions, and what special format they had, all of these belonged to the advanced category of mysticism. It was filled with falsehoods that were spread among ordinary people. At that moment, Klein's right-hand side had quite a number of scrap carving materials. After repeated practice and confirming that he had mastered it, he dared to create amulets for his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa. His psyche settled as spirituality surged out from the tip of his carving knife. He outlined the number 7 on the surface of the silver accessory. He had already finished carving the incantations and symbols on the other side of the silver accessory. All that was left was to finish this side. When the last carving was done, all the spirituality was strung together. Klein suddenly felt a strange, majestic, and terrifying power surge in the room. The surge quickly disappeared, and the incantations on both sides of the silver accessory formed a whole in Klein's spirit vision. They emitted a serene and peaceful black color. He put down his carving knife and rubbed the silver accessory that formed a circle and a vertical. He felt that it was warm to the touch with a hint of coolness. It's done. He happily put the amulet he had previously created and the newly completed piece into his pocket. He planned on giving it to his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa, when the opportunity arose. Such amulets created by Beyonders had certain effects. They could allow the wearer to avoid a certain degree of calamity without realizing it, but it wouldn't be too exaggerated. Furthermore, their spirituality would slowly dissipate. Unless they used high-level ritualistic magic and prayed for a complete solidification, a year was the limit. And high-level ritualistic magic had a terrifying requirement on spirituality. It wasn't something that Klein could afford at the moment. When the time comes, I'll use my spirituality to outline it again. Klein nodded thoughtfully and began cleaning up the messy table. He didn't make any items for himself for the time being, as amulets of this level had limited effects on him. Therefore, his goal was to further grasp the study of charms and combine it with ritualistic magic to create a few charms that could be activated with special syllables for self-defense. After finishing his work, just as Klein walked out of the clerk's office and was about to hand in the scrap materials, he saw Captain Dunn walking over in a black trench coat. Dunn's deep gray eyes scanned him and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Klein, the Holy Cathedral has approved of you. You are now an official member of us." "Really? That's great." Klein expressed his surprise in a half-genuine manner. Dunn smiled and nodded. You can now collect your salary of £3 for this week, and £5 for the next week until the advance is paid. By the way, did I mention the Nighthawk's ritual? Every official Nighthawk has to complete a mission independently. Only by doing so can they gain the recognition of their companions. Considering your previous outstanding performance, I believe you can replace it with an ordinary mission. When the time comes, I'll officially introduce you to all the Nighthawks in Tingeon City. Klein answered without hesitation. That's right. All right. £3 and £7 from the reimbursement would be no problem for him to buy a suit of formal attire. And there's still a lot left. I wonder when I'll be able to wait for the mission. Klein waited until Sunday, until Selena's birthday banquet. After changing into his formal attire, he used a brush and handkerchief to clean his half-top hat. Klein looked in the mirror and walked down to the first floor with satisfaction. At this moment, Melissa was sizing up Banson's clothes. Is there a problem? Banson waved his cane, feeling a little guilty from his sister's gaze. He examined himself and felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He was dressed decently enough. Melissa retracted her gaze and said with a serious expression, Banson, this is a very old suit. There will be many outstanding young ladies and ladies attending tonight's birthday banquet. I think your dressing like this is disrespectful to them. Klein was originally full of questions, but after hearing Melissa's emphasis, he suddenly came to a realization. He smiled and went up to her. I'm about the same size as Banson. He can wear my other tuxedo. He had already told his brother and sister that he had bought a new suit. He said that the suit had been damaged by a thorn when he was inspecting some cultural relics. Therefore, the company had generously compensated him. Of course, he hid the fact that he had been promoted and given a raise. He was afraid that it would scare Melissa and Banson, so he planned to tell them half a year later. Banson and Melissa were very envious of this explanation. They felt that the Blackthorn Security Company was an employer that was hard to find fault with. There's no need for that, is there? Banson still didn't understand the situation. No, it's very necessary. Klein nudged Banson's shoulders and walked to the stairs. My tuxedo is hanging on the coat rack. After watching Banson go upstairs with a blank look, Klein turned to Melissa and smiled. You hope that Banson can use the opportunity of Selena's birthday banquet to start a beautiful relationship with a certain lady? He had read many newspapers and magazines recently, so he knew that the banquets of the nobles and the middle class often had the function of matchmaking. Melissa nodded seriously. Yes, Banson has already missed out on too much for us. Chapter 84. Noticing his sister's puzzled look, Klein suddenly felt that this was an opportunity. He sized her up and said with a serious expression, You're right. He sized her up and said with a serious expression, Melissa, you aren't showing enough respect for tonight's banquet. What? Melissa wore a puzzled look. Klein pointed at her neck. As a lady, you're still lacking a necklace to adorn here. Without waiting for his sister to speak, he chuckled and took out a silver amulet surrounded by angel feathers from his pocket. Thankfully, I prepared it for you. Melissa was first taken aback before she blurted out, How much is it? Sis, your focus isn't right. Klein silently lampooned as he explained with a chuckle. In fact, it's not expensive. As it was only a half-finished product, I imitated an artifact I've seen before and engraved blessings and beautiful patterns on it. You engraved it? As expected, Melissa's attention was diverted. How is it? What do you think of my handiwork? Klein handed the amulet to his sister. Melissa flipped it around and looked at it a few times before biting her lips. I like the angel feathers around it. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, just say so. There's no need to hide it. An amulet is mainly about its effects. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to persuade his sister to accept it, he saw Melissa wear the silver necklace around her neck with a reluctant expression. Then, she carefully positioned the amulet. Perfect. Klein sized it up and praised exaggeratedly. Melissa shot a glance at him and looked down at the amulet. She said in a muffled voice, Klein, you weren't like this in the past. Perhaps it's because I have a good job and a good income that I've become more confident. Klein interrupted his sister and gave an explanation. Sigh. Even though I've received the original owner's memory fragments and there aren't any major problems. There are still some details that I'm used to showing my true personality, especially after I become more and more comfortable with Banson and Melissa." He sighed inwardly. Melissa seemed to agree with his reasoning and pursed her lips. "You're fine like this, really fine." After the siblings chatted for a while, Banson changed his clothes and went downstairs. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, a tuxedo, a black bow tie, and a pair of well-ironed pants. He looked like a new person, like a successful person who had his own business after working hard for many years. The hairline is similar as well. Klein chuckled inwardly. "Very good, Banson. That's exactly what you should wear." He smiled brightly and spread his hands. Melissa nodded in agreement. "It turns out that clothes are more important than me." Banson made fun of himself. Klein took the opportunity to take out the remaining amulet and repeated what he had said before. Finally, he said, "I made one for you too. It's not bad. I'll carry it with me." Banson accepted it calmly and teased, "Klein, I wouldn't be surprised even if you suddenly know how to cut hair, make clothes, repair clocks, and feed curly-haired baboons. Life is always full of surprises and surprises," Klein replied with a smile. Following that, the siblings cleaned themselves up and walked out the door. They took a trackless public carriage to Northborough's Fania Street. The Woods house was also a terraced house, but unlike Klein's, it had a porch and a small lawn in front of the house, making it look more elegant. When the doorbell was rung, Klein, Banson, and Melissa waited for less than 20 seconds before they saw the star of the day, Selena Wood. The girl with long burgundy hair gave Melissa a joyful hug. "I like this dress of yours. It makes you look especially beautiful." Beside Selena was her father, Mr. Wood Sr., a senior employee of the Bakelin Bank's Tingen branch. "Welcome, our esteemed elder brother. Welcome, our young historian." He deliberately greeted Banson and Klein in an exaggerated manner. Young historian. Why didn't he add a description of a conscientious person? Klein lampooned inwardly, took off his hat, and replied with a smile, "Mr. Wood, you are more spirited and younger than I imagined." His compliment had unknowingly leaned towards the foodie empire. Banson extended his hand and shook old Wood's hand. "I know quite a number of bank employees, but they are all equally arrogant and stiff, like the latest models of machines. None of them are as gentlemanly as you. If you had seen me at the bank, you might not have given me such an evaluation." Oldwood smiled happily. After exchanging pleasantries, Selena, who was wearing a new dress, led the siblings inside. At times, she would say in a normal voice, "Elizabeth has arrived." At other times, she would say to Melissa in a suppressed voice, "Your two brothers are more handsome than I imagined." "Hey, my hearing is very good, even though you're complimenting me." Klein looked helplessly at the two 16-year-old girls walking side by side in front of him. "That's not right. I'm still far from being handsome." "Hey, Miss Selena, how ugly did you think of me and Banson previously? One is reserved and gloomy, slovenly, pale, and listless. The other has sparse hair and looks prematurely old." Klein pinched his glabella and diligently practiced his spirit vision. "Miss Selena is healthy, excited, and very happy. Mr. Wood Sr. has a small problem with his lungs." "Yes, I saw his pipe." Klein scanned the crowd in a good mood. "Elizabeth, Melissa is here." At that moment, Selena called out in a brisk tone. A girl in a blue lace dress walked over. She had naturally curly brown hair and cute baby fat. Klein was taken aback for a moment because he knew this girl. He had even helped her choose an amulet at the underground market. Elizabeth first greeted Melissa before looking at Banson and Klein. She stood there in a daze, frowning slightly as though she was thinking about something. Soon, Elizabeth smiled and greeted them politely as though nothing had happened. Klein pretended not to recognize her. Under Oldwood's lead, he came to the sofa in the living room and was introduced to Selena's brother, Chris, and the other guests. Klein couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Banson happily chatting with Chris and the other solicitors using his neighbor, Mr. Shoud. "I don't have such social skills." He picked up a glass of aperitif from the table in the corner and listened quietly. From time to time, he would nod and laugh in agreement. Not long after, all the guests arrived, and the banquet officially began. As there were too many guests, the Wood family's dining table couldn't handle it. Therefore, the banquet was a buffet. The maid served steaks, roast chicken, fried fish, mashed potatoes, and other food on different tables. The serving men were in charge of cutting them to fit the portions. When Klein saw the elegant glazed plates and silver knives and forks, he couldn't help but be speechless. He felt that the middle-class Wood family was too extravagant. Since they're so rich, why did Chris prepare for the wedding for a few more years? He thought of what his sister had once said. Perhaps it's to accumulate such cutlery that they had to prepare for a few more years. For such a family, dignity is very important. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up a porcelain plate, came to the dining table, and forked a piece of roasted meat smeared with honey. At this moment, Elizabeth, who had cute baby fat on her face, came over and looked at the food. She looked at the food and whispered, "So you're Melissa's brother?" "Thank you. Selena really likes the amulet I gave her. She said that she felt healthy the moment she put it on." Selena, amulet. Klein suddenly recalled the reason the girl beside him had chosen the amulet. It was a birthday present for a friend who liked mysticism. That friend is Selena? Selena likes things in the mystical domain? Klein frowned slightly and smiled politely. That might just be a placebo effect. After saying that, he waited for her to praise Roselle the Great. However, Elizabeth's reaction was one of confusion. What's a placebo effect? It's a purely psychological effect. Sometimes, when we believe that we will become better, we will really become better, Klein roughly explained. No, she said that it's different from the amulets she bought in the past. It feels different, Elizabeth emphasized. She turned her head to glance at Klein and said curiously, "I didn't expect Melissa's brother to be an expert in mysticism. As you know, I'm a history major, so I'm always exposed to such things." Klein changed the topic and asked, "Are you also from Tingen City Technical School?" "No. I used to be classmates with Selena and Melissa. Later, they went to technical school, and I went to the nearby Ivos Public School," Elizabeth explained seriously. Public schools weren't public schools, but schools that accepted students from the public. They had evolved from good grammar schools, and their goal was to nurture graduates who could enter university. The tuition fees were rather expensive, and they would consider the student's family background. Even the typical middle class couldn't afford it. She didn't chat further. After choosing her food, she returned to Selena's side. After congratulating the main character on her birthday, the banquet gradually came to an end. Klein and Banson were invited to join the ranks of Texas Hold'em. The small blind bet was half a penny, and the big blind bet was 1 penny. As for Melissa, Elizabeth, Selena, and the other friends, they went to the second floor. It was unknown if they were chatting or playing other games. Klein's luck wasn't good today. He played more than 20 rounds, but he didn't get a good hand. All he could do was watch and discard his cards, acting as a spectator. He flipped the corner of his card again and realized that it was a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. Should I try to bluff him? Klein considered it for a moment, but he still couldn't muster the courage to do so. He resisted the urge to cheat with divination. He covered his cards and knocked on the table, indicating that he wasn't calling. Then, he got up and left the long table for the bathroom. Roselle is also a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found a strange reason to continue naming the game Texas. Klein shook his head as he walked forward. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, and his pupils constricted. Chapter 85. A strange, distorted, and faint fluctuation flashed past. It was so fast that Klein almost suspected that he was hallucinating. If it wasn't for his proficient grasp of spiritual perception, he might have overlooked this anomaly. Thinking of his sister upstairs, Klein frowned. He gripped his cane tightly, circled around the washroom, and turned towards the stairs of the woodhouse. He quickly walked up, and based on his spiritual perception's grasp of the remnant traces, he arrived outside the living room near the balcony. "It should be here," Klein muttered as he raised his hand to tap his glabella twice. Auras penetrated the walls and the wooden door and entered his eyes. Most of them had normal colors, but their outlines were blurry. However, one of them was rippling with a sinister black-green color that was slowly corroding inwards. "There's indeed a problem," Klein's expression turned abnormally serious as he reached out with his right hand to remove the silver chain around his left wrist. He held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally in front of him. When the pendant stopped swaying, he outlined the ball of light and chanted inwardly. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. Typically speaking, spirit dowsing was only suitable for divination on matters related to oneself, as well as a small-scale objective situation. Therefore, Klein was rather particular in his description. Danger would cause him to be affected, and the room would be right in front of him. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. After repeating this a total of 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a rather fast speed. This meant that there was danger caused by a beyonder in the room, and the level of danger wasn't low. Selena was a mysticism enthusiast. She had brought her friends to play a certain ritual, and something had gone wrong. What should I do? Klein rubbed his brows, wrapped the topaz pendant around himself, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 times rhythmically. A friendly smile plastered on his face. With a creak, the door opened, and Melissa appeared in front of Klein in a new dress. "Klein, what's the matter?" The girl didn't expect her brother to come over and was rather surprised. Klein smiled without a hint of gloom in his voice. "I heard that you were having fun, so I was a little curious. Sorry for disturbing you." Melissa lowered her head in embarrassment and apologized. "We were playing magic mirror divination. Selena knows a lot. It's fun. Magic mirror divination. Sis, why don't you go play pen spirit and disc spirit?" Klein shook his head in exasperation and amusement. He looked past Melissa and into the living room, where he saw Selena with a bright smile and deep dimples. However, in his spirit vision, the girl with long wine-red hair who was holding a silver-plated mirror was being corroded by the sinister blackish green. As his thoughts raced, Klein deliberated over his words. "Hee, I won't disturb your game anymore. All right, where's Elizabeth? I was chatting with her about ancient Fasak grammar, and she said that she had questions for me." "Elizabeth?" Melissa looked her brother up and down and emphasized in a strange tone, "She's only 16. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Klein immediately explained. "This is a normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages." Melissa gave her brother a deep look before saying, "She's inside. I'll get her to come out." "All right." Klein took a step back and left the door. As he watched his sister turn around, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that the person in danger wasn't Melissa. He only waited for about 20 seconds before a confused Elizabeth walked out. She asked in puzzlement, "Mr. Moretti, what's the matter? I never said that I'm interested in history and ancient languages." At that moment, her words were interrupted by Klein's stern and solemn expression. Her entire body tensed up, as though she had smelled something ominous. Klein took a few steps to the side and gestured for Elizabeth to come over from behind the half-closed door. The girl with cute baby fat on her cheeks was affected by the sudden heavy atmosphere and subconsciously followed. "As you know, I'm a mysticism enthusiast." Klein stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said directly. Elizabeth nodded slightly in response. "Yes, I even believe that you're an expert in mysticism." "No, I'm just an enthusiast, but that doesn't stop me from discovering that there's a problem with your magic mirror divination," Klein said with a heavy tone. "A problem?" Elizabeth nearly raised her voice as she hurriedly covered her mouth. Klein thought for a moment and said, "I know it's hard to convince you with words alone. Return to the activity room now, and when Selena isn't paying attention, take a peek at the front of the mirror that she hasn't shown you." "How do you know that she won't show us the front of the mirror?" Elizabeth blurted out. According to the records of the Nighthawks, more than 90% of the cases involving magic mirror divination that involve evil will have similar situations. Klein smiled. "It's common sense." When the puzzled and fearful Elizabeth re-entered the room, his calm smile vanished, and worry was written all over his face. Although it's all in Northborough, it's at least a 15-minute public carriage ride from Fania Street to Zitland Street. By the time the captain and the others arrive, The situation will probably be out of control. If only Banson and Melissa weren't here. But I can't deal with those hidden and unknown existences. Is there a way to temporarily contain it? Right? Selena is a mysticism enthusiast. Her room shouldn't be lacking in extract, essential oils, herbs, and other items. Just as Klein was trying his best to come up with a solution, Elizabeth found an excuse to discuss something and sat beside Selena. Help me divine when I'll meet a romantic, handsome gentleman this time. A girl opposite her drank a mouthful of wine. Under everyone's teasing gazes, she mustered her courage and said with a blushing face. Selena coughed lightly and rubbed the back of the mirror in all seriousness. Mirror, mirror, tell me, when will the gentleman in Yanina's heart appear? After repeating herself thrice, she picked up the mirror and brought it in front of herself. Seizing this opportunity, Elizabeth suddenly turned her head to the side and took a glance. According to her expectations, she felt that she would see Selena's face in the mirror. She would see half of her face. However, what she saw was only Selena. There was only Selena in the small mirror, and it was a full-body Selena. It was pitch black in the mirror, and in the middle was a cold-looking Selena. Elizabeth trembled as she suddenly leaned against the back of the sofa, momentarily forgetting to breathe. She couldn't help but tremble. Without bothering to find an excuse, she got up abruptly and stumbled to the door. She didn't dare turn back to look at the beaming Selena. Yanina's gentleman will appear on the second Sunday in half a year's time. Amidst the giggles, Elizabeth opened the door and saw Klein in his tuxedo and half-top hat standing in the shadows of the wall lamps. "Mr. Moretti?" She stuttered, unable to say a word. Klein calmly laughed. "Don't disturb the young ladies inside." Infected by a smile, Elizabeth calmed down a little. She reached out to close the door and quickly walked to the wall lamp. "I saw it. I saw only Selena in the mirror, the demonic Selena," she said in a low voice. Indeed, Klein's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know where Selena's bedroom is? Do you know where her mysticism items are?" "It's there. The mysticism item is there too." Elizabeth pointed at the room diagonally opposite without hesitation. With his cane in hand, Klein walked over and opened the unlocked wooden door. Under the light of the street lamps and the crimson moonlight in the sky, he opened the valve and lit the gas lamp. In the dim yellow light, he swept his eyes over it. He saw bottles of pure dew, flower essences, boxes of medicinal powders, candles, and talismans. These items were either placed on the desk or neatly arranged on the shelves. They were all labeled with their names. After confirming it, Klein said to Elizabeth, who was behind him, "Don't worry. Do you want to save Selena?" "Yes." Elizabeth subconsciously nodded before asking in a daze, "Is it dangerous?" "There's a certain level of danger. After all, I'm only a mysticism enthusiast," Klein answered frankly. "A certain level of danger." Elizabeth pursed her lips for a few seconds. "What do you need me to do?" Klein smiled warmly and consoled her. "There's no need to be nervous. All you need to do is pretend that nothing has happened and return to the activity room. Return to Selena's side. 5 minutes later, remember, 5 minutes later, use the excuse of giving Selena a surprise and bring her here. Knock on the door gently, 1 long knock and 2 short knocks. After that, yes, leave it to me." Elizabeth silently recalled and nodded solemnly. "All right." As he watched her return to the activity room, Klein glanced at his pocket watch and closed the door to Selena's bedroom. Then, he quickly cleared the desk and placed the items he needed on the chair. Right on the heels of that, he picked up 2 candles with a faint fragrance and placed them on the top left and right corner of the desk. This was the symbol of the Lady of Crimson, the Empress of Calamity and Horror. Klein wanted to hold a ritual here and use the Evernight goddess's power to resist the mysterious and unknown existence that was affecting Selena. As he was only a sequence 9, the ritualistic magic he knew wasn't powerful enough. To succeed, he had to get Elizabeth to lure Selena into the seal's circle and into the vicinity of the altar. Therefore, he had to consider the possibility of her noticing and resisting. Chapter 86. So-called interruptive ritualistic magic meant that when a Beyonder was performing a ritual, they could interrupt it according to the situation and complete other matters first. When they were done, they could return to continue and still achieve the desired effect. This was a technique derived from the development of ritualistic magic over 1,000 years. After all, many high-level rituals required many steps. It could take an hour, 2 hours, or even half a day to complete. It was difficult to guarantee that there would be no disturbances or accidents during the process. After the lessons learned through the blood and tears of the ancestors and the feedback of repeated failures, the ability to interrupt ritualistic magic became mainstream at the higher levels. It also indirectly affected the lower levels. However, being able to interrupt didn't mean that it could be interrupted at any time or however one wanted to. One had to follow the mysticism theory and master the corresponding technique. Otherwise, the failure of the ritual was an unavoidable outcome. It might even lead to a terrifying backlash. According to Klein's understanding, when you successfully obtained the attention of a certain deity and he was waiting for you to say the contents of your prayer, and you suddenly said, "Wait, I'm going to the bathroom," then congratulations, you would never need to go to the bathroom again. Phew! Klein exhaled and forced himself to remain calm. Although he had held many luck enhancement rituals and had designed the corresponding procedures for justice and the hanging man to attempt, this was the first time he was using real ritualistic magic that conformed to the rules. Looking at the silver inlaid cane leaning against the side of the bed, Klein picked up the third candle and placed it in the middle of the desk to symbolize himself. Then, he placed Selena's ritual silver bowl in front of the third candle, replacing the cauldron with the sacred emblem. On the left was the extract and essential oil from the moonflower, slumberflower, and other plants. On the right was a plate of salt, a small silver dagger, a piece of fake parchment, and a quill dipped in water. Thankfully, Selena's things were more complete. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete the setup. And old Neil's fast ritual isn't something a seer can do. From the looks of it, Selena is a rather experienced mysticism enthusiast. Yes, if she wasn't, she wouldn't have caused such a disaster. She's only 16, and she's been in this for at least a year. Who introduced her? As Klein's thoughts raced, he picked up Selena's cup from the bedside table, poured some water into it, and placed it beside the coarse salt. He took out his pocket watch, opened it, and glanced at it. Without further delay, he outlined layers of light spheres in his mind and quickly entered meditation. An invisible wind suddenly swirled in the room, filled with the fragrance of flowers. Klein, who had already put away his pocket watch, suddenly turned his eyes deep from brown to black, as if he could see the souls of everyone who was staring at him. He stretched out his palm and pressed it against the candle in the upper right corner. "Evernight goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson." As he chanted, Klein extended his spirituality and rubbed the candle wick. After a few times, the candle was ignited, and the dim yellow light had a hint of tranquil blue. "Evernight goddess, you are also the Empress of Misfortune and Horror." Following the same method, Klein successfully lit the second candle in the upper left corner. "I am your loyal guard, your shield against danger in the dark, and your spear against evil in the silence." Tung! The third candle that symbolized Klein began to burn. Under the flickering candlelight, he picked up the silver knife and imitated old Neil's actions. He used the incantation, coarse salt, and water to complete the consecration. Then, he allowed the spirituality he had accumulated to gush out from the tip of the silver dagger, fusing with nature. With the silver knife in hand, Klein walked around the bedroom. He used his knees in place of his feet where the bed was, sealing the area with an invisible barrier. The light from the street lamps outside the window instantly disappeared, but the crimson continued to shine quietly. Klein returned to the desk, picked up a quill, and used his spirituality and ink to draw the incantation and symbols to avert disaster. After doing all of this, he put down the things in his hands and dripped a drop of the bottles of extract, flower essence, and essential oil onto the 3 candles. Sizzle. A faint fog filled the air, adding a sense of mystery to the room. After burning a few more herbs, Klein took a step back amidst the mixed fragrance and chanted the corresponding incantation for interrupted ritualistic magic. Nobler than the starry sky, more eternal than eternity, the Evernight Goddess, I pray for your grace. I pray for your grace, a faithful believer of yours. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the power of misfortune and fear. I pray for your faithful believer, Selena Wood, to be free from the taint of evil, to be free from the clutches of misfortune. I pray for you to wait for a moment, for that unfortunate girl. Moonflower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. Slumber flower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. After chanting the incantation, Klein closed his eyes and repeated it 7 times in his heart. Seeing that there were no abnormalities on the altar, he gripped the silver dagger again and retreated step by step until he reached the door of Selena's bedroom. He tapped his chest 4 times and drew the crimson moon. Then, he turned around and raised the silver dagger. Spirituality spewed out from the tip of the dagger once again, cutting out the shape of a door on the invisible wall. Klein knew that even if he opened the door now, it wouldn't affect the tranquility and holiness of the altar. He took out the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, checked the time, and rehearsed the subsequent process. In the activity room on the 2nd floor, Elizabeth, who was trembling slightly, looked up at the wall clock from time to time, silently counting the time under the glow of the 2 gas lamps. It's about time. As she muttered silently, she turned to look at the lively girl with long burgundy hair. She had deep dimples, a bright smile, and was able to converse well with every friend around her. But the more she was like that, the more terrified Elizabeth felt. The cold and terrifying Selena in the mirror seemed to always exist in her mind, and she couldn't forget it. I can't wait any longer. I have to take action. Elizabeth suddenly stood up. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she stammered with a smile. Selena, I have a surprise for you. Come out with me for a while. Really? Didn't you give me a birthday present? Selena held the mirror upside down and stood up with Elizabeth in astonishment. There won't be any surprise. There won't be any sign. Elizabeth felt that she had no talent for acting. She didn't say anything else and walked to the door of the living room. Selena followed behind her with a puzzled smile. Melissa watched her 2 friends leave, and she could not help but frown. Elizabeth is acting weird today. After she met Klein, she found it even stranger. She suddenly ran out just now, saying that she was in a hurry to go to the bathroom. But why did she look so flustered? In front of Selena's bedroom, Elizabeth took a deep breath and said to the girl in front of her, Let's go into your room. Elizabeth, I feel that you're very nervous and scared. Why? Selena looked at her friend in confusion and realized that her body was trembling uncontrollably. Excited, yes, excited. Glancing at the mirror in Selena's hand, Elizabeth turned around and knocked on the door. 1 long knock and 2 short knocks. Why did you knock on the door? Selena was even more confused. Her bedroom door creaked open, and Klein, who was wearing a black tuxedo and half-top hat, appeared in front of the 2 girls. Surprise? This is the surprise? Selena's mouth was agape, her mind in a daze. At that moment, Klein suddenly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into the room. Elizabeth was stunned on the spot. At the same time, Klein pointed his silver dagger and surged with spirituality, quickly mending the door-shaped passageway that he had sliced open. An invisible wall of spirituality sealed the room once again, hiding Selena's screams inside. Bang! Klein slammed the door shut and rushed back to the desk without even looking at Selena. The girl with long burgundy hair stopped screaming, raised her head, and surveyed the room. Her gaze quickly turned cold, and her skin turned pale. Her 10 fingers quickly grew sharp, white fingernails. At that moment, Klein had already returned to his cogitation state. As he dripped a drop of essential oil extracted from moonflower on each of the 3 candles, he chanted loudly, The exalted Lady of Crimson, the great Empress of misfortune and horror, I pray for your favor. Bless your lost lamb, Selena Wood. Amidst the chanting, he picked up the fake goatskin parchment and placed it near the candle that symbolized the supplicant. Whoosh! He felt the cold wind behind him, and he felt a heavy force coming at him. The goatskin was ignited, and Klein threw it into the silver bowl. He was already prepared to crouch down and avoid the fatal claw. Whoosh! The sound of the wind became abnormally intense, and Klein felt his spirituality surge out like a tidal wave. He couldn't contain it at all. He saw the goatskin in the silver bowl burn into a serene black color, and he heard a heavy object fall to the ground behind him. Thump! Bang! There was almost no gap between the two sounds. Wisps of black and green invisible gas entered the small silver bowl and disappeared into the illusory darkness. Klein rolled to the side, got up, and pulled out the revolver from under his armpit. But when he focused his gaze, all he saw was the cute girl with wine-red hair, Selena, collapsing to the ground. The silver-plated mirror had shattered into countless pieces on the carpet. The shards didn't reflect Selena anymore. They were displayed on the ceiling, showing Klein's silhouette. At that moment, Klein, who hadn't deactivated his spirit vision, saw that the sinister black and green in Selena's aura had completely disappeared. Everything had returned to normal, but it appeared much weaker. Phew! Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he felt a stabbing pain in his glabella and in his head. The stabbing pain spread through his entire body, making him want to roll on the ground. Klein clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands protruded. They were completely black, like living maggots. At the same time, he heard a soundless scream, a murmur that tore at his mind. It took him more than 10 seconds to recover, and his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. The ritualistic magic just now drained my spirituality and nearly caused me to lose control of my beyonder powers. Klein made a rough judgment of the situation, and this matter also made him realize that he seemed to have digested quite a bit of the remnant psyche from the potion. This was because if he were to estimate the initial strength after consuming the potion, he felt that he wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have directly collapsed into a monster. The acting method is quite useful after all. Klein tapped his glabella and wiped his sweat. He turned to face the altar, tapped his chest 4 times, and said loudly, "Praise the lady." Following that, he extinguished the candles and quickly tidied up the altar. After casually placing the items back on the desk, he used his silver dagger to remove the sealed wall of spirituality. Whoosh! The sound of the wind reverberated as the silence receded. Klein heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling a lingering fear from what had just happened. If I hadn't rehearsed the process and successfully completed the ritual, things would have been troublesome. Furthermore, I still don't know who my opponent is or who my enemy is. Fortunately, the room is carpeted and my rolling didn't damage my clothes. He shook his head and reached out to pull open the wooden door to Selena's bedroom. "How is it?" Elizabeth took 2 steps back and asked nervously. Seeing her fear, Klein took off his half-top hat and smiled warmly. Chapter 87. Is it really over? Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Klein smiled and nodded calmly. Yes, it's not that difficult. That was a lie, he added silently in his heart. Perhaps it was because Klein had been very calm, or perhaps it was because he was the only hoverboard. Elizabeth no longer had any doubts. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. You are a trustworthy gentleman. I was so scared. How's Selena? Is she all right? She may fall asleep for a few minutes, but there are no other problems. Well, it's normal for her to be weak for 2 to 3 days. At this point, Klein suddenly straightened his face and said solemnly, "Who is her mysticism studies teacher? Didn't you tell her about the basic taboos?" Elizabeth immediately stood up straight, like a student who had been scolded by a teacher. She pondered. Selena mentioned before that her mysticism teacher is Hannes Vincent. A year ago, she went to the divination club on Howe Street for a divination and got to know this gentleman. Hannes Vincent. On the surface, he's guiding the magic mirror divination, but in secret, he's teaching black divination. If I had known, I would have reported it to the captain earlier and checked his gas meter. Klein felt a little vexed as he asked in a deep voice. Selena's magic mirror divination was also taught by him? To Klein, the thing that scared him the most was that it almost affected his sister, Melissa. Elizabeth nodded cautiously. Yes, but Selena's previous attempts with the magic mirror didn't succeed. She told me today that she peeked at her teacher's secret incantation. There's definitely no problem. Little expert at courting death. Klein pinched the sun acupoint with a headache. Do you remember the spell she chanted? Although Han-ass Vincent didn't take the initiative to teach Selena about the dangers, it was obvious that he was trying to do so. It was only a matter of time before something happened to provoke an unknown, hidden existence. It had to be dealt with as soon as possible to prevent the situation from worsening and affecting others. I remember part of it. Elizabeth recalled. She used Hermes in mysticism. As you know, I've only been in contact with it for a short period of time. I only remember the words wandering, heroic spirit, creator, and kin. Creator? The true creator? Many underground mysticism enthusiasts did indeed believe in this ancient existence that was revered by many secret organizations. Yes, an ancient existence that appeared more than 1,000 years ago in the early 5th epoch. Klein nodded thoughtfully. When Selena wakes up, remember to ask her about the complete incantation and find a chance to tell me. All right, Elizabeth answered readily. But soon after, she asked doubtfully, Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her directly? I don't want Melissa to know that I'm interested in mysticism. Can you keep it a secret for me? Klein replied with a question. Elizabeth bit her lower lip and her eyes lit up. No problem. Melissa does prefer machinery over mystery and rationality over intuition. Klein pressed the hand holding his hat to his left chest and bowed like a gentleman. Thank you for your understanding. As for Selena, you know that she's not a person who keeps secrets. A more accurate description would be that she likes to share secrets with others. Elizabeth agreed. Klein wore his hat and thought for a moment. When Selena wakes up, remember to tell her that she suddenly fainted and smashed the mirror. I believe that her memories must have stopped at the time when she first started the magic mirror divination. Seeing Elizabeth nod, he turned serious again. Remember, be it divination or attempting other mysticism knowledge, do not pray to existences other than the 7 deities. If you see any incantation that doesn't belong to that type, immediately burn it and stay away from the provider. If I hadn't discovered it in time today, Selena would have become a monster or an evil spirit in 10 minutes. And no one here would have survived, including me. Thinking of the cold Selena in the mirror, Elizabeth didn't doubt Klein's words at all. She sighed with lingering fear and said, I know. I'll remember that. I'll also monitor Selena. All right, go in and take care, Selena. Klein waved his silver-inlaid black cane and walked towards the staircase. As he walked, his eyes darkened and he looked inward. He took out a penny with his right hand and flicked it into the air. There's no problem with Selena anymore. There's no problem with Selena anymore. Klein quickly repeated the statement and reached out to catch the falling copper coin. He saw that it was George the third head facing up. This wasn't a simplification of spirit dowsing, but a simplification of dream divination. In that instant, Klein had used cogitation to force himself to sleep and spiritually wander the spirit world. The front and back of the coin were symbolic symbols. The head was correct, but the numbers were wrong. Very good, there's no problem. Klein spun the brass coin happily on his fingertips. It was a simplification that only a seer could complete. Elizabeth stared at Klein's back. She saw the flying penny and how he caught it. Only when Klein disappeared down the staircase did she turn around and enter the bedroom. She saw Selena sleeping on the floor with glass shards all around her. She held her breath and tiptoed to look at the mirror shards. She confirmed that there was no longer a cold Selena in it and that it reflected the ceiling. Phew! Elizabeth was completely relieved as she heaved a long sigh of relief. However, she failed to help Selena onto the bed despite trying a few times. Instead, she woke her up. Elizabeth, what happened to me? Am I drunk? Selena asked weakly. Her bright eyes had dimmed and were filled with confusion. Elizabeth thought for a few seconds and replied in an abnormally serious manner. No, Selena. No, Selena, there's a problem with you. Your magic mirror divination has attracted a bad existence. Is that so? With Elizabeth's help, Selena weakly sat on the edge of the bed and massaged Sun's acupoint. I only remember that I just started using the magic mirror divination. Elizabeth said half-truthfully, You seem to have changed into a different person. You were like a completely different person just now. The you in the mirror was even a little different from the real you. I was so scared, so I used the excuse of giving you a surprise, took you into the bedroom, snatched your mirror, and smashed it on the carpet. Then you fainted. Goddess bless you. You're normal now. I don't remember, Selena muttered with a pale face. The more she thought about it, the more her mind went blank and the more afraid she felt. Subconsciously, she looked up at the desk and realized that the arrangement was clearly different from before. What exactly happened? Selena thought hard, but she could only vaguely remember a person wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat. He wasn't strong or tall, but he had a rather straight back. Selena, Elizabeth said solemnly, the last time I went to the underground market to buy an amulet, I met a mysticism expert. He told me that no matter what, I should never pray to an existence other than the 7 deities. Otherwise, I would definitely attract a calamity. Promise me, don't try again. I didn't even know if I could save you just now. Selena was also frightened out of her wits as she hurriedly nodded. No, I'll never try again. Oh, what did the incantation you used during the magic mirror divination mean? If I have the chance to meet that mysticism expert again, I'll help you consult him, Elizabeth said, feigning casualness. Selena rubbed her sun acupoint and thought for a moment. The heroic spirit that lingers, the true creator's kin, the eyes that stares into fate. Tap, tap, tap. As Klein walked down the stairs, he carefully adjusted the creases on his clothes and patted off the dust on them. Then he took off his half-top hat and slowly returned to the long dining table with his silver-inlaid black cane. Where did you go? It's almost been 10 minutes. Selena's brother, Chris, happened to fold his cards as he turned his head and asked. Klein smiled. The bathroom. Then I went to the second floor to meet a few ladies and ladies. I admire your directness, Chris praised. He had red hair and a short stature that had been passed down in his family. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a rather capable bearing. He was an outstanding solicitor. If you knew that I knocked out your sister on the second floor, you definitely wouldn't say that. Klein humbly said, We were just discussing some academic issues. In the field of mysticism, he put down his hat, returned to his seat, and waited for the next round to begin. He had 2 cards up his sleeves. Tilting the corner, he saw a king of spades and an ace of diamonds. My luck has turned for the better. Is this my reward for doing a good deed? Klein took out a copper coin and prepared to place his bet. Since the incantation wasn't revealed to Selena by Hanas, there's no need to be in a rush to inform Captain, he thought. In the subsequent rounds, he maintained a tight hand and only bet when he had a good hand. He didn't try to bluff someone he wasn't confident in. Overall, he didn't win much. By the time it ended at 10:30, he had won 6 pence. I won 2 solely and 8 pence. Vanson played with the notes and pence in his hand. I didn't expect you to be an expert at poker, Klein praised with a smile. No, I don't really play cards, but I know that this is the same as negotiating. I have to hide my cards and see through the other party's cards. Then, I have to use all sorts of methods to scare or lure them. Before Banson could finish his sentence, he saw Melissa and the others come down from the second floor. It's time to go home. Klein glanced at his sister and her friends as he massaged Sun's acupoint. The throbbing pain in his head was still present. Following that, Klein went to the bathroom and, by brushing past her, learned the complete incantation from her. When he returned to his brother and sister, he smiled. Chapter 88. What's the matter? Banson asked in passing. Melissa looked at her brother seriously because she felt that Klein's behavior tonight was equally odd. He was only slightly better than Elizabeth and Selena. Klein had already thought of an excuse as he chuckled. There's a mistake in a certain description of a document, and I've already instructed my colleagues to submit it the moment they arrive at the company tomorrow morning. Therefore, I'll either head over to make changes now or wake up at least half an hour early tomorrow. Without a doubt, I'll choose the former. I always felt that you weren't focused enough while playing cards, so you were thinking about work. Banson was enlightened as he smiled. No, I apologize. I should have said that playing cards helps me think. All right, we'll wait for you. Melissa retracted her gaze and adjusted the ruffled edges of her goatskin sleeve. As it was long past the operating hours of the public carriages, the siblings had no choice but to hire a rental carriage nearby after bidding farewell. It cost 2 soldi for 45 minutes. I heard that every carriage driver will randomly increase the price. Benson grumbled in a low voice after he paid most of the money he had won with his heart aching. Klein smiled and said, I think it's acceptable. It's almost 11 o'clock. I was just joking. What I'm thinking now is that we can actually do joint hiring. Together with other customers, we can reach many places in 45 minutes, Banson said as he looked out the window at the people who were hiring carriages. I get it. It's carpooling. Klein rubbed the silver-inlaid patterns on the tip of his cane. We don't have a problem, but the other customers do. Banson, haven't you noticed? They're very concerned about their image and are very concerned about decency. I think this might be a common trait among the middle class. Yes. Banson nodded seriously. The Wood family is more extravagant than I imagined. However, Old Wood's salary is only £4 a week. Decency might be the biggest difference between some middle-class people and curly-haired baboons. Did the curly-haired baboon provoke you? Klein almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Melissa did not join in their discussion. She sat in her seat and glanced at Klein from time to time, making his hair stand on end. The light two-wheeled carriage sped through the quiet and dark streets, arriving at Zutland Street in 12 minutes. Wait for me here for 5 minutes. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, Klein emphasized. He put on his hat, took his cane, and got out of the carriage. The coachman had no problem with waiting because it was time and not the distance. Walking up the stairs, Klein arrived outside the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door. In less than 10 seconds, the door opened and Leonard Mitchell, in a vest and shirt, appeared before him. You don't have to be on duty tonight, Leonard emphasized in surprise. Klein only needed to be on duty at Cheney's Gate for 1 day a week. The rest of the time, he could still maintain his normal schedule. As for sudden incidents at night, they would be handled by the sleepless who liked the night. But sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day would cause hair loss and memory loss. Every time he thought of this, Klein could not help but mock Captain Dunn-Smith. I have something to report, he said simply. A mission. Leonard gave up his spot at the door and asked casually. Klein had just entered the reception hall when he saw Dunn walk out in a black trench coat. His gray eyes were as deep as ever. Captain, I encountered a transcendent incident. What's the specific situation? Dunn asked directly. Klein told him everything that had happened and how he handled it. So, I think there's a need to investigate, Han asked Vincent. Back then, he believed that since the evil being invited by the magic mirror divination hadn't caused a tragedy and hadn't given him any warnings of extreme danger, it meant that the other party still needed time and wasn't willing to awaken or control Selena ahead of time. Therefore, as long as he didn't directly expose his motives, the evil being would definitely choose to wait and see. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too difficult for Elizabeth to lure Selena to the bedroom door. You handled it well. You seized the moment before the evil spirit completely descended and possessed you. Dunn nodded slightly. Leave the rest of the investigation to us. You can go back and rest. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. I thought you would make this a mission for me to join the team and let me complete it alone, Captain. From the incantation provided by Elizabeth, Han asked Vincent was definitely dangerous. That's because you already have a mission to join the team. The casual Leonard chuckled. What? Klein jumped in fright. The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up as he explained in a mellow voice. Around 7 in the evening, we received a case from the police station. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, we received a case from the police station. Initially, it was confirmed that the case was not dangerous or urgent, so we plan to let you complete it alone tomorrow. All right, don't ask what the case is. Have a good sleep tonight. Move your rest day to Tuesday or Wednesday. Captain, I won't be able to sleep if you do this. Besides, Monday afternoon is the date of the tarot gathering. Do I have to delay the news for justice and the hanging man? Klein shook his head with a wry smile and bade farewell. When he reached the stairwell, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the carriage he had hired. He saw Melissa quietly sizing him up through the window. When their eyes met, Melissa turned her head and sat up straight. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he walked into the carriage as though nothing had happened. Under the crimson moon and pure night sky, the two-wheeled carriage sped through one street after another. Back home, Klein got Banson to take a shower while he went to Melissa's bedroom door and knocked twice. Melissa, who was about to go to the bathroom, opened the door and looked at her brother in confusion. "Melissa, do you have anything to ask?" "I know you do," Klein said directly. "Don't always observe in the dark." Melissa's lips quivered as she furrowed her brows. "Klein, what did you do to Elizabeth? I feel like something's wrong with her." Also, Selena became very strange after that. Klein, who was prepared, returned with a question. "Do you know that Elizabeth and Selena are mysticism enthusiasts?" "I know, but I don't like it. I don't think there's anything in this world that's incomprehensible." Melissa was taken aback as she replied seriously, "Everything we don't understand is because we don't have enough knowledge." "Yes, I think so too," Klein echoed guiltily. "I did think so in the past, until I succeeded in courting death." He coughed lightly and continued, "Mysticism includes Hermes. Mysticism includes Hermes, which is the language used for ancient sacrifices and prayers. Elizabeth knows that I'm good in this field. This is the field of historians, after all. So, she asked me about the corresponding pronunciations and their specific meanings." Melissa nodded slightly, accepting her brother's explanation because it matched her understanding of both parties. As for why Elizabeth and Selena became strange later on, I'm not sure the exact reason. Klein cleared his name and said, "But I can guess." "You can guess." Melissa blurted out in surprise. Klein stroked his mouth and said, "That's right. I'm guessing for what Elizabeth asked me. The Hermes words she mentioned are related to divination and some evil sacrificial targets." Did Selena recite the Hermes words when she did the magic mirror divination? He took the initiative to mention this matter so that his sister would be wary of similar things in the future. It would be even better if she could stay away from Selena and Elizabeth. "Yes," Melissa replied hesitantly. "I think I understand why Elizabeth and Selena are so weird." At this moment, Klein deliberately asked, because Selena's magic mirror divination involves evil and illegal beliefs. After Elizabeth figured out the meaning of Hermes for me, she found an opportunity to rebuke her and correct her mistake? "I think so." Melissa had no doubt about this conclusion because she had deduced it herself. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. "You have to warn Selena more in the future and get her to return to the right path of faith." As he said this, he tapped his breast 4 times in a clerical manner. "Yes, I will," Melissa answered firmly. "Also, don't tell Elizabeth and Selena about our deductions and what I said." "I promised Elizabeth I wouldn't tell you," Klein emphasized. "Okay." Melissa nodded lightly. 8 a.m. Monday, Blackthorn Security Company. Klein took off his hat and greeted Roshan and Bright. After chatting about the weather, he entered Captain Dunn Smith's office. He pushed open the door and looked up. He was shocked because Dunn's face was rather pale. His gray eyes were slightly turbid and had lost their usual depth. "Did something happen?" Han asked Vincent. Klein asked in surprise and concern. Dunn rubbed his forehead, took a sip of coffee, and smiled wryly. He smiled bitterly and said, "Hannas Vincent is dead." "Killed by who?" Klein held his cane and sat opposite Dunn. Dunn did not answer directly. He sighed and said, "Leonard and I went to look for Hannas Vincent last night. As he didn't show any signs of abnormality and there wasn't anything strange at home, I decided to enter his dream to search for clues." In his dream, Dunn repeated it twice. His eyes unconsciously revealed fear as he said, "In his dream, I saw a cross, a huge cross that filled the sky. On this cross, there was a naked man nailed by black iron nails. His arms were spread out, and his feet were on them. His head was hanging down like a pendant, and his body was covered in bloodstains. When I saw this scene, I fainted and left Hanass Vincent's dream. When I woke up, Leonard told me that Hanass had died in his sleep. A huge cross, hanging upside down, a man covered in blood. This is similar to the true creator that a few secret organizations believe in, but it's also very different. Klein speculated in puzzlement. The secret organizations that believed in the true creator had only appeared in the past 2 to 3 centuries, such as the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross. But in the past 1,000 years, similar images had never disappeared. Dunn rubbed his forehead again. Chapter 89. Klein nodded and said, "All right, but I still don't know what my mission is. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet." Dunn emphasized the main point before saying, "This is a case that was transferred from the Golden Indus District Police Station. The famous philanthropist, Sir Deweyville, has been subjected to strange harassment for a month. But be it his bodyguards, the security personnel he hired, or the police, none of them have been able to find the culprit. Inspector Tolley, who is in charge of this matter, suspects that it has something to do with beyond her powers, so he handed it over to us. I saw Sir Deweyville in the library and noticed that he was in a bad mood and was mentally weak. So it's because he was harassed." Klein frowned. "What kind of harassment?" This matter hadn't caused any actual harm, so it couldn't be considered dangerous. Sir Deweyville hears cries and moans every night, no matter where he sleeps. Regardless of whether he's indigent or not, it makes his sleep quality very poor. Dunn flipped through the information in his hand and said, "He visited a psychiatrist and asked his butler and servants to confirm that it wasn't a hallucination. Therefore, he suspects that someone was harassing him." Closing the document, Dunn looked up at Klein. "Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room and meet up with Inspector Tolley at the shooting club. He will give you more details." "Probationary inspector uniform?" Klein subconsciously asked. Dunn rubbed his forehead and smiled. "Half of our salary is paid by the police department. The title of probationary inspector doesn't only exist in the files. When you first met me and Leonard, we were also wearing uniforms. This is a perk that every official team member has. Yes, the perk that Roselle the Great mentioned. It's a pity I can't wear it normally. Otherwise, I would have an extra set of clothes to change into." Klein picked up his cane, bowed, and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. He went to the lounge diagonally opposite and saw a white checkered uniform with a black background and leather boots. The soft hat was inlaid with the coat of arms of 2 crossed swords and a crown, and on the shoulder was an insignia of black and white interlaced with a silver star. "This is a probationary inspector?" Klein glanced at it and found a string of inconspicuous numbers below the silver stars on the epaulette. 06-254. At present, he had a preliminary understanding of the police hierarchy in the Kingdom of Rouen. He understood that at the top were the Minister of Police and the Chief Police Secretary. Below them were the superintendents, deputy superintendents, and assistant superintendents of the various police departments. In the middle were the superintendents and inspectors, and at the bottom were the sergeants and constables. After closing the door, Klein took off his formal attire and hat and changed into the uniform. After hanging up his clothes, he pushed the door open and entered the office of the clerical staff. He looked at the full-length mirror that Roshan had fought for. The young man in the mirror had black hair and gentle brown eyes. His uniform made him look more heroic than usual. Not bad. Klein happily praised himself. He left his cane in the office, turned around, and walked out of the Blackthorn Security Company. In his pocket, he had plenty of police badges and weapons permits. In the lobby of the shooting club, Klein saw Inspector Tolley because he was the only one wearing a police uniform. "Of course, I have to count myself in now," Klein added silently. Inspector Tolley had 2 silver stars on his epaulette. His clothes were propped up by his stomach, and he had a thick brownish-yellow beard. He was tall, but not imposing, or perhaps he had been imposing in the past. "Moretti? Klein Moretti?" Tully sized him up and greeted him with a smile. "Nice to meet you, Inspector Tully. I don't think you've mistaken me for someone else," Klein replied humorously. He raised his right hand, clasped his fingers, and bowed. Tully chuckled. "I can tell that you're an easygoing young man. I'm relieved. Shall we go to Sir Deweyville's house now?" Although his rank was higher than Klein's, there was an obvious hint of inquiry in his tone. "No problem." Klein thought for a moment. "You can give me the details in the carriage." "All right." Tully stroked his thick, brownish-yellow beard and led Klein out of the shooting club. They boarded a carriage parked opposite. The carriage had a coat of arms of two crossed swords clustered around a crown. It was driven by a dedicated coachman. "Sir Deweyville is a believer of the goddess, so he transferred the case to you," Tully impatiently informed them the moment he sat down. "I know. Sir Deweyville is a frequent guest on the cover of newspapers and magazines," Klein said with a warm smile. Tully picked up the folder beside him, untied it, and pulled out the documents. As he flipped through them, he said, "Regardless of whether you understand, I need to give you a detailed introduction. Sir Deweyville is one of the wealthiest people in Tingen. His business started with a lead and porcelain factory, and now it has expanded into steel, coal, shipping, banking, and securities. He's also a great philanthropist praised by the king. He established the Deweyville Charity Foundation, the Deweyville Trust Company, and the Deweyville Library. He was conferred the title of a lord 5 years ago. If he were to run for mayor, I don't think anyone in Tingen would be his match. However, his goal is in Bakeland. He wants to become a member of the House of Lords. We once suspected that his harassment had something to do with this matter, but we couldn't find any clues." Klein nodded slightly. "I can't rule out that possibility, but I can't be sure of anything at the moment." Tully didn't dwell on the question and continued. "Since the 6th of last month, Sir Deweyville has been hearing scalp-numbing moans of pain every night when he sleeps. It's like the struggles of a dying patient. He checked the surrounding rooms and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. The butler and servants also confirmed that there were indeed similar sounds, but the movements they heard were very soft. In the beginning, Sir Deweyville thought that the matter would pass quickly and didn't pay much attention to it. However, the moans of pain became more and more frequent. They would even appear during the day, and there were also heart-wrenching sobs. This caused Sir Deweyville to suffer from insomnia again and again. He had no choice but to leave Tingen and head to his villa in the countryside. However, it was to no avail. The moans and sobs continued to haunt him. Similarly, even when he headed to Bakeland, the matter didn't subside, but it wasn't as serious as before. He hired security personnel to investigate the surroundings, but they didn't find any clues. Our preliminary investigations were also fruitless. The torture that lasted more than a month pushed Sir Deweyville to the brink of a mental breakdown. He visited a psychiatrist again and again, but to no avail. He told us that if the problem couldn't be resolved within a week, he would move out of Tingen and head to Bakeland. He believed that there would definitely be someone there who could help him. After listening to Tully's description, Klein quickly analyzed the various possibilities. Did he offend a beyonder and get cursed? That's not right. If it was a curse, the butler and servants wouldn't have heard it. There's a beyonder with an unknown motive hidden among the servants and bodyguards. But the problem is that no one has made any requests of Sir Deweyville in the past month. Perhaps Sir Deweyville was accidentally tainted by a foul thing, like a vengeful spirit? I can't rule out that possibility. As Klein's thoughts ran wild, the carriage entered Golden Indus Borough and stopped at Sir Deweyville's door. There was a flourishing garden surrounded by iron railings, a hollowed-out iron door with 2 statues erected on it, a fountain that constantly gushed out and bathed the marble statues, a 2-story house that occupied a huge area, and a road that could fit 3 carriages side by side. Sir Deweyville's house only has 2 stories. The newspaper said that Bakeland is trying to build 10-story apartment buildings. Klein got off the carriage and saw a policeman with 3 V's on his shoulder walk over quickly. He glanced at Klein, raised his hand, and bowed. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning." Klein nodded with a smile. Tully smiled and said, "This is Sergeant Gate." "This is Sergeant Gate. You can order him if you need anything." "This is Probationary Inspector Moretti a history and psychology expert from the county police, Tolley introduced him to Gate. I can't afford it. Klein felt ashamed. After exchanging pleasantries, Gate pointed to the two-story house behind the fountain. Sir Deweyville is waiting for us. All right. Klein reached out to touch the revolver by his waist. This was what he could rely on to deal with his enemies at the moment. As he had changed into his police uniform, he could openly place his gun holster by his waist, making it easier for him to draw his weapon. As they spoke, the trio walked along the wide path, circled around the fountain, and arrived outside the main door. At that moment, a servant had already opened the door and was waiting respectfully. Before they entered the house, Klein pretended to adjust his hat, pinched his glabella, and activated his spirit vision. In the bright living room, the square-faced Sir Deweyville was rubbing his forehead. He appeared to be in low spirits. His dark blonde hair and blue eyes were either dry or dim. He looked as though he had aged a full 5 years. Good morning, Sir Deweyville. Klein, Tolley, and Gate bowed in unison. Sir Deweyville stood up and forced a smile in response. Good morning, officers. I hope you can resolve my troubles. At that moment, Klein narrowed his eyes and frowned. Apart from being in low spirits, he didn't notice anything wrong with Sir Deweyville. That's strange. He thought for a moment and said, Sir, which room did you first hear the moaning in? My bedroom. Sir Deweyville shook his head. Can we take a look? Klein asked. Haven't you checked it a few times already? The middle-aged butler beside him asked with a frown. Clearly, he didn't recognize Klein as the companion of the kind-hearted person who had returned the money he picked up. Klein smiled warmly. That's my colleague, not me. Sir, this is an expert sent by the police. Tolley seized the opportunity to introduce him. Deweyville gave the young expert a deep look. All right, Cullen, bring them to my bedroom. Sir, I hope you can come with us, Klein said seriously. Deweyville hesitated for a few seconds. If this can help solve the problem. As he spoke, he picked up his cane and walked towards the stairs with light steps. Cullen and a few bodyguards crowded around him, ready to support him at any moment. Klein surveyed the area and followed silently but calmly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They arrived on the second floor and entered the master bedroom. Before he could observe his surroundings, Klein's hair stood on end. Chapter 90. Sir Deweyville's bedroom was bigger than Klein's living room and dining room. It was made up of a bed, a living area, a changing area, a bathroom area, a bookshelf, and a desk. The furnishings were exquisite and extravagant. However, Klein felt that the room was dark and the temperature was at least 50% lower than outside. At the same time, he seemed to hear sobs and moans that sounded like they were on their deathbed. Klein was in a daze, but everything returned to normal. Bright sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the entire bedroom. The temperature was neither too high nor too low. The surrounding policemen, bodyguards, and butler were silent. He turned his head to look at the classical and gorgeous bed. He saw pairs of blurry eyes hovering in the shadows, like fearless moths beside a gas lamp. After taking a few steps closer, Klein's spirit vision lost the scene he had just seen. It's not a standard vengeful spirit, much less an evil spirit. What could it be? Klein frowned as he recalled the mysticism knowledge he had recently gained. From his point of view, it wouldn't be difficult to hand the mission to a corpse collector, a gravedigger, or a spirit medium. However, this was clearly not his area of expertise. Resisting the urge to divine the direction of the investigation, Klein slowly looked around, searching for other clues to confirm his guesses. Sir, Inspector, Sir Deweyville hesitated. Did you discover anything? If it were that easy, I don't think my colleagues would have waited until now, Klein said as he subconsciously glanced at the philanthropist. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw a pale figure reflected in the mirror behind Sir Deweyville. No, it was more like overlapping, twisting white silhouettes. The figure disappeared in a flash, and Klein seemed to hear faint sobs again. Phew! He exhaled, relieving the fear that had nearly made him pull out his gun. With my spiritual perception enhanced and my spirit vision activated, it's only a matter of time before I go crazy from fright. Klein lampooned himself to relieve the tension in his body before casting his gaze back at Sir Deweyville. This time, he saw something different. Pale, distorted shadows flashed around Sir Deweyville from time to time, causing the light in that area to dim slightly. And every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by illusory cries and moans that normal people would find hard to hear. Normal people find it hard to hear? Was it because it was daytime? Klein nodded thoughtfully. He had formed a preliminary judgment of the case. What haunted Sir Deweyville was resentment. It was a remnant of spirituality formed from the most unforgettable emotions a human could have before death. If this kind of resentment and remnant were to accumulate for a period of time and become several times stronger, it would become a terrifying evil spirit. However, Sir Deweyville was a famous philanthropist. Even a person as picky as Banson treated him with great respect. Why would he be plagued by so many death resentment? Duplicity? The means of a beyonder with ill intentions? Klein was puzzled as he speculated about the possibilities. He thought for a moment and looked at Deweyville. "Sir, I have a few questions. Please speak." Deweyville sat down, exhausted and weak. Klein organized his words. "When you leave this place and go to a new place, such as the countryside or Bakeland, do you get at least a short period of peace for the middle of the night? Then, the situation slowly gets worse and worse until you can still hear moaning and crying when you sleep during the day." Deweyville's half-closed eyes widened in an instant. His blue eyes glowed brightly. "Yes. Have you found the root of the matter?" Only then did he realize that due to his long-term insomnia and poor mental state, he had forgotten to tell the police such an important clue. Inspector Tolley secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Klein's question had been answered. He knew that the Nighthawks had found a clue. Officer Gate, on the other hand, was surprised and curious. He couldn't help but scrutinize the psychologist, Klein. This is in line with the characteristic of resentment gradually entangling and gathering bit by bit. Klein basically confirmed his answer after receiving the feedback. And now, he had two ways to help Sir Deweyville get rid of his problems. One was to set up an altar around him and use ritualistic magic to completely remove the resentment of death. The other was to use other mysticism methods to find the root of the problem and solve the problem at its root. Considering the rule of not letting ordinary people know of the existence of beyonder powers, Klein decided to try the second method first. If it didn't work, he would pray to the goddess. "Sir, you are suffering from a mental illness, a mental problem." He looked at Deweyville and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Sir Deweyville frowned and countered with a question. "Are you implying that I'm a mental patient and need to go to a mental asylum?" "No, it's not that serious. In fact, most people have some sort of mental problem." Klein comforted him. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm a psychologist from the Alwa County Police Department." A psychologist? Deweyville and his butler looked at the familiar face, Inspector Tolley. Tolley nodded solemnly, indicating that it was indeed the case. "Okay, then what do I need to do to cooperate with the treatment? Besides, I don't understand why my butler, bodyguard, and servant could hear the cries and moans." Daver gripped his cane with both hands, looking puzzled. Klein answered in a professional manner. "That's right. I'll explain it to you afterwards. Please ask your butler, your servants, and your bodyguards to leave. Inspector Tolley, Sergeant Gate, please leave as well. I need a quiet environment for the initial treatment. Heal him with magic." Inspector Tolley silently added as he nodded at Sir Deweyville. Deweyville was silent for a dozen seconds. "Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor." "Yes, sir." Butler Cullen did not argue, because the person who made the request was a regular police officer, a probationary inspector, and psychologist. After watching them leave and close the door, Klein looked at the dark blonde, blue-eyed Deweyville. "Sir, please lie on the bed, relax, and try to fall asleep." "All right." Deweyville hung his coat and hat on the rack, walked slowly to the bed, and lay down. Klein drew all the curtains, turning the room dark. He took off the pendant and quickly used a spirit pendulum to make a simple judgment. Then, he sat on a rocking chair near the end of the bed, outlined the light sphere, and entered cogitation. allowing the spirituality of the world to appear before him. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back into the chair and fell into a deep sleep, allowing his astral projection to make contact with the outside world. He was using the technique of dream divination, allowing himself to communicate with the vengeful thoughts that plagued Sir Deweyville in a spiritual environment that resembled a dream. Only by communicating could he obtain an answer and resolve the problem. Sob, sob, sob. Sorrowful cries reverberated in Klein's ears as he saw transparent white figures appear around him. Groan, groan, groan. Painful groans sounded as Klein, who had barely regained his ability to think, reached out his right hand and touched one of them. Suddenly, the figures turned into moths flying into a flame as they threw themselves at him one after another. Klein's vision turned blurry as his head felt like it had been split into two. Half of it was calmly examining itself, while the other half saw a mirror. In the mirror was a strong young girl dressed like a worker. She was walking in a dusty factory, her head throbbing with pain. Her vision turned blurry at times, and her body became thinner by the day. She fancied she heard someone calling her Charlotte and saying that she was suffering from general hysteria. Hysteria? She looked in the mirror and saw a faint blue line on her gums. The camera turned, and Klein seemed to see a girl named Mary again. She was also walking in a lead factory, young and lively. Suddenly, one side of her face began to twitch, followed by her arm and leg on the same side. "You're suffering from epilepsy," she heard someone say as her body convulsed. She convulsed and collapsed, becoming more and more intense until she lost consciousness. It was another girl. She was sulking and wandering around the streets like an idiot. She even had a language barrier. Her headache was very bad, her gums had blue lines, and she would twitch from time to time. She met a doctor who said, "Lafferty, you're affected by lead." The doctor looked at her pitifully, watching her convulse again, several times in a row, watching her eyes lose all light. Images appeared in Klein's mind. Half of him was immersed in them, and the other half was observing calmly. Suddenly, he understood what had happened to these girls. They were female workers who had been exposed to lead white and dust for a long time. They died of lead poisoning. Coincidentally, Sir Deweyville owned a lead factory and 2 ceramic factories. All of them employed relatively cheap female workers. Klein watched everything in silence. He felt that there was only one thing that he had not figured out. Such death vengeance was negligible. Even if it accumulated, it was impossible for it to affect reality or Deweyville, unless there was a stronger and more persistent resentment that turned them into one. Just then, he saw another girl. The girl was no more than 18 years old and was glazing porcelain in the factory. "Haley, how have you been recently? Do you feel any headaches? If it's serious, remember to tell me. Sir Deweyville has stipulated that people with severe headaches are not allowed to come into contact with lead. They have to leave the factory," an elderly lady said with concern. Haley touched her forehead and replied with a smile, "That's right. A little bit. It's okay. Then tell me tomorrow if it's serious," the older woman urged. Haley agreed. When she got home, she pressed her forehead from time to time. She saw her parents and brothers coming back from outside and saw their faces full of sorrow. "Your father and brother lost their jobs," her mother said, wiping away her tears. Her father and brother lowered their heads and whispered, "We'll find something to do at the docks. But we don't even have money for bread the day after tomorrow. Maybe we have to move to the innermost part of Lower Street." Haley's mother looked at her with red eyes. "When can you get your salary? It's 10 solely, right?" Haley pinched her forehead again. "Yes, Saturday. Saturday." She didn't say anything else and was as quiet as usual. The next day, she returned to the factory and told her supervisor that her headache was gone. She smiled. Every day, she walked 5 kilometers to work and another 5 kilometers home. She rubbed her head more and more frequently. "Haven't you found a job yet?" Haley looked at the black bread boiling in the soup and couldn't help but ask her father and brother. Her father said in distress, "The economy has been bad recently. Many places are retrenching. Even the docks are working one day and resting the next. They only get 3 soldi and 7 pence a week. Haley sighed and didn't say anything else. She was as quiet as ever, but she hid her suddenly convulsing left hand behind her back. The next day, she walked to work again. The sun was shining brightly, and the number of people on the streets gradually increased. Suddenly, she convulsed. Her entire body was convulsing. She collapsed to the side of the road, foaming at the mouth. She looked at the sky, and her vision began to blur. She saw people coming and going, people approaching, a carriage passing by, and the white dove coat of arms of the Deweyville family spreading its wings. She tried her best to open her mouth, but no sound came out. Therefore, she didn't say anything and was as quiet as usual. Chapter 91. The scene began to distort, turn illusory, and disappear. Klein left the dreamlike experience as his vision adjusted to the darkness of the bedroom. He knew that his brother, Banson, earned £1 for 10 soldi, which was equivalent to 30 soldi a week. According to the standards of a normal commoner, it was tough for him and Melissa to raise them. He believed that most workers earned 20 soldi a week. He had heard Melissa mention before that in the lower streets of Iron Cross Street, there were families of 5, 7, or even 10 people living in the same room. He learned from Banson that in the past few months, the kingdom's economy had been in a slump due to the situation in the southern continent. He also learned that maids who did chores, including food and lodging, earned 3 soldi, 6 pence, to 6 soldi a week. Klein reached out and pinched his glabella. He didn't speak for a long time until Sir Deweyville, who was lying in bed, spoke. "Officer, aren't you going to say something?" The psychiatrist I hired in the past would chat with me in such an environment and ask me questions. However, I do feel peaceful. I was about to fall asleep, but I didn't hear any moans or cries. "How did you do it?" Klein leaned against the back of the rocking chair and answered with a question instead of an answer. "Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know about the dangers of lead?" Deweyville, who was lying on the bed, was silent for a few seconds before he said, "I didn't know in the past, but I found out later. Are you saying that my psychological problem, or rather my mental illness, is due to guilt? Guilt towards those female lead workers and glaze workers?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued like how he always did when he had the initiative in a negotiation. "Yes, I did feel guilty in the past, but I have long compensated them. In my lead factory and porcelain factory, every worker's salary is much higher than in similar places. In Bakeland, the female lead workers and glaze workers don't earn more than 8 soldi a week, but I pay them 10 soldi, or even more. Many people blame me for making them lose their morals and making it difficult for them to recruit workers. If it weren't for the repeal of the Corn Act, many farmers would have gone bankrupt and moved to the city. They would have had to follow my lead and raise their salaries. I also told the supervisor of the factory to tell the workers who have multiple headaches and blurred vision to leave the places where they can come into contact with lead. If they're seriously ill, they can also apply for help from my charity fund. I think I've done enough." Klein's tone didn't change at all. "Sometimes, sir, you can never imagine the importance of a wage to a poor man. Even a week or two of unemployment can cause irreversible and tragic damage to his family." He paused for a moment before asking, "I'm very curious. Since you're so kind, why didn't you add anti-dust and lead poisoning equipment to the factory?" Deweyville looked at the ceiling and laughed bitterly. "That will make my cost unacceptably high, and I can't compete with other lead and porcelain factories at all. I don't care too much about the income in this aspect anymore, and I'm even willing to subsidize some of the money. But what's the point of always doing this? This can only help a small number of workers. It can't become the standard of the industry and drive them to make changes. This will turn into me purely spending money to support people. I've heard that some factories even secretly use slaves in order to save costs." Klein crossed his hands and remained silent for a moment. "Sir, your psychological problems stem from the accumulation of guilt, even though you think that it has already faded and disappeared. Originally, this shouldn't have had any obvious effects, but something triggered you, igniting all the problems in an instant, all of them. Something triggered me? I didn't know of such a thing," Deweyville said with doubt and certainty. Klein allowed his body to sway gently with the rocking chair as he calmly explained, "You just slept for a few minutes. You actually fell asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me something. Hypnosis treatment?" Deweyville habitually made guesses and came to a conclusion. Klein didn't give a direct answer. He directly said, "You once saw a female worker who died on the way to work in a carriage. She passed away due to lead poisoning, and she was glazing your porcelain." Deweyville rubbed his son acupoints and muttered with uncertainty, "There seems to be such a thing, but I can't remember it clearly." Prolonged insomnia had left him in a poor mental state. He could vaguely recall seeing such a scene. He thought for a moment and stopped squeezing his poor brain. Instead, he asked, "What's the female worker's name?" What I mean is, what should I do to treat my psychological problems?" Klein answered in a low and concise manner. "Two things. First, the female worker's name is Haley Walker. That's what you told me. She was the most direct trigger, so you need to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, publicize the dangers of lead in newspapers and magazines. Let your charity fund help more workers who have been harmed. If you can become a member of the House of Lords, push for legislation in this regard." Deweyville slowly sat up and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'll do the other things, but legislation? I don't think it's possible because there are still foreign competitors. Legislation will only cause the kingdom's industries to fall into an overall crisis. They will go bankrupt one after another, and a large number of workers will lose their jobs. The Poor Relief Association won't be able to save that many people." He unhurriedly got off the bed and adjusted his collar. He looked at Klein. "Haley Walker, right? I'll immediately get Cullen to get her information from the porcelain factory and get her parents here. Officer, please wait with me and constantly assess my mental state." "All right." Klein slowly stood up and patted his black and white checkered police uniform. 11 in the morning, in the living room on the first floor of Deweyville's house. Klein, who had been silent all this while, sat on a single-seater sofa as he silently watched a man and a woman being led in by Butler Cullen. The two guests had rough skin and wrinkles on their faces. The man's back was slightly hunched, while the woman had a mole on her eyelid. They basically matched what Klein had seen through Haley, but they were older and more haggard. They were so thin that one could almost see their bones. Their clothes were old and tattered. It was said that they couldn't even live in Lower Street of Iron Cross Street. In Klein's spiritual perception, a cold wind began to swirl. He pinched his glabella and turned his gaze to Sir Deweyville. He saw that a pale, transparent, and distorted figure had appeared behind him at some point in time. "Good morning, honorable sir," Haley's parents said in an abnormally reserved manner as they bowed. Deweyville rubbed his forehead and asked, "Are you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she have a brother and a 2-year-old sister?" Haley's mother answered fearfully, "Her brother broke his leg at the harbor some time ago. We got him to stay at home to take care of his sister." Deweyville fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. "I express my deep sympathy for Haley's misfortune." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Haley's parents reddened. They opened their mouths and said in a jumble of words, "Thank you. Thank you for your kind intentions. The police told us that Haley died from lead poisoning. That should be the word, right? Oh, my poor child. She was only 17. She was always very quiet and stubborn. You sent someone to visit her and paid for her burial. She was buried in Raphael Cemetery." Deweyville glanced at Klein and changed his sitting posture. He leaned forward and said with a heavy tone, "This is our negligence. This is actually our negligence. I need to apologize. I've considered it. I need to compensate you and Haley. Her weekly salary is 10 soli, right? That's 540 soli a year. Yes, 27 pounds. Let's assume that she can work for at least another 10 years. Cullen, give 300 pounds to Haley's parents. 3,300 pounds? Haley's father and mother were stunned. They didn't even have more than a pound when they were at their most prosperous. It wasn't only them. The bodyguards and servants in the living room had looks of shock and envy. Even Sheriff Gate couldn't help but let his breathing turn heavy. His weekly salary was only 2 pounds, while a constable with only a V under him was only 1 pound. Amidst an indescribable silence, Butler Cullen came out of the study with a bulging cloth bag in his hand. He opened the cloth bag, revealing stacks of notes inside. There were notes of £1 and £5, but most of them were notes of 1 solely and 5 solely. It was obvious that Deweyville had gotten someone to exchange for change from the bank ahead of time. This is a token of Sir's goodwill. After receiving his master's approval, Cullen handed the cloth bag to Haley's parents. Haley's parents took it, rubbed their eyes, and read it over and over again. "No, T, this is too generous. We shouldn't accept it," they said as they gripped the cloth bag tightly. Deweyville said in a deep voice, "This is for Haley. This is what Haley should have gotten. Why, you are truly a noble and benevolent sir." Haley's parents bowed repeatedly in excitement. A smile appeared on their faces, a smile that they couldn't contain. They praised Sir Deweyville over and over again. They repeated the few adjectives they knew, and they said again and again that Haley would be grateful to him in heaven. "Cullen, get someone to send them back." "Yes, send them to the bank first." Deweyville heaved a sigh of relief and instructed his butler. Haley's parents hugged the cloth bag tightly and quickly walked to the door, not daring to stay any longer. Klein saw the white, translucent figure behind Sir Deweyville attempt to reach out to them, attempting to leave with them, but they smiled abnormally brightly and didn't turn back. The figure became fainter and fainter, and soon it completely disappeared. And from Klein's senses, the coldness in the living room returned to normal. From beginning to end, he only watched in silence without giving any opinion. "Officer, I feel much better. Can you tell me now why my butler, servants, and bodyguards can also hear crying and moaning? Shouldn't this be a psychological problem unique to me?" Deweyville looked over curiously. Inspector Tolley, who knew what was going on, instantly turned nervous. Klein answered without any expression. "In psychology, it's a case of hysteria. In psychology, we call this phenomenon mass hysteria." Chapter 92. Mass hysteria? Sir Deweyville, who had interacted with many psychiatrists recently, ruminated over the term Klein had given him. His butler, bodyguards, and servants didn't make a sound without his permission, no matter how curious they were. Instead, it was Sergeant Gate who looked at Klein with a puzzled expression, as though he had never heard of such a concept before. Klein controlled his habit of tapping the sofa's armrest and explained in a soothing voice, "Humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Group hysteria is a psychological problem caused by mental tension and other factors affecting each other in the same group." His string of professional terms left Sir Deweyville, Sergeant Gate, and the others confused. They subconsciously chose to believe him. Let me give you a simple example. This is a case I once handled. A gentleman held a banquet and invited a total of 35 guests. During the banquet, he suddenly felt nauseous and vomited on the spot. It was followed by severe diarrhea. Once, twice, thrice. He began to believe that he was suffering from food poisoning. As he headed to the hospital, he shared his guess with his guests. In the next 2 hours, more than 30 of the 35 guests had diarrhea and 26 vomited. They filled the emergency ward of the hospital. The doctors conducted a detailed examination and comparison and concluded that the gentleman wasn't poisoned. The cause was gastrointestinal inflammation caused by the change in the weather and the ice-cold alcohol. What was most surprising was that none of the guests who came to the hospital were poisoned. In fact, none of them were really sick. This is mass hysteria. Deweyville nodded slightly and exclaimed, "I understand now. Humans are indeed prone to deceiving themselves." It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that a lie repeated 100 times would become the truth. "Sergeant, how should I address you?" "You are the most professional psychiatrist I've ever seen." "Inspector Moretti." Klein pointed at his epaulette. "Sir, your problem has been resolved. You can try to sleep now, and let me confirm if there are any other problems. If you can have a good dream, please allow us to bid you farewell and not wait for you to wake up." "All right." Deweyville rubbed his forehead, picked up his cane, and walked up the stairs to his bedroom. Half an hour later, the carriage with the police coat of arms left the fountain in front of Lord Deweyville's door. When Sergeant Gate got out of the car and returned to his station, Inspector Tully looked at Klein and said half-jokingly and half-complimented, "Mister, I actually thought you were a real psychologist." He didn't finish his sentence because he saw that the young man in the black and white checkered uniform didn't show any expression. His eyes were dark and deep, and the corners of his mouth barely curled up. "I've only come into contact with some before." Inspector Toller was silent until the carriage stopped outside 36 Zutland Street. "Thank you for helping Sir Deweyville get rid of his troubles and regain his sleep." He extended his hand and shook Klein's. "Thing done for me." Klein nodded slightly. "All right." He walked up the stairs and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He knocked on the door and entered the captain's office. "Is it done?" Dunn was waiting for his lunch. "It's done." Klein rubbed his forehead and said simply and truthfully, "The root of the problem lies in the lead and porcelain factories under Sir Deweyville's name. Ever since they were established, there have been too many deaths from lead poisoning, and every incident would result in Sir Deweyville receiving a bit of lingering spirituality that turned into resentment. Typically speaking, this wouldn't cause too much of a problem. At most, it would cause people to have nightmares." Dunn had dealt with similar cases before and was rather experienced. Klein nodded slightly. "Yes, that was how things were supposed to go, but unfortunately, Sir Deweyville met a female worker with lead poisoning on the streets. She happened to collapse by the side of the road and happened to see the Deweyville family coat of arms. At the same time, she felt a strong sense of indignation, worry, and desire. Only when Sir Deweyville gave her parents, brother, and sister a sum of 300 pounds did these emotions dissipate. This is a societal problem. In this era of steam and machinery, it's not uncommon." Dunn took out his pipe and took a whiff. He sighed and said, "Because the workers who make the flax will wet the materials and themselves, they will generally suffer from bronchitis and joint diseases. In a factory with heavy dust, even if there isn't any poisoning, it will still accumulate into lung problems. Phew, we don't have to talk about this. With the development of the kingdom, I believe that these problems will be solved. Klein, tonight, let's find a restaurant to celebrate you becoming an official member." Klein thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow night, Captain." "Tomorrow night. Captain, I've used my spirit vision for too long today, and I've also used dream divination to directly communicate with those vengeful spirits. I feel very tired. I wish to go home in the afternoon and have a good rest. Is that okay?" "Yes, I'll go to the divination club at 4 or 5 to observe the members' reactions to Honas Vincent's sudden death." "No problem. That's only right." Dunn chuckled. "Then let's do it tomorrow night at the Old Wavell restaurant. I'll get Roshan to reserve a table." Klein stood up with his police cap and bowed. "Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow." Dunn raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute. Did you just say that Sir Deweyville gave that female worker's parents a sum of 300 pounds as compensation?" "Yes." Klein nodded and understood why the captain stopped him. "You're worried that they'll meet with misfortune because of this sum of money?" Dunn sighed. "I've seen such things happen many times. Give me their addresses. I'll get Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen and move to another city to start a new life." "All right," Klein replied in a deep voice. After doing all this, he left Dunn's room and entered the lounge diagonally opposite. He changed into his formal attire and left his police uniform in his wardrobe. Riding the public carriage, Klein silently returned to Daffodil Street. He took off his coat and hat, found the leftovers from the previous night, heated them up, and ate the last piece of oatmeal bread to fill his stomach. Then he climbed up to the second floor, hung up his clothes, and collapsed onto the bed. When he woke up, his pocket watch showed that it was already 10 past 2 in the afternoon. The sun was high in the sky, its rays shining through the clouds. In the brilliant golden light, Klein stood beside the study table and looked out the oriel window. He watched the pedestrians in old and tattered clothes as they entered or left Iron Cross Street. Phew! He slowly exhaled, finally shaking off his gloominess. One had to take things one step at a time. One had to advance through the sequence. Everything had to be like this. He shook his head and sat down. He began to summarize and sort out his encounters from last week. He repeated the key points he had memorized so as to prevent himself from forgetting or missing anything. 2:55 p.m. Above the blurry, boundless, grayish-white, and empty mist, a majestic temple stood tall, and an ancient, mottled bronze table was quietly placed on it. On the high back chair at the head of the long table, there was already a man shrouded in a thick gray fog. Klein leaned back in his chair and silently pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he extended his hand and tapped the crimson star that symbolized justice and the hanging man. Bakeland, Empress Burrow. Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and walked lightly to her bedroom. Suddenly, she sensed something. She turned her head and looked into the shadows of the balcony. As expected, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, quietly sitting and watching. Audrey sighed silently and drew a crimson moon on her chest. Then, she leaned over and looked down at the golden retriever. "Susie, that's not right. You're peeping. A spectator should watch openly from their own position." The golden retriever looked up at her master and wagged her tail cooperatively. After a few nagging words, Audrey did not dare to delay any further. She returned to her bedroom. In the few seconds between opening and closing the door, she suddenly had a strange thought. "I wonder if Mr. Fool can let Susie enter that mysterious space. That way, we'll have 4 members in the tarot, and they'll all be Beyonders. No, Susie doesn't even know how to speak. If she were to express her opinions and exchange ideas, what would happen? Woof, woof, woof. Awoo, awoo, hooey. Why am I barking like a dog here? Just imagining such a scene is very strange. A dog suddenly barking in a mysterious and serious gathering. Mr. Fool will definitely kick us out of the tarot." Audrey locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. She took out an old yellowish-brown piece of paper from under her pillow. She read it a few times and began to enter the state of a spectator. Somewhere in the Sonia Sea, the ancient sailboat that was pursuing the listener had already left the Rorstad archipelago. Navigator Alger Wilson was worried that there would be an error with the mechanical wall clock, so he entered the captain's cabin half an hour ahead of time to prevent his subordinates from seeing anything unexpected. In front of him was a glass of almost transparent liquor, and the rich fragrance seeped into his nostrils. Thinking of the gathering that was about to begin, the endless gray fog that appeared in front of him in the hotel corridor, and the mysterious fool sitting in the middle of the fog, Alger trembled slightly again. He picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp, using the burning sensation in his throat to ease the feelings in his heart. Soon, he regained his composure. He was still as calm and steady as ever.